Oh, it's still there. Missing the Cossack
All right. Maggie, are you there?
Still here, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna give hosting capabilities back to you. We're streaming on YouTube right now.
Thanks, Kelsey.
You're welcome.
Almost set up in Mike McCall's room, almost.
First in the landscape department.
Yeah, that's great. I was telling you. Okay.
Are you all good? I'm gonna leave if we're all set.
I think we're all set. Thanks, Kelsey.
All right. Thank you. Have a good review.
So we have two studios. Myself, who's basically teaching what we'll call the intro urban design studio, which is largely post-professional. So we have a lot of international students here. There's something like 16 total students in this studio, and they're required to take this studio as their first urban design studio. There are a couple that are out of sequence because of deferrals of COVID. But for the most part, we're kind of in sequence. And then Maggie Hansen over there is teaching the third semester of the MLA program. And this is the semester where they really bump up to sort of larger scale and look at systems and all that sort of stuff. So we decided that we would create this sort of joint studio and create team projects in which these disciplines would have to find a way to negotiate with each other for what it's worth. Normally, what we've done is, so we've set up a kind of 6-year framework to kind of test this out. And the 6-year framework is sort of what I'm loosely calling the Cascadia process. And the idea is to really look at that as a region, which we have also done. Like, we actually did two-week exercises before we had started this.
Yeah.
And that was in so that all 32 students could get kind of exposure to my lens and then also her lens, and then, you know, that would kind of help with the integration. So that was the idea. In any case, so the idea is to do 2 years of studios in Seattle, 2 years of studios in Vancouver, and 2 years of studio in Portland. And we could fly there and take the train and kind of visit these places. We couldn't do that this year. So the truth is, our students have not been to the site, right? However, this is the second time that we've given the site. So the last time we gave it, which was actually 2 years ago, I think, there's lots of photographs. And what I did in exchange is we set up a joint online lecture series. So we had 6 lectures every Friday afternoon from Vancouver, Seattle, and Portland. And all kinds of people, from Keegan Seltzer, Portland, who's actually emeritus, to, you know, Mithun and
Field operations.
yeah, field operations, talking about like the design of the Seattle waterfront. So we tried to get them knowledge, both cultural and, you know, kind of technical knowledge through that. That's what we did. This model had already been started by the previous studio, so they were kind of lucky about that. Like, we'd already gathered a lot of data in the first 3 So the model is not meant to be a kind of final model, really. It's meant to be sort of like something you can pull things off of and put things on, and it's meant to be more process related. But anyway, with that, did you want to say anything?
No, I think that's a great
All right.
introduction.
So we're going to start then with there are, well, I should introduce them.
Yeah.
So I will introduce, so Linda Samuels is associate professor in urban design, yes?
And urban design, yes, and architecture.
And architecture. That's what I thought. At WashU in St. Louis.
Shout out
I know. Well, Matt Brooke, you may or may not know. She's the director of the graduate program at Landscape Architecture. Chris Rice, officially senior planner, is that correct? At HKS, but previously kind of from the Washington, D.C. metro area, and has been also teaching urban design studios, kind of as an adjunct practitioner lens, I'm guessing. Correct. At the University of Maryland, and then you've recently relocated.
We have Bruce Sharkey,
Yeah.
who's of LSU, and has been teaching the first year, no, it's the third year, oh my gosh, Studio 5 this semester, and had a great review yesterday.
Yeah.
And then we also have Sherry Fultonier, who's the dean at Rhode Island School of Design and teaches in the landscape architecture department. And Claire Edelman Heath will also be joining us as a landscape critic, but is running late. So she'll sneak in, I'm sure, shortly. But, yeah.
Right.
Great.
Okay. So I've told them, because we didn't give you a whole extensive introduction to the site, I've told them that it was sort of their responsibility to, deal with all the scales of questions. So.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We're going to talk about our project, which is located in the Cascadia region, as Dean mentioned, more specific in the Seattle area, and it's called the Interbay, and it's between the Magnolia neighborhood, the Queen Anne neighborhood, and it's facing Ballard to the north. We'll get more into the,
Because they don't know what that is. Right?
yeah, we're going to get into the location of the lake in the next slide.
Can I ask each group to introduce yourselves and your discipline?
So yeah, sorry. So my name is Victoria. I'm doing my last semester in urban design. My teammate.
Yeah, I'm Samantha. I'm in my third semester of the MLA program. I don't know how many years I've been.
Being so long ago.
I'm Sabri Ahmed. I'm in Master of Science in Urban Design, first year.
Yeah, I'm Jin Yao, he ends the first years of the my student. So thank you.
So when we were looking at the site to begin with, we noticed that there was a historic connectivity kind of surrounding it. It was very early on in the history of Seattle, a rail line that connected from the north all the way to the south and is still used by Boeing and Amtrak today. In considering how to expand those types of connections, we looked to the water and the fact that it has access to two harbors on the north and the south. And we sort of decided that to look into connecting research that has already started in the south near the Duwamish Longhouse, which is located on the Duwamish River.
Kind of research.
Yes, so getting there. They have been collaborating with the University of Washington to do ecological restoration of that river. Their ancestral homeland is also part of, was Interbay area. So considering the idea of a future collaboration in this site that would connect the north and the south of Elliott Bay. And then looking more towards connections to other people, introducing a new mode of transportation via water taxi that could connect downtown to Interbay, to Discovery Park, to Ballard, and so forth. Kind of building off of Seattle's already robust ferry typology.
So looking into it into a more close up scale, we noticed that currently we are facing these two main connections that go north-south, but they are working also as barriers, which are generating this lack of connection east-west, east-west. And so our idea is to incorporate and make these two neighborhoods connect in a better way. So like the Interbay, or it starts to be like a transition neighborhood that looks into keeping this maritime heritage that Sam was talking about before, and kind of like developing these connections between kind of like these three neighborhoods in this horizontal way, while also having keeping the rail and taking into account the
Connection to the water and the harbors.
Looking into our framework or design approach, yet again, we're looking into improve this connection, this connection between east and west, while also keeping the north and south in a strong way, but also developing these different modes of transportation and giving people or pedestrians a better scale of how they can
So
connect.
Victoria, can I stop for 1 second? You guys need to relax a little bit. But there's some like really critical things in this. Like they're planning a light rail line through the middle of the site, and there are going to be 2 stops. Like really sort of, not necessarily conceptual information, just like pragmatic, like this is what's going on.
So the light rail that was just mentioned is on this diagram here in green with the 2 stops delineated in rail. It will also continue on to downtown Seattle, making and strengthen this connection to Ballard. That is a gentrifying neighborhood that used to be a blue collar, affordable housing space, but is now becoming very expensive and full of breweries. And so there's kind of this, yes.
I know this area a tiny bit, but I don't know your project. And I'm just wondering if you could give me like a really brief overview of just to look what your major objectives are here. And so I understand how to read your analysis.
Yeah, so through this site, through looking at connection, we sort of kind of came up with these programs. We will be heightening the Fisherman Station, which is a historic building, our Fisher Terminal, and then expanding it with the market so that it becomes more open to public programming. We'll be inserting a Duwamish longhouse so that there's a more connection to the South River and the ancestral homelands and the beginning of maritime culture in the site. Reinserting the historic salt marsh to help. We'll talk about impervious cover and why that's important. And then heighten the research with a connection with the Duwamish longhouse with test plots, not only in a water treatment plant, but also different remediation typologies throughout the site. Yeah.
So the idea that it's a brownfield site could be important.
Yeah, it's coming up in our history section as well. We'll talk about how it has been
Maybe it's just
covered.
No,
Yes, so it's a
that's really
brownfield,
helpful.
very, yeah, it's hardscaped, industrial rail line that has been a brownfield and totally contaminated. And it's like a combined sewer outflow
And
at
there's
these
a
piers. But there's also like cruise terminals, like sometimes people who are civilians walk around there and other times it's only for working, you know, it's very, and in this area here.
Can I ask one more question?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you guys are the first ones and
No,
this
it's
always
okay.
falls on you. But so what I'll be seeing today, what we'll all be seeing today are teams' approach to the redevelopment of this site.
Exactly,
Right.
and if you meet,
Your approach is cultural preservation.
yes,
Okay, that, got
Like
it.
the mark.
Sorry, this will
Thank
help.
you. Can we just look at the next slide quickly, so I'll just make sure everybody. So one of the reasons that we're working in Mission Bay is that there's a light rail that's under development right now to connect downtown to Ballard. Our site is the Interbay area, which has traditionally been a site of rails, an industrial site. There is a landfill that has been capped and is now a golf course. And it is currently being redeveloped in segments by developers. And we've challenged your students to think about the site more holistically. It's about 900 acres, so it's huge, and has a managed waterway on the north side, and then obviously the bay to the south.
That's critical, I think. The north side is fresh water.
Yeah.
The south side is salt water.
And has locks on the
And then
north
it's a
side.
lot up there, yeah. Okay, and then, yeah, next to that Olmsted.
And when you say rail, you mean
Amtrak and
oh,
freight.
passenger and freight.
Yeah.
Well, because one of the dynamics here is that here's the airport down here. Also the Boeing plant. There's the Polish. So the Boeing plant is here. And the Boeing plant is really an assembly and testing site. And a lot of the pieces that are manufactured up there. And they come through this rail line. So actually Boeing has an interest in maintaining some industrial connectivity to the site.
Is it shared track right now?
It's likely a shunting, but Amtrak does go through there. It's the Amtrak that's from Vancouver down to Portland.
And an important note is that the light rail will not be sharing the tracks. with
Right,
the
that's a
hardware.
different
Yeah.
thing.
And
And
where's most of the growth happening in this region?
everywhere.
Is it everywhere or is it like? some-
There's a lot of growth right now happening in Ballard. Ballard is an old fishing village. This was something Salmon Bay it was called. There was a lot of sort of salmon runs through here and stuff. So you're getting a lot of sort of classic kind of 5/1 stuff, kind of along certain main streets, because you have Sir Washington over here. This is a lake that Olmsted Jr., I think, did.
Brothers?
One of them, not the father. And as is Discovery Park, this neighborhood Magnolia is, that's where you're gonna find like some really nice picturesque houses that are very expensive and also single family and exclusionary. And with very, very high real estate prices, but with zoning that's somewhat protectionist, right? Kind of the same thing over here with Pullman. Now, what Seattle has in terms of the way they zone is, sorry to take it, is they have what's called a village complex. So the idea is at the center of each of these, which is somewhere about in here, somewhere about in here. That's where you locate schools and maybe the main street kind of thing. And then there's some questions of how does that connect to the rest of the world. And this has always been a big fear. But one last thing. Up here, something like, this is old data, so it could be completely wrong, but something, and maybe Maggie will correct me, something like 65% of the seafood comes in the United States, comes through here, some incredible amount. Like if you ever, this is where that Alaskan, whatever, fishing fleet all docks. This is all blue collar industries. And there was originally, not only with the Native Americans, but blue collar housing here. And the issue of affordable housing is a big issue. And right now it's zoned like 2 strips, one on either side of tracks and impervious cover and oil stains. And also limited in height because, we want to preserve these sorts of views from those really nice front porches. Now, Seattle, I believe, has basically gotten rid of single family zoning. So there is that question. But the question of affordable housing is pretty big.
While you're standing up there, can you show where they're removing the Alaskan white line?
Oh, yeah, so that's down. Where are we? Down over here.
So Olympic Sculpture Park is right to the left of it.
It's right there. Right there. Right? So that's the Olympic Sculpture Park, yeah. That's the main part of the field operations thing, although they have a piece that sort of extends all the way up to here. And this is an Expedia campus, and they just made this into a piece of public landscape. Right now, like what that kind of is kind of a question. A lot of stuff happens on 15th Street. And that's what gets you over the canal and the bridge. And that's where bicyclists go. And it's not very accommodating.
Yeah, it's sort of gated and narrow in between all the rails.
Is that good?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah.
All right.
Sorry.
We're gonna have just a couple minutes while there's a model switch out, and then we'll have our second group.
I may actually do it.
And
Oh, that's why it was. Yes. Yeah, yeah.
Nice to meet you. How are you? I am. I'm sorry. I think what Jeanette, it's interesting. I think it is. I think they definitely.
We have several. What's going on, guys? Because it's reading on clouds. So you're trying to order your laptop down and shoot. He's trying to.
Can you tell him the location? Can you tell him the location of the presentation? Can you tell him the location of the presentation?
Where did this whole thing come from? We can still, I'm sorry. There are in the main building and water. Okay, yeah. I will finish my responsibility and do that, and I'm gonna use the rest. Yeah. It is just straight, it's on the other side of the floor. Yeah. Do you want me to ask? Sure. Yeah.
This is very.
Is it just
I
thought you lost the laptop here. Yeah, that's what I said when you walked away. Oh, yeah. We were all in grade 5. Yeah, we just plug in.
Justin? We can set up a laptop.
Yeah. It should be this board.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Is it just this one? Okay. There we go. All right. Okay, so we've lost our minutes, but
All right. Good. Good. Good.
I think so.
So it was really. How we do?
Yeah, but we've lost our minutes.
We might do. We have some. You're right, it is. Yeah. No idea.
It's live stream.
I have to. I really do. Actually.
One of these.
That seems good to me.
We good? So next time, do this. Like put it on a box or drag it.
We did our best.
Or at least before.
Yeah.
You guys ready? Yeah. Yes. You guys ready? We need
I'm looking forward to I think we're ready.
Okay, everyone, I think you're ready to present.
Okay, thank you all so much for being here this morning. We'll introduce ourselves real fast and then dive in. I'm Claire Kelly. I'm in my third semester in the Master of Landscape Architecture program.
I'm Dhruv Bairagi. I'm in my first semester of the Urban Design Master's program.
I'm Kaidu. This is my first year in urban design.
And I'm Justin Haller, and this is my third semester Master's Landscape Architecture.
Okay, and we are excited to present our plan for the Inner Bay Esplanade District. For Seattle's Inner Bay region, we propose a highly connected multimodal district that preserves the area's important north-south and east-west connections, modernizes key transit, and creates vibrant neighborhoods with integrated park and commercial districts. Our design acknowledges and responds to a unique set of challenges or opportunities facing Seattle in the current moment. These include, but are not limited to, a shortage of affordable housing, as well as an absence of a place for businesses and commerce that are part of Seattle's expanding economy. Okay, and we'll go ahead and give you a little bit of context.
Okay, so talking about the context of where Seattle is located, it's kind of located in the state of Washington, which is part of the Pacific Northwest, and it's strategically located. It's actually located near the Puget Sound, which is part of the Pacific Ocean. It's an inlet, and then Seattle is a seashore city. It's a seaport city, which is also which has Puget Sound as located on the west side and the Lake Washington on the right side. And you have the Lake Washington's water draining into the Puget Sound through the canal that you see on the top. And then we have the Seattle Interbay area that we are kind of designing, which is one of the main north-south connections between the city's Ballard area and the downtown area. Yeah. So this is our primary design focus. And
This is one way of viewing the area through a landscape design lens. This slide in particular highlights 4 zones. So we have the historic waterfront to the north, transit and economy, recreation, and then ecology. Our project is a lot about human interaction and experience, which is part of why we have chosen the name Esplanade. That's more of a poetic interpretation rather than a literal one, just calling to mind how people use this space. So these are, again, landscape lenses through which to view the project, but they will overlay with kind of the urban fabric as well.
yeah. So looking at the design process of how we started looking at the Interbay area, we started by identifying the existing connections between the 2 neighborhoods, that is the Queen Anne and the Magnolia neighborhoods. Then after identifying the existing connections, we looked at major more connections which actually connect the 2 neighborhoods much more better. And we were trying to activate the dead center through connecting these neighborhoods. And after looking at that, we were kind of identifying what are the topographical conditions with respect to the surface hydrology and the sea level rise that is currently happening. And this was treated by adding and creating a marshland on the edges. And then after that, we were kind of looking at the transit, and we were looking at how we could how we can look at the freight network and the proposal of a new light rail system. And looking at the 2 neighborhoods, we were also trying to treat the 2 architectural edges of the neighborhood so that the central esplanade gets activated. So in total, we were trying to create these 2 15-minute walking cities to activate the Seattle's Interbay area. And
just as we think about this zone, it's important to note this entire area is a liquefaction zone. So as much as the city wants to push in, we can't build high rises everywhere because in case of a flood and an earthquake, all of the buildings will sink. In terms of sea rise, the absolute levels of sea rise aren't that crazy. 10 inches by 2050, 28 inches by 2100. However, peak tides become, and they call them King's Tide, annual events, become more like monthly events. And 100-year floods become more like 10-year floods. We will talk more about this later, but when we're looking at some specific zones in terms of how that coupled with climate change makes habitat more difficult and creates a need for resiliency along the water's edge because it's coming up and down.
Yeah, and looking at the existing land use plan of Seattle, of the Interbay area, we have a lot of institutional and commercial land use that is currently planned in the area, which also creates redundant spaces because most of these spaces are dead and the neighborhoods are not connected that well. And looking at the topography and the mandatory affordable housing zones in these areas, we kind of noticed that there's an interesting underlying connection between how the mandatory housing affordable zones are placed alongside the Seattle's Interbay area.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
So just historically, we talked about gentrification a little bit. We have this pretty ugly commercial zone down the middle of the Interbay. And so Seattle clustered a ton of affordable housing along the edge. Now that it's becoming more attractive, you are getting gentrification pushing in. And one of the key pieces that we believe in maintaining the connection and strengthening them is creating accessibility and transit while still maintaining some of the commercial character through the land use.
Looking at the existing functions of the Interbay area, we have a lot of single family housing, which is surrounded by the Interbay area that is of its 2 neighborhoods. And then we have the We have the industrial area near the fisherman's terminal, which is at the north, which is facing the freshwater, and then we have the Smiths Cove and the Elliott Way on the south side. And then we have the Whole Foods as a market space in the Seattle Armory area, which is going to be removed soon. And we have Interway Golf area, which is in the center of the entire site. And along with that, we have some mixed-use development also happening on top of the golf course. So looking at the proposed functions, we were trying to look at the entire Interway area as a set of these 5-minute walking neighborhoods, which are kind of like these 5-minute mixed-use developments throughout the space. So trying to look at the existing connections and seeing how these neighborhoods fit, along with looking at a transit-oriented development through the center by proposals of 2 major rail stations and a transit light rail would be our main criteria. Yeah.
We have a number of slides. I'll move very quickly, and some of the groups have covered this, but basically the topography determines the water flow. We get a ton of water getting pushed down into the flat area where we used to have the tidal salt flats, the marsh that we want to restore. The fresh water cuts off where you see the arrows going in opposite directions. This will be exacerbated by climate change when we have warmer, wetter winters and more flow coming down into the middle. And then in the summer, we've got hotter, drier summers, which means we'll have more flooding. So you'll see in later drawings, as we look specifically at some of the landscape moves, it's to detain and retain more water, particularly in the summer months, and make sure we move it out quickly in the winter.
Yeah, and just looking at the overall aspects of how the development would be happening in terms of housing. We are looking at mainly affordable housing and market rate housing, and we were kind of looking at how these housings could be zoned throughout these spaces of our neighborhoods. And yeah, so we have about 1,000 housing units for the affordable and 1,200 to 1,500 for the market rate housing. And yeah, talking about the green space.
Could you go back to that slide?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Yeah.
What is the white? I don't see, what are the white buildings? You have affordable mixed use, you have market rate. What are the white?
Yeah, so actually we'll be coming back to this slide again. So this was just the zoning for the housing mixed use development, but those would be commercial and other like market rate like commercial land uses. Yeah, we'll be coming back to that.
We also have another diagrams to show the functions.
Yeah.
From the diagrams, we can see the original parks or scanty. We try to using the boulevard and greenways to connect the parks around the 2 neighborhoods and make them become one union. And we continue the 2 green belts. We can see from the diagrams. And let's meet in the golf park. Originally it's a golf park, now it's the central park of the Interway. And with that, we also have green access to from the north to the south, which connects a series parks. From north to south is this is the sea park, and this is the Transit Hall Plaza. This is the golf park. Now it's a central park, combined with the sports, become the sports center of the Interway. And this is a human-made island. Yeah, we can see it's like a letter I to spread out, connect the 2 neighborhoods. We use the green, and this is the what?
Yeah, so the recreation center here, and then the body of water next to the recreation center are a central hub for enjoyment. But what I like to focus on are the green boulevards that reach out to some of the green spaces in the city and pull the Magnolia and Queen Anne neighborhoods together as well as the extension and the restoration of the salt marsh back north up through the city.
Yeah, so those were like one of the main ideas in terms of like how do we create a salt marsh restoration situation happening over here, and then how do we try to identify the original homesteads plan of the two neighborhoods, green systems connected, and how do we kind of superimpose that on our green connected tissue. And
yeah, and the left one is the original existing conditions of the transit. The blue line is our existing south to north connection, east to west connection. We remove the two connections and build more directly connections with the two paths. And this is the original elevated highway. We remove the two elevated highway and build a transit hub in the center.
yeah, so essentially what we were trying to do is trying to create more connectivity towards the north and south. So identifying like removing that highway and kind of removing this highway, we're trying to connect more of these underlying urban fabric, like underlying geometries of the urban fabric by identifying the axis of the city in the interbay area. And that gives us the opportunity to create a central transit hub in the center that connects the two neighborhoods.
And this is our arterial road mirror system in for car. As we can see, we use a car to surround the four block, and each the four block may become one group, and the one group, the dimension of the one group is about 20 meters, and we use human oriented just build some a pedestrian in the one group, and the car is along the group.
Yeah, so this was identified by looking at the existing grid of the city, and then we identified the major transit, the major vehicular routes, as Kai pointed out, which were 200 by 200, and then they are then further divided by the pedestrian routes, which are the secondary and the tertiary road systems. Yeah, now.
About the pedestrian.
Oh, sorry.
About the pedestrian, we have the two major pedestrians. The blue one is the main pedestrian along the combined with the bicycle or along the road, and this the red dash line is another hierarchy of the pedestrian. It's kind of across the courtyard to connect, make them become a system.
One note on scale: these are big spaces, so there are certainly smaller paths in between that you'll see when we zoom in a little bit, but the ring in diameter across is 2,100 feet. Going north and south, it's 12,000 or 2.25 miles. So it's an esplanade, but it is a very big esplanade.
Yeah.
And go back to that, I'm sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
So where's the Esplanade? Is it a street or is it a?
It's an idea
So
that it's a living, open, level area by the sea that is amusing to walk along. And
Is it identified on there?
yeah, I can show it to you on the master plan. So just jumping towards the master plan, we have the existing, so like this was the fisherman's terminal originally, and we were trying to identify which buildings that can be just preserved and which buildings can stay. So if you see, this is the connective esplanade that we're trying to create through that actually gets activated by identifying, culturally activated by activating these edges of the neighborhoods, which we are trying to change by creating a different kind of land use as compared to the single family housing that was originally located over there, that connects this esplanade to more commercial and cultural activities. So we start by looking at that district as the light industries which are currently present over there, with some mixed use development happening on top, and then this district over here will sort of become like a waterfront park with a central cultural esplanade happening in the center, which further gets activated through these courtyards which further gets activated through these courtyards by creating this as a urban farming district that which we kind of detail out in the next part of the presentation. And then as we come down, we have the interbay sports park and the central park. So that becomes the center of the interbay neighborhood. And then this district, which was originally the Seattle Almy area, which will be replaced. That becomes like an ecological district, which is again like a mixed use development, which comes down to what overlooks the salt marsh that we created along with essential walkways, something sort of like a landscape pathway throughout this area. And as we go down, we see that this is the light rail that we are trying to propose over here. So we have two major stations happening over here and over here. Sorry, two major stations happening over here and over here. So this becomes the major transit hub that connects the urban agricultural district to both the neighborhoods.
Yes, we can see the relationship between the public space and the courtyard from the figured ground. We have two axes. One is along from the north sea to the south, and another is the green corridor. And almost all the buildings, the height of all the buildings is more 10 meters to 20 meters. And this is our land use plans we showed before. We keep two original industrial on the north area and south area, and along the seaside we setting some commercial and cultural. The pink one is we keep the buildings and we transform their functions into museum exhibitions and want to build these areas into a cultural district.
Yeah. And we kind of identified these massing zones by looking at the existing FARs and the existing the existing heights of the buildings in the neighborhoods, and seeing how the massing can change with regards to what is currently happening over there, what is proposed, and how we are proposing the new developments. Yeah.
Yeah, we set 5 main districts according to their surroundings and culture. One is the industrial district. The second is along the sea. It's a waterfront cultural district. The third one is urban farming district, and the fourth is a central commercial district, and finally is a eco residential district.
Yeah, so these are the essential 5 neighborhoods that we were trying to create throughout the space to activate green to behavior.
Okay, so these are 3 of those districts and how landscape interacts with them specifically. There is some forest condition that exists, of course, with it being Seattle. So in the industrial district at that northern end, we want to preserve that forest and also just bring it forward, plant more if we can. So we looked at some precedent projects where there are industrial buildings that are actually laying on fields and with forestry around them. For the waterfront historically significant district, here is that central Esplanade going out to the water. We wanted to define that primarily by kind of your colorful boulevard of trees, fruit trees, small orchards, ornamental trees that would really highlight the architecture of that central plaza, as well as intermix with some of the other plazas in the buildings. And then for the urban farming district, that's going to be characterized by more kind of open spaces where people could actually come and, you know, start a community garden or do some urban agriculture within that space.
Yeah, we can from the whole section of the interview, from the view of the east and from the view of the north, the medium are low and the both sides is tall.
Yeah, so basically we were trying to see how the new skyline would affect the existing skyline of the base area, and then looking at these districts and looking at how the massing is affecting. So we have more the urban farming areas, the urban farming towers that are happening in the urban farming district, which we come back to in the next slides, kind of framing the views as these moments that happen throughout the site. So, okay.
So the next few slides.
Sorry, you guys speed up.
Oh, okay.
We don't have all.
All right. Well, the next few slides just delve into that historic district a little bit more. So this is a section that's 300 feet long, showing how people would interact with that central boulevard space.
Yeah.
Yes, the protruding platform shows a trend of opening in order to emphasize the node and enlarge it, because we want to create different hierarchy of the water. People can touch and sit up in the platform and can enjoy the breeze of the sea.
Yeah. So.
And we can bring this part with these sections. We want to connect the park with the city, bring the city to the park.
Yeah. So just looking at the Esplanade, we were trying to see how the Esplanade's urban design can happen. So I'm just gonna like run through these presentations quickly. So just looking at how we can create this the cultural space on the ground floor and then have these have a separate layer on top, which is the transit layer that can sort of help us create these two pedestrian and the vehicular separations for the zones. And then we look at these two zones, which is the Esplanade again through these sections in which we introduce like various water features and like market spaces, as you see down. Just going to come to the district first. Yeah. So, Kai, do you want to talk about this district? Okay.
Yeah, that's why I want to make the urban farming district. We did the research about the whole Seattle. They already have some areas have the urban farming zones, but there's no urban farming place in our site currently. And Seattle has some natural resources like the water and the human. And Seattle was the fastest growing big US city in last years, and it can also become a self-sufficient system for the Seattle.
Yeah, so we were looking at the urban farming district as sort of a connector between the zones that we're trying to create, like the residential community zones and the commercial zones. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So like just looking at the design of the overall system, we were trying to identify how did we, what was the design process at coming to the stage. So firstly, by looking at the 200 by 200 grid, which was the vehicular route, which was this kind of a block, we start by identifying the pedestrian routes, which are in the center. And then we start by putting in the green fingers that sort of connect the two neighborhoods. And then then we start by identifying the moments which sort of create these views towards the waterfront area, which is towards the town, and these the two towers sort of become the urban farming towers that also help us create these two connections. And then these would be the connections that connect the two sort of zones. And yeah, do you want to talk about this? Okay, great. So yeah, these were the transit routes that we were existing originally that exist. So this is the freight network that we're budding over here, and that gives us an opportunity to connect these two neighborhoods on top with sort of a public space, which then gets connected through this as the transit hub station that connects the light rail. So this becomes the major transit hub. And yeah, quickly running through the other sections.
One more sentence.
Yeah.
Yes. We want to make the tiling of the urban farming, the function of the urban farming with the neighborhoods. And we can use the urban farming towers to set the foods and the vegetables to the community, the commercial districts, and the residential. And we can also use the underground system to transport the goods of the urban tower, such as like we built some industrial and the green deck. And also the green deck can produce some goods of urban farm. And we also can combine with the TOD transit to transport their urban goods.
Yeah. Yeah, so like just looking at the plans, we can just quickly jump to the street hierarchies. So we identified like 3 street hierarchies to see how the streets would work. So one would be like vehicular plus bus routes. The other one would be just vehicular and bus and cycle routes. And the third one, which is happening in between the neighborhoods, that would be predominantly pedestrian. And let's jump to this.
Okay, there's like 5 slides for each of these neighborhoods. This is more of a mood board. We're not going to talk about specific plans, but it is important to note the typologies. In the agriculture, we have still some moist wet grassland and shrubland at the perimeters. We have planters, both public and private. We use orchard trees and meadow plantings to go east-west between the neighborhoods, and productive and beautiful trees north-south along streets and sidewalks that also provide habitat and food for a number of animals. Let's skip this one. Next, this is the street trees that you see moving largely north and south, and some of the meadow. This is orchard trees moving east-west. Go We planted some of the roofs, as Kai mentioned, both with planters available to the residents of these towers, as well as with more of some of the smaller trees on the perimeter to provide some shade. And then when you combine them, we believe it would be a very attractive zone. As Kai mentioned, there's only one other real urban agriculture zone in Seattle, and this would be bigger and quite a bit more accessible, particularly through the middle where you see the yellow is all public area.
Oh, guys, I kind of asked that.
Yeah.
Like you're
We're
taking
just-
way too long.
Okay, we'll just quickly go through these ones again.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay.
No, there's a really critical idea. Tell us.
There's one idea at the very end.
All right.
Yeah, these are some of the sections through those zones.
So we talked about flood mitigation. Keep going. You've seen the model. I do think the ring is a really cool opportunity, and it's not just a paved ring, but we wanted to plant it, connect it from 4 different points, and plant it in ways that represent the different zones to move people along the 2100. Thank you.
Would be the last one, yeah.
Sorry to cut you short.
Yeah, no.
That was very clear. Thank you. That was very clear. Can I ask one question about suspension of disbelief, which is burying the material? You're just gonna assume that's possible, right? And I don't know if it's UP, I don't know what freight company it is, but they're gonna be agreeable and nice, and they're gonna let you do that. But how does that interact with your climate predictions about more flooding? Like, are those in conflict, or do you see that as an opportunity to somehow create innovative infrastructure in cooperation with the rail company?
Yeah, that's what like our idea was, because also looking at the site as a liquefaction zone, we were trying to see how burying the freight would not only give us the opportunity to connect the 2 neighborhoods by creating the public space, but also like seeing how innovatively we can deal with not burying it completely, but in parts where let's say the sea level water rise wouldn't happen. So let's just quickly
Do you have an intersection? Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, pretty soon we have it somewhere. Yeah, so like for example, in this area, you see the topography, the original topography is something like this. So in parts, we're not really burying it, we're just like
You're
covering
capping it,
Yeah,
which
something
is
like
really different. And I
Yeah.
think you should, it's an opportunity to talk about different kinds of infrastructural adaptation.
yeah.
And maybe not, I mean, there's a move to like make historical infrastructure invisible, which has a kind of problematic history because of removing the resource use that we all rely on and saying, oh, let's just pretend this doesn't exist by covering it up. So I think this idea that you can cap it intermittently and expose the reality of the investment in our conduits that we rely on for commercial production and energy. I mean, I don't know what this rail line is carrying, but like many of the ones that go through the Midwest are coal.
Yeah.
So, we want to talk about like, what does that mean that we're moving all this coal across the country and embedded energy in that? I think it's much more interesting to say, well, we're gonna cap it sometimes, we're gonna leave it open sometimes. What is the opportunity that we have here?
Yeah.
Maybe we're gonna provide more water mitigation, more flood mitigation along with the investment in that. Basically what you're doing is, creating artificial terrain.
Yeah.
When you create that artificial terrain, what are the other things that can happen? So then I would talk about it more as an opportunity.
Which even from a cut would be kind of interesting because you're also moving.
Yeah. The other thing I was really interested in is that when you said those 4 ideas in the beginning were landscape lenses, does that, could you elaborate on that a little bit more to talk about why they are, say, landscape lenses rather than infrastructural urbanism lenses or landscape urbanism or landscape infrastructure lenses? Like, what do you mean when you call them landscape lenses?
Yeah, so I mean, it is intended to be all of those things, right? A close kind of relationship and marriage with the urban design fabric and context of the city. But specifically that southern portion, I think, is a good lens through which you really see the landscape come out, because that's ecology, and that's where we have the big pedestrian circle where you can go and actually experience, different landscape zones. And we also have done, we've created this kind of chain of barrier islands and a man-made island to make this marshland happen as well.
Go ahead. I think the reality is that this might be zones, but then you want these things to interact and to be kind of interdependent. And that's where the opportunity comes in, is for, how does transit and economy become interdependent with ecology so that they both serve each other? And your project seems to do that, right? I think you're showing that happening in your design solutions, but this is almost the not even the before, but the beginning idea, and then the idea is the mix of the colors. And that would be a great diagram to show us at the end. Okay, now we started with this idea that these 4 things are here, but then we merge them all together. Or not even merge them all together, you specifically intervened. And that's why I think showing the systems is also really important, because then when you intervene in those systems to do this new thing that you're trying to do, then you can clearly show how you're improving the resilience of those systems in the long run. And then give us an example and maybe 1 or 2 instances where they're trying to cover those things.
Oh, I was just going to reinforce what the status, right? It was, excuse me, I started to clear it. Sorry. And now we're in a hurry. Okay. No, my interest was this. If those are landscape systems, how do they actually dictate form, right? Not just to the landscape architectural elements, right? But actually to the form of the urban patterns, right? And so which would give us opportunities to experiment or innovate.
Yeah.
And my interest is that I hope is at some point you will quantify what it is that you have done in terms of supporting the larger scale maintenance and turnover to restoring or introducing back into these others, the landscape systems. So is there an open space requirement or ratio? What's the forest to industry ratio? So we get a sense of the density. And I think if you could, instead of knowing that you have to paint the beautiful picture, but if you actually can say how quantification, how you were able to quantify what was sustainable or what the goals were, I think that would set things up as we envision this, not just as a solution for here, but as a template that can be applied and developed. Depending upon location.
It's a great
Thank
point.
you, yeah.
So, where we were trying to build in more topography along the water's edge, it's important to note that the tidal salt marsh is not going to be the same as it used to be. And so we had some of that section.
Sure, no, fair.
But no, but trying to quantify that would be a great idea.
Well, I think it's really critical because I think it would help get you away from some of the form making that you're doing right now, that to me seems based on some very unclear premises. I think specifically the block structure of it, which is pretty relentless, and I can understand you're trying to set height, for the buildings. You're trying to understand a certain their uses for urban agriculture, for all sorts of things, but even if you look in the surrounding neighborhoods, the grids start to deflect and shift, and they especially do that when they come up to water's edge, right?
Yeah.
And I think this is true of the last project too, that this is a good first pass. It's begin to quantify things, but it's now, in danger of dominating some ideas. And I think the circle in the bottom too is you've arrived at that too quickly. I think going back to all of this project, and which would be parceled out to different architects and developers, right? And so they're going to be bringing additional ideas to this, which is a good thing. And but the more clarity you have for what you're actually trying to achieve in each of these 4 parts allows that to have better happen, right? And I don't think you're in a great position now to start peeling some pieces back and say, what was the intention? And giving people in the marsh zone a point of prospect.
Yeah.
A sense of continuity of, being a sense of being able to move through. Does that really need a whole circle? Is that a series of other ways of connecting? Like, I think you can go back in now. Thank you for the sections. They're really helpful. This was a lot to digest, but you get the sense that you are trying to pick these systems apart.
Yeah.
And understand them as systems. And to Hope's comment, actually to all of the comments so far, I think now you would need to look even more deeply into how these systems function.
Yeah.
What's the turning radius of the light rail or the freight? What are the maximum grades they can follow? Like every system has its parameters, and that helps you.
Yeah.
It is quite a bit of work, and I do see the evidence starting to look at the systems that I would like to see more, when you talk about the floodplain, there's a lot of aspects to that. When you said sea level rise, that's actually quite substantial on a national scale. So you kind of played it down, but that you said it wasn't much. And my perspective, I would disagree. I think if you looked at the averages, and then I think there's quite a bit more if you're really engaging that with the system. What's the storm surge? What are the historical surge? Some elements like that, and what's the impact on that edge of the landscape. I think that you exaggerated the scale of many of the landscape components so that they would read, and I don't think it's serving you well in terms of how you're really thinking about them. Some of the trees are the size of a commercial building, it's not really getting you the feedback that you need from your drawing to make a good proposal.
Yeah.
And then the last piece, I think, I'm just encouraging, I personally have a fondness for the amazing recreation and county in Seattle area, climbing, paddleboarding, kayaking. There's a deep connection between how people in that culture has chosen to recreate that it goes back beyond colonization, and it's just a neat way to connect with the landscape. And I don't really see it here. I see sports fields and then a trail that's very constructed. So I think developing and getting into that would be really exciting. And I would encourage you to connect to those things as you go to different places and see what they are.
Definitely. Yeah.
I was gonna follow up on the diagram side of things, and I appreciate all the great diagrams you guys did, because it did help frame your story a lot more so. I think, in fact, this reminds me of a plan that I did down in San Marcos so I did the Texas State University master plan, and then we were hired to do the city of San Marcos master plan. So it was great being able to do both. And one of the diagrams I did was very similar to this, right? Because the university's up on the high side, they're having issues with flooding. And so we were, I encourage you to think about, as the water drains down this way, to capture it in a series of ponds, maybe before it actually starts to go out to the real body of water. Maybe that's kind of buried in here, but I think one of the things that might have been a missed opportunity is the notion of connecting this piece to this piece, right? And the overlap between that and I see that in my mind, there's something that could have happened here in a landscape way that's very different than what you came up with as a solution. I mean, I'm sure this is beautiful, but the idea is that maybe that overlap could be something different. And start to become the central. I like the idea of the screen. Of course, it's already kind of there, right? It's this open amenity. But it's how you program it, and maybe that piece that plays off as these other two. Right. And part of that diagram, right? We got density here, this big great park, but then it's got a multiple series of other things that connect back into the neighborhood. So he started it in both directions, just didn't quite resolve it here in the middle. But that's a thing you can work out later. My only other comment would be, having worked with developers out in the real world, they're about making money, right? And so when you're talking about the building heights, so if you were sitting in a room with a developer and say, hey, we've got all this stuff here and all this up here. What do you think about building heights and where can we take, most opportunity of that? Well, it's views out to the park, right? You build your tallest building along this edge. And I appreciate the fact that you've got kind of 2 vertical towers that relate to that piece.
Yeah.
Over here, whatever. But, the highest dollar housing units are going to sell us along that edge because look at the views. I mean, that's incredible. So think about the amenities and what has the best views out. That's where you make, and not in all cases, but I could see this whole edge being much taller, than maybe some of the other stuff.
Yeah, I want to argue with that.
Okay.
I
put on my developer hat.
Right, I'm gonna put my developer hat on.
Yeah.
Because what I like about, because my question, and this is maybe not for you guys, maybe this is as we go on to other projects, is the segregation of affordable housing and market rate housing, right? And that idea that housing, we put a group of people together because they have a certain economic level, but that's proven to be not the way to go, right? So this idea that who gets the view and who, who gets the right to have the best access to the park space, I think you've got to, you can't tackle everything, and that's not your concept, right? Your concept is not about necessarily thinking about this as an equitable development, but the minute you put in there that there's a difference between this is labeled affordable and this is labeled market, and the white stuff that we don't know what it is, that might be something else, right? I think you've got to ask harder questions about housing. I mean, you guys are looking at millions and millions of dollars of investment in housing, and even though you're doing a framework, and I'm gonna say the master plan word is dead, we're gonna have to come up with a better word, we're gonna have to talk about it at some point. But because now, with our 10 and 28 inches of sea rise, which I also think is a lot, what I'm wondering about is the plan that is flexible to change and adapt to as the conditions are changing. And so I kind of wanted you to talk about the circle as, at some point it's going to be underwater, or at some point it's going to be on the ground, or what is the relationship, I guess, between the climate crisis and the wealth crisis? Maybe this is going to be my refrain for the day, but I think when you're distributing the view, which is what you've done by making some of the back housing taller and some of the front housing lower, and that I think is a gesture towards equalizing that view access, even if you're not explicitly talking about housing and equity. So I appreciate that.
Sorry, can you put your zoning diagram?
Yeah.
Housing.
It was affordable housing in the back and.
Oh, this is just
housing in the
Dean
front.
said.
I mean, in a way, sorry to interject.
No.
You guys had an idea about it, yes?
Yeah.
Within how the housing was supposed to work in here, was going to be a mixture of all kinds of different classes and workforce housing and all this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And then you went and you zoned it.
It wasn't this one, it was the earlier one,
Oh, the other.
the axon or the.
There.
You went and you zoned it. You said, well, these 3 blocks is where 4 people live, this is whatever. I actually, for me personally, I don't think that's the way to do it. I think you're trying to create kind of almost like a micro building, like you started with 2 15-minute cities.
Yeah.
So the first thing is, what does that mean? Kind of to you programmatically and all that sort of stuff. What's its relationship to these neighborhoods? But then within that, you kind of create micro villages, if I read your project correctly. You use 200 feet, it's 200 meters, yeah?
The 5-minute neighborhoods.
This dimension.
Yeah.
And then, so you create a kind of super block.
Yeah.
Right, with smaller blocks inside it and then social stuff. But when you look at those super blocks in relationship to how you zoned things, for me, there's too much segregation going on.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't, I think I'm a pushover with this one. And that the diagram of the 4 zones, that you don't need to go with me knowing which one it is. You can leave it on here.
Okay.
To me, it helped me get my head around this project and to understand it. And that's really important for the audience to understand, where you're going and, what is this place? What is the character of it? And I think, your big ideas were centered around those, you know, the idea of the 4 zones. And so I'm thinking very positively the way that you've presented it, and that you gave us a framework to understand where you're going. That in a sense, it was a roadmap to understanding of what you did. Also, this presentation shows good teamwork. You work together, the graphics, everything seems to, except towards the end. Towards the end, I was quite frankly getting tired. There were just too many. It was sort of like you had all the stack of things we got to, you know, you shoved them in at the end. And there was a logic probably why they were at the end, but it was way too much information. And you need to cherry pick what are the important things that you want to present. You don't have to tell us everything.
Yeah.
You don't have to go into your wardrobe and show us all your shoes and all your socks. We don't need to, you know, this would be a report. You'd have a public presentation. There would be an executive summary and a report, and all that stuff I think could be in the back. I was exhausted by the time I got there. The consistency of your graphics was very good. There were a lot, in some cases, there were titles missing. I couldn't figure out exactly, you know, is this existing or proposed? You know, what is it that you're talking about? But, you know, overall, the graphic consistency was excellent. The layout, easy to read. And you showed us in your presentation the power of diagrams in communicating. So I like the project. I like the idea that you know, that each of these zones has its own character, and yet it's tied together by, you know, the transit and the greenway, and that you've made reference and dealt with the neighborhoods at either side. The one question, as soon as I looked at that model, you know, why a circle? Why not a triangle or a needle, like the space needle? No, I know, please don't, no more space needle. But you know what? It's iconic. It has an iconic aspect to it, but I don't know why.
I think we'll leave it with that question.
Thank you so much.
Are we good? We're good? Yes.
I just click OK and then click down to the bottom. Yeah.
We started. Yeah, you're sharing through Zoom, which is what you should be doing. So we're good. We're good. We're ready to go. You guys ready? Okay. We're ready.
Yeah.
Love the picture, by the way. It tells a story that we haven't seen.
Thank you.
Okay, we ready? So let's.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Our team is presenting Interpay, and we are calling this project the Missing Stitch. And I know I'm Aparna. I'm in the first semester of urban design.
I'm Catherine. I'm in second year MLA.
I'm Anna, and I'm also in the second year of the life program.
I'm Abel. I'm in the first year of the program of urban design.
Our site is located in the Cascadia region that's connecting from Vancouver, Portland, and down to Seattle. And currently, Seattle is the fastest growing city in the United States. And we have some of the major concerns that are off this zone, which we will tackle later on in the presentation. These two maps show the railway line connections that exist between the three cities commonly mentioned. One of the most happening underutilized site is our Interbay site that is in the center of Magnolia and Queen Anne. And this slide gives us a good context of what we are looking at as our important aspect of the project. And we have divided the project into four categories: urban resilience, ecology and environment, connectivity and mobility, and social and economies. We also see on the larger map where we have proposed the two train stations that are going to be the intermodal stations.
Okay. So can you return? So we are trying to analyze all the information of Seattle based in these aspects: urban resilience, ecology, environment, connectivity, and mobility, of course, social and economy. That is so important for the cities. So in this map, we are trying to express the future, the context of Seattle. I mean, this is the Interbay, yeah. So it's a train stations, and in the same time we are looking, or we are studying the sea level rise, how it's going to be in the next years. At the same time, we know that the maritime industry is a powerful economy that we can use for the future development. So in that sense, we are thinking to have an urban agenda, is trying to understand what is the most important thing to develop in the project. And in the same time, we are working in some strategies. For example, could be open space framework, network of pedestrian and bicycle path. So this is just ideas to understand how it's going to be in the future of Seattle.
Just to already summarize what our project you could expect in our project, we have these design strategies and approaches laid out, where we have looked at achieving smaller carbon footprint, greater diversity, flexibility in terms of how spaces have been created, creating pleasant microclimate. Then we have also diversity of outdoor spaces, creating a main pedestrian path and a bicycle highway. You will also see in our model and the 3D model that shows the diversity in the built forms.
And I'd also like to add from an ecological perspective, we understand that this site is highly contaminated as being an industrial site. So we're utilizing strategies of phytoremediation throughout this project to remediate the soil, air, and water quality on the site. So you'll see that as the presentation continues.
This map is showing us the proposed versus existing green spaces, where we also referring back to Olmsted green space network, where there are many park spaces and boulevards that Olmsted had proposed, but it was just a vision and it never got completed. And we are trying to see how Interbay as a connection plus introducing green fingers can connect to the neighborhood parks.
And we're also integrating green infrastructure into the landscape design and building structures and into the neighborhoods for more remediation of water.
So in this map, we are trying to study the view corridors, like existing view corridors are in green. Trying to see how it's going to be in the future. It's not the view corridors, it's also the open spaces, that is public spaces, is a space for people. So we are trying to create like connections or a network between the existing open spaces with the new ones that could be in this space, is the red ones. So we are trying to connect not all the city. I mean, if you walk from here, you are going to connect like people for these two neighborhoods, but at the same time you can connect a city with, for example, downtown that is a little far away from here, and Ballard for another part of Seattle.
And this is getting into what previous groups have discussed, but for us, the history of industrial degradation is particularly important in the south side of the site. It was formerly water, wetland, and then it was filled in 1894. And our project is seeking to kind of restore that condition, as we're cognizant that the sea level is going to rise because of climate change, and we are looking at adaptive strategy versus a treatment strategy.
So in this map, this is existing transit network of Interbay. So here is the existing bus stations from the types of transit that we have. But in the future, we know that there is a one line that it will be here, that is line rail train. So we are trying to use this line like a potential to create potential transit hubs that could be in the south and it will be in the north. So we are trying just to connect every type of transportation.
And taking Abel's statement forward, where we are trying to use the light rail system. Obviously, when a light rail system comes in, there are developments happening along the light rail system. So we can see that Interbay is one such development. And this slide talks about the urban grid, where we studied the existing urban fabric grid of Seattle, and we try to see how these modules can fit into Interbay and how we convert that into the block sizes. And that's what you see on the left side of the slide. And it's also related to the macro and the micro economy, where right now the zoning suggests that there are a lot of single family dwelling units with very limited commercial aspects. But this sort of helps us in developing mixed development blocks, and that will help generate economy on the site. Moving forward, this map shows us what are the potential changes that we have done to the site. We have tried to keep some of the buildings, refurbish some of the buildings, and we have also tried to densify some of the buildings.
So we know the urban agenda that we made at the beginning of the presentation. So we are trying to relate every action in the site with this urban agenda. So one of the main actions is trying to connect, as we said, the network of transit, connect the neighborhoods, and at the same time connect this part of Interbay with the south of Seattle and with the north. And then we are creating green rings in this neighborhood and at the same time in this neighborhood.
These are some of our process sketches where we started the project and how we arrived at what we have today as a digital output.
Can you come back? Yeah, for example, in this drawing, we are trying to express the city could be a system, could be you can connect with everything, with the buildings, with a train station, with this boulevard that we are creating, and yeah, that's it.
So for the master plan, we decided to do big landscape strategies. And one of our main ideas is to have phases of remediation. So our first phase of remediation would be the south zone where the armory site is, and we would want all of them to be remediation plots of 4 different types, and there's also bioswales integrated. And then within 30, 50 years, the remediation would be removed, and then the zone would get built out. We also highlighted some of our other hubs on our master plan. Sorry for using that word. So the transit hub in the north and the path that we put in the center, which also goes with the half-buried freight lines that we are proposing, and also the importance of public spaces within our design.
This is how we've looked at how the zones will get developed. Zone 1 is what we are looking at mainly as first phase, and zone 2 is the park. Zone 3 is what Catherine was suggesting, the remediation strategies, where the data of these remediation plots will be used for other future developments. And the phase 2 suggests that in a period of 20 years, maybe the remediation will give us a positive result, and that land can be converted into a possibly developable land. Jumping into the housing affordability, which is the major crux of Seattle right now, because Seattle is facing a lot of housing shortages. We can see, as already mentioned, that there are a lot of single-family dwelling units and a few multi-family dwelling units. What we are proposing in our project is mostly lots that have mixed-use development.
So on our site, technically you could call all of Interbay a brownfield site, because even the neighborhoods in Interbay are contaminated with arsenic and lead from a smelter plume that is south of the site in Seattle. And so we really took the contaminated areas to heart, and we wanted to remediate the soil and the groundwater and even the air as much as we could to have a healthy land environment before we would want to build. So in the 3 zones, there's
many of the same contaminants, but also the middle zone, zone 2, is the current landfill. And so we are planning to keep it capped and build a large park on top of it.
Continuing with the affordable housing and the urban district, this series of diagrams show what the phase 1 blocks would look like, with the retail at the ground level, dominated by retail at the ground level, and then we have offices. We also have housing towards the inner side of the block, and we also have a neighborhood school in order to complete it as a district. Just to give you an idea of how the metrics have worked out is currently Seattle on an average proposes 7% of affordable housing, but just taking a bold step of how it can be addressed, we are doubling the number of units that can be possibly achieved on the zone and moving that into affordable housing units. Again, like this is studying further the connectivity, the hydrology, and the building edges of zone 1, and a series of sections that talk about what kind of spaces can be achieved within the blocks. We also looked at how live, work, play can act out, and these 3 diagrams show what the blocks would look like and what landscape inserts would also look like. And the bottom section is cut across the Travel Street. That's one of the main sections that we paid attention to, where we submerged the freight lines, and also we kind of proposed the light rail at the road level that we proposed.
So where in this model is that section come? And this is the other one that is the arch.
Yes.
So you're cutting back here somewhere,
Yes.
right? There.
It would be nice if we could see where this is on the plan.
Right, so we want to foster a healthy living environment for everybody who chooses to move here. And part of OMSED's plan was, whenever he designed landscapes, was to have a passive and active area. So we wanted to integrate passive areas for just sitting, waiting for your train or your bus, and then also active areas within the park for recreation.
This is a view of how we envision the bicycle path would be in terms of how engaging the bicycle highway would be. And that's the white strip that can be seen on our model.
I think we've already discussed this. This is an example of our test plots where we're going to be researching different phytoremediation strategies and seeing what works best.
Here's also another section that zooms into the different remediation strategies along the spine and also within the rest of our design, and not just on the remediation plots. Taking back the land for the marsh is considered a remediation technique. And we have a series of airflow buffers, windbreaks throughout our design because of the prevailing southwesterly winds that come up through the middle of Interbay because of its sunken nature within the 2 neighborhoods. And we really wanted to elevate the air over the people enjoying the space and not continue to contaminate with pollutants.
I think we just have 2 more slides. These are detailing the specific strategies and how they would look from an ecological perspective, but also how humans and urban fabric might interact with these landscape systems. For those who don't know, maybe we should have said this right at the beginning, sorry, but phytoremediation. The plants utilize their roots and their leaves and structure to pull contaminants into themselves and slowly throughout time remediate the soil. So we have, I'll just give one example. It's called a multi-mechanism buffer, and it utilizes several different species of
plants to pull contaminants from groundwater at a deep level to pull them into the plants. And then this is more of those strategies as well. There's a couple examples here dealing with buildings specifically and how we might remediate reusing green and blue roofs to potentially irrigate landscape around the site and mitigate water flow and rising seas. And that is it for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question of just information. You're the second group that showed a diagram of that this is a liquefaction zone. But you didn't really explain the importance of that. Could you do that?
Yeah, I apologize. I glossed over that. Yeah, for us, I mean, I guess from my perspective, there isn't a whole lot you can do about the situation of it being on the fault line. I guess we chose to address it like that space has a lot of natural elements to it and kind of to move the buildings to the edge. But I suppose we didn't think there was a whole lot to be done about.
I think there's an influence on the building typologies and the heights that we chose.
As a soil condition.
Yeah.
But if there's a major earthquake in Seattle, it tests.
Yeah, I bring it up because I think that it caused you to make certain decisions that didn't seem to then be explained. And I would just recommend that you do it for any of these fundamental issues. You explained the brownfield issues in much more detail, but I have a question for all teams actually, because you're doing it too. You have these landscape strategies that are driven by certain premises, but then when you get into housing, it doesn't penetrate the housing. It just kind of stops, and you do these landscape strategies that are very contained. And I'm really questioning all of the projects on that approach. That you're coming out of the gate with some strong systems proposals about either the need for these remediation landscape strategies or for other reasons that we've heard different things from different teams. But there is then, I think, you kind of undermine your premise of these values that are kind of driving your whole project in certain ways when you make them stop at the edge of the buildings. And I think you have big enough spaces in there. I realize the buildings are a placeholder for what comes next, but you are retaining large enough exterior spaces that they could have more identity, or at least a stronger premise driving them that could lead to how they are developed.
These, to your point, I've been going to Seattle fairly regularly. I just came back, as a matter of fact, last Sunday, I guess. I don't know, I've lost track of time. And I've been going to Seattle for years, flying back where we lived in Anchorage, and then for whatever reason, I've been going to Seattle a lot, for a day, for a week. Anyhow, what I've noticed in the last couple of years, that the character of Seattle, particularly the areas outside of the core, is really being overrun and character, to your point of character, by these 3- and 4-story apartments condominium, and they line the streets, particularly the streets where there's transit, and there's this sameness, and it's a very sort of stark architecture, lacking character. And Seattle is known for its architectural heritage and character. So I think that's something to be, caution you about, as far as the point that she raised, or I'm elaborating on. I think this is a good project. And you started out, as I recall, talking about sea level rise, and I forget the number you used, but by what, 20 something, it's gonna be 40, it doesn't, is it 40 something feet? Whatever the number is. You don't
18
need,
inches?
yeah, why don't you- let's go back to that. I think it's a couple more.
Sea level rise.
It was very early on in your presentation. And I think, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, let's looks that red line, is that red line,
That's
that's your site. Well, there was a diagram that showed what it would be like with 47-foot rise, I believe. Okay, I don't, whatever one it is, I don't remember. Let's just stop there and say that somewhere there's a red line showing 47 feet. And it seems to me that that sets up a premise for your project, or could, because I'm not sure what your premise is, quite frankly. You may have it clear in mind, but at least to me, and I may be the only one in the audience, I don't get it. I don't know what your, what is your goal? What are you trying to do? I understand what the pieces are that you present, but I don't know how they all fit together in some overall overriding premise. And if sea level rise is an important issue and needs to be addressed, maybe be bold and say, let's not develop here. Why are you putting these 3 and 4 story, really monstrosities, back in here and lacking character? So that's really, my point is, I do think, well, I think you have a good project in that it really raises a lot of questions about, well, what did you do? Why are you doing it? And I think I'll stop there. You need a premise. I don't know what it is. I know that you thought about the pieces, and I think you have a good hook. If you would start with, here's 47 feet or whatever the number is, or 22, and darn it, we're not going to build there. Why build there? And her point about liquefaction, it really is an issue because there are earthquakes in Seattle. And with liquefaction, the buildings will move, and it require a whole set of design standards that are unique to an area that has liquefaction.
I agree with what's been said, and there was something in the presentation I wanted to make sure I understood. So you mentioned Olmsted's plan. Are you proposing to implement it? Is that what's happening?
We are trying to see how the boulevard can get implemented.
Okay.
It's taking his ideas that he never got to finish, and we wanted to try and implement his ideas now.
Okay, but what is there now?
On internet, like,
well, because I saw like a much larger diagram.
As a system.
the green spaces that exist now.
Yes, well, so I guess I think you found something interesting. Yeah, but then it didn't come back to the system thinking that we're talking about, the fact that we're talking about. I think some of those ideas about connecting into this huge area that might slowly be mediated is interesting, but if I read this diagram, I'm seeing quite a few things that are there now that I don't think you can ignore anymore, so I would just challenge you to question that a little bit more. That's interesting, but I don't know how relevant it is, frankly. So that's something I'd like you to think about further. I am glad that you took on the issues and challenges of contamination. You talked about the point source contamination. which I believe would probably be toxic to the touch. That's usually what happens at most smelting areas. So I think it's the duration of how long it would take to really remediate the site, and if your proposal to do it the way you're hoping to was really feasible, is tenuous, but I like that you took on quite a remediation.
The numbers this far away from the smelter site are 20 parts per million, which is still livable. So the phase 1 buildings on the north side could already be built out, and we just wanted to remediate more of the site and also the other contaminants besides the arsenic and the lead. So that was the strategy there. So it's not so toxic that you can't live there right
So,
now.
but yeah, but what's livable? I just think there's
Oh,
a
20 parts per
standard,
billion of arsenic.
and then
is-
there's just the ethics and what you want to achieve.
Right, so
Right.
I guess that's not for me to decide, but
Right.
the Seattle.gov says. Yeah,
Okay.
you just can't have like
Children.
yeah, kids playing around, yeah. Exactly.
To air.
So while you're on this, yeah, it's funny as reviewers, I mean, this is such a complex project, like every lens we look through, everybody's gonna have a different, they're gonna talk about specifics. I'm always gonna, kind of revert back to diagrams, because it's all part of communication for me, but a couple of things I think you guys have been doing great on that I haven't seen in the other ones yet is how these diagrams stack, and instantly you can kind of understand the layers all in one picture, right, versus doing slide by slide. And so I appreciate that. I appreciate the fact that you've done this, macro to micro and saying, so that we understand you're thinking at multiple scales all at the same time, which is really tough to do, right? But to show that you're thinking through that in a variety of levels. And for an example, in this diagram, it's a great diagram. My only comment would be that your proposed screens isn't enough of a difference for us to be able to see it on screen. So I always know that when you're doing it in Photoshop or whatever program you're using, it looks great on your screen, but always test it when the screen you're going to be on and say, because sometimes they get washed out. And so a real powerful diagram can not be as strong as you want it to be because it doesn't show on screen like you think it's going to. So you can always kind of test that. And I appreciate that you've done and thought about the whole sea rise thing and almost adapted your plan to adjust for that. I was mentioning earlier, somebody I was doing a master plan in Florida where they have, 15-foot storm surges. So it's, they're just getting worse. So we kind of came in and so I did it before and after diagram saying, hey, here's the water today. And in a 15-foot storm surge, the entire campus is underwater by 4 feet, how are we gonna address that in the future? So we came up with a design idea about elevating, not on stilts, or like they've done in the past, but that design philosophy was driven by kind of reacting to what's the worst case scenario is going to happen. So I think, part of what you're doing here, and I like kind of the part that we understood a part of what was the rail yard is it's connectivity back and forth across that. It becomes kind of important that I'm not seeing resolved yet, but that'd be the next level of detail.
That's raised some really interesting questions. You know this about the site, and nobody yet has set up. So I'm not picking on you, Rona, I'm picking on everybody. It strikes me there's some top level priorities for the city of Seattle about this site. Like, does the rail line absolutely have to be functional in anything short of a catastrophic? It would strike me that the city has systems here in place that need to keep functioning, and that could begin to some of the decisions you're making. But the other piece is, I'm sort of looking, maybe it's a more philosophical question, but Olmsted was very visionary in his combination of sort of civil engineering, public health, and landscape architecture and urbanism in his way. And so he had a vision that was driven by a set of values in the time that he did this big plan. And you've discovered that there was a bigger plan. So I would be really interested in you now saying, well, we're working on this place that's in the heart of these two rings. But it's 2021 and we have these other issues now. And so what now is the big vision that is driving this? And from what you're saying, one of them is we don't just cap, we remediate. And maybe you do that through the whole thing, and that really does start to shift the planning so that you're going a little deeper into really what is it like when you start harvesting those plants to take the toxic metals away. That's a sequence of processes that change the landscape and change the adjacencies around buildings, right? So I feel like you've thrown a lot of really interesting ideas into this that are kind of looking for for me, the one primary value statement that's going to make everybody want to do this and understand that not only do we want to do it, it's imperative that we do this at this time and place.
Which I completely agree with, but of course.
No, she was calling you.
Thank you. Which I completely agree with, but here's the thing, my shackles always go up, maybe the hair on the back of my neck on phyto remediation research plots. I always feel like that's, and excuse me, this is a little direct. I always feel like it's a programmatic cop-out.
Okay.
Because it doesn't have a specific form or let's say mechanical, right? You're just laying it out in plots. But yet, right, as we know that there's different plants work at different time scales with different contaminants. And we also know that there's surface, air, and water. So the morphology and the shape of all those different potential contaminants and movement underground have different shapes that don't necessarily align with rectangles.
Yeah.
Right? And so here's the thing, that is where you take a stance. We're going to grow the plants, harvest, burn, and then where do they take us through the whole process? And also based upon former land use or speculating about underground movement of contaminants sets up another morphology and shape. And the conflict becomes, right, development over time in what shapes and areas that meet goals at 10, 20, and 100. And then you also have to speculate, where does it go? And, or if the developer needs the money now, this is your strategy. We're gonna, bring an oven on site and cook it all away and then fine. What minimum levels can you deal with? Right? And I think it starts to set up a framework for yourselves and potential scenarios. And what it does is it takes you beyond the research and turns it into something that drives form and shape, which is really like what you are looking to challenge now.
Yeah.
So, but yay.
I guess I'll call it preliminary now. Our preliminary shape was a grid. I think it's beyond this, but it was pulled from the neighborhood, and so it's not there.
It didn't come from what you're reading. It came from a friend.
I will describe it more next time. I'm sorry.
And Catherine, I can't wait for that next time.
Okay. And so then these plots are also the building
But
blocks.
they come from
Yeah, but
an
what's the
economic
measure?
system.
Say that again?
Yeah, what's the system of measure? Is that how the turning radius of the equipment that harvests those plants at that time?
Great point. We did not get to that.
But you see, that's what I'm getting at, right? Because what it does is again, it's different sets of systems of measure influenced, right? The block structure here, which would present you with a completely different proposal. And then it's the negotiation between that and your block structure. Like that's the great discussion that you have with your colleagues.
Well, and I think you bring up two really, really important points. So one is you have the model on this drawing of what the closest thing to a natural system in this area, or two natural systems are, which is the amorphous green shape to the right of the site, right?
Right, which is existing, yeah.
Which is existing. And so you know that natural systems, you know, these are all quote unquote natural systems because we know nothing's natural anymore, but you know that they grow in forms that are not squares
Mm-hmm.
and that they thrive in forms that are not squares. So I think that's part of your point. But I think the other more important part, and I think you guys probably are the first to even talk about this at all, is the span over time. You know, that this came up a little bit in the last project, that climate change is changing over time, right? The water level is rising, the heat is increasing, the drought or rainfall is changing over time. And when you look at a project of this scale, you're projecting to, you're frozen in a moment, which is hopefully at least 50 years from now, but it's definitely something that's going to change in 10 years and 25 years and 50 years and 75 years. So not only is that the flood level and the other climate conditions that are going to change, but transportation is changing really radically. And at some early point in your presentation, I think you guys said high-speed rail. I think there's a note for high-speed rail. So I think as an opportunity to project a future of the sort of environmental systems, you absolutely, everyone should be simultaneously thinking about the future of transportation and movement systems, because they're so radical in your site and they're so dominant, even though you've also buried the rail or capped the rail. I'm not sure where and how much that happens. But the reality is that this changes to a different system. It changes to a high-speed rail. This changes to a hyperloop, or if we bring in more autonomous trucking and we're no longer moving things the same way we are now, which we're not going to be. Well, what does that mean to the site? You know, what does that mean to the whole future of this system? So I think everyone needs to probably think more radically about the alternative systems that are intersecting the ecological systems on the site, because they're also in the process of changing. The first thing I thought of when you said you were talking about the remediation of that particular location, and then you were remediating it up to a level where you could then rebuild it. I was like, oh, then you're just ruining it again, you know, right? Then you're just contaminating it again. So my question is, remediating to what, and remediating for whom? You know, what does that mean when you say you're remediating something? And it might very well be that you're remediating it for all of the future occupants of the city, you know, human and non-human alike, ecological systems of a whole variety. And that if you think about, I love that question of what would Olmsted think now, you know, what would Olmsted's vision be now? Olmsted would probably not build housing here. You know, he would think about remediating this as a lung for the city, as he would say. So I think that question of to what level do you think about remediation, and who do you remediate for in a projection for the future of 50 to 75 years from now, which you have to do at this scale? Those are the deeper, more philosophical questions.
I'm seeing a bumper sticker. What would Olmsted do?
Can I just raise another thing about the parks per million? It's also very sensitive that for so long, economically marginalized populations have been placed in places that were supposedly safe, right? And we know are not. And so that's another piece that I think we as designers, whether we're architects, landscape architects, urban designers, it's incumbent upon us now to recognize that and to be really critical and accepting standards and making, you know, basing assumptions on it. Unless you've really found that it aligns with what you're trying to do. Can I have one more thing? I don't know how, you have
Well, what I'm
thought.
thinking is that
It's a general question for everybody.
we need to break it to 12:30, which is
Okay.
schedule, which means our fourth group is probably going to go for the afternoon, which means we basically have 20 minutes.
Okay, I'll save it for the next team.
No, I think he's saying we have 20 minutes now.
I'm saying that's
Extra
20
now.
minutes.
Well, you know, right now, we've just experienced a pandemic, and coming out of it, there's an enormous discussion to change work. Yeah, and work life, and you're beginning to talk about that. But I would be really curious, if you really embrace that, would this plan be different? And how? You don't have to answer that right now.
Yeah, I don't know, that's cool.
I was glad to hear you talk about it, and but then kind of, it's hovering there. And, you know, I'm very curious about this whole question, and especially if there's affordable housing, which tend to be frontline workers who don't have as much control over working at home. And so you know, it's not wanting to add layers and layers of more complexity to this, but this, you know, is what we deal with when we're imagining a built environment in the future.
I liked your diagram too for adding a couple things, your 4-part diagram, but I wanted it to be deeper, like I wanted to get it better. I wanted it to have more detail to it, and I wanted to better understand how it was driving your project. I think that earlier comment about like, what is the big thesis? When I saw this, I was like, oh, there's gonna be a big idea about a 2050 urban agenda. And then I thought you were gonna relate it like to maybe the Sustainable Development Goals, the UN Habitat, the IPCC, the Green New Deal, like those are all like agendas, you know, with like a serious list of accomplishments. And so in theory, I like this because it also, you know, I think the missing stitch is kind of a little bit predictable when you have a gap and you want to connect 2 neighborhoods. But then I saw this and I was like, oh, the stitches between these 4 quadrants. And I wanted that, like the crossover lines to be the core of the project, right? So that there wasn't just a physical stitch in the neighborhood, but there was like the stitch between the categories.
Excellent.
Yeah, no.
Honestly, you know, I kept thinking, you know, well, what did they talk about with Dr. Shearer last semester? You know, a year ago, a semester ago, a semester ago. And I was just like, I see something. And then I really, I was trying to trace the arrows and connect, as you have said, trace those arrows back into formulating decisions in the plan. And yeah, I completely concur.
If somehow this diagram followed during your presentation, so you could see how either each one of those are addressed, that might be one way. You know, you had it in your mind, but it might actually be a diagram where, you go back to the diagram just quickly. Yeah, maybe this is too simple, but the urban resilience, you highlight that, make that a little darker, and then in your plan or as a plan developments, here's I don't know what, I guess the ecology environment thing needs to be taken in terms of phasing, might need to happen first before you do any development there. Or some of the development that you're proposing. And then after that, maybe it's connectivity. And then that one is highlighted and you know, show how that develops. That might be a
We
way-
tried a little bit, I mean, we have these like sidebars, color coded, but yeah, that would push it a little bit further. Something
I mean, but the diagram is really, I was taken by that diagram. Yeah, it would have been nice. There needs, all the presentations so far lack some kind of thread that brings us along. And that might be, I don't know, a strategy for the way that you do it in your proposal.
I think they kind of had it on the sidebar, we just didn't pick up on it. The color coding all of us.
I still like your idea that, that it's real clear.
Start of the chapter.
Yeah. I mean, every group really, a good thesis like permeates your project and helps you make decisions. And so you're always asking a question as you make a decision about design. Does this support my thesis? And does it support it on a primary, secondary, and tertiary level? And in the scope of this particular work, does it support it in a way that is based on sort of an interdisciplinary systems thinking model? And then you've always got something to shore up your decision making.
Right, you could have ended in a very rich way that talked about the different scales of your intervention and how those scales align with those 4 categories. So you've got it, you've got what you need to do it. It's just, it's a very different graphic and presentation strategy.
I mean, one question I have about those 4 categories, and I'm looking at sort of making that more present within the kind of how you represent the site and all that. The 2 neighborhoods on either side, I mean, it just changed the zoning in Seattle, but are largely sort of exclusionary neighborhoods, right? And the result is that, you know, oh, well, let's put the affordable housing kind of in the gap. And part of the justification that the city of Seattle has for that is, oh, well, you know, that's workforce, light industry, the people need to, you know, we need to preserve those economies, whatever the case might be. But what to me is interesting about the changing of the zoning, basically making single family zoning illegal. And then thinking about your idea of the stitch and thinking about those categories. For me, it's sort of, the project goes one of 2 ways. Right now, I think it goes more towards, this is actually not a stitch, it's a separate thing in between 2 things, right? With its own particular programmatic phenomena and all that sort of stuff. Another way to look at it is to actually take those categories and start diagramming like across the whole thing and start to understand that this is not actually separate. You know, and I could see it going in maybe both directions, but I think the idea that, you know, kind of, let's say, studying the integration of different affordability metrics in terms of the housing overall, you might begin to actually even go and start to kind of insert diagrams back into those existing neighborhoods. How do we actually begin to stitch and make the mixture?
Could you go back? Are you making a point for him?
Yeah, I was just trying to refer to.
If you could go back to that one, unless I'm interrupting.
No.
Could you go back where you show liquefaction and the glacier and all that? Yeah, that one. See, first of all, the skill of graphics is very good here, okay? What did you learn from this, okay? And I don't know what you learned from the larger map of, I guess it's the geology.
That's the
Glacial deposits, geology. I don't know that it's, okay, the title is glacier deposits. I don't know if that's the correct one, but that's okay. That's sort of another issue from what you're doing here. I think you have the potential here of a really powerful graphic where you're explaining sea level rise, and then the next box number 4 is some proposal about what should be developed or not to be developed. Shoreline development, I'm not exactly sure because it's ending up in liquefaction. You know, so what? Okay, so these diagrams over here should be larger, and at the end there should be a so what and how it informs your design. It's not just, I mean, it's good information, but how did it, and you need to explain that to the audience. You did all this work, how did it influence or inform your design? I think this diagram should be really a crucial one, explaining your thesis of what you did and why.
Good job.
Yes. So Patty's in.
Sound is on. You think
But it's hard to
oh, yeah.
Well, I tell, you know, what is it doing? It's like, it's a
Do we have a way of hearing Patty when she talks? Like there's speakers somewhere?
This is it.
Okay.
I know, that's true.
This makes no sense. This makes no sense. Oh, Courtney said, all right. I was in the AC's getting refreshed. We're gonna be introducing.
Crazy.
All right, so thank you. Stay. All right. Thank you.
We're ready to go. She can see what's going on. So I love that for 10 years. You don't need to show it.
Right, is that okay?
At least I work.
I think we've solved our problems. And I think we're ready to get started. Yeah, we are joined by a couple new reviewers. We have Travis Glenn, Landscape Program, and Adam Barb, also from Landscape Program, and virtually through Alan's Owl Genius, we have Patty Hayda, who's also joining us from Wash U. Great, all right, thank you.
But just to introduce the group really quick, my name is Andrew, third semester MLA student.
My name is Ludmila, second semester urban design.
My name is Franny. I'm a third semester MLA student.
I'm Olivia. I'm third semester dual degree in city planning and urban design.
All right, thank you all again for being here today. So Innervay embodies an edge condition in a number of ways. Physically, of course, it faces some pretty significant infrastructural barriers, including but not limited to some automotive overpasses. 15th Avenue, which is currently a pretty sizable right-of-way with not a lot of multimodal access, and then of course a very significant freight rail corridor. But its strategic position along Elliott Bay to the south and Salmon Bay to the north has allowed it to sustain much of Seattle's maritime industry over generations. And with 2 planned light rail stops, it also stands to occupy a new edge condition of being a connective element between Seattle's ever-growing waterfront and the popular neighborhood of Ballard and others to the north and beyond. And in landscape ecology, the conditions at the edges between ecosystems can sometimes sustain greater diversity of life and even entirely unique ways of life and conditions. So this proposal engages with the idea of Innervay as a livable edge, where beloved landscapes of Seattle interface with new exchanges of people and ideas. So, as some of you already know, Innervay is nestled between the established residential neighborhoods of Magnolia and Queen Anne, within Seattle, which is the largest city in what is called the Cascadia bioregion. The term bioregion, acknowledging that Cascadia not only is defined by politically recognized borders like states or municipalities, but also has edges that correspond directly to a rich geological history of seismic activity, glacial carving that's created this really unique beloved landscape that defines this region.
Yeah, and zooming into our site, we were trying to discover or uncover the identity. So this is largely a Smith Cove into the Ballard area. Yeah, and what we notice is the rich industrial heritage importance, as well as the diverse of working harbor and existing existing structures throughout the site.
So there's a lot of industries within the Interbay neighborhood, including maritime. A lot of those industries include warehouse manufacturing, auto service centers, and professional services. So we analyzed those industries and looked to see what was potentially an opportunity for live work. And through that analysis, we determined which structures could be demolished or preserved. So as you can see here, this is the street network and bicycle network. Surrounding Interbay, there's a varied capacity for each of these streets and a loosely connected bike network, but it creates an edge around this area and only bisects it to pass people through. So our goal is to bring people into Interbay by capitalizing on Seattle's current expansion of the light rail. They're proposing a light rail through the site right now, and we're proposing to put 2 different stops within the area.
Yeah, and here we're just trying to show the process of our exploration of potential development about Interbay. So we are trying to identify the current connections, future nodes, because we want still to bring people in Interbay from both neighborhoods and creating little 15-minute cities and looking at sites with potential, potentially develop. Yeah, and here's our strategy of the plan. So we see that there is a lack of connection, and there's this big rail. So we were thinking about infilling the rail to allow for development, more land for development, and respond to climate crisis by shaping the shore and building more student stitches through the year. Yeah, this is how we develop our plan. Looking at the existing parcelization and street grid. Yeah, as you can see our blocks and the urban fabric on the ground. Yeah, so we've developed 4 key neighborhoods along the continuous landscape, which we go from shore to shore. We wanted to create more porosity, more connectivity, which would be the east, west, east, and overall circulation on different levels between neighborhoods.
Okay, so one of the main challenges on the site, as previous groups have mentioned, is the existing conditions of the water infrastructure on site. So as you can see, most of Interbay operates on a combined sewer overflow system, and this poses threats to the adjacent water bodies during rain events. In 2014, 115 million gallons of combined sewage overflowed into the Seattle area water bodies in 306 different storm events, which is obviously a main issue here, especially because of the critical salmon habitat and the Puget Sound drainage basin to the south. And not only with the sewer overflow, but stormwater itself causes problems as it flows untreated over all of this impervious cover into the water. At the city scale, they estimated that approximately 13 million gallons per year of untreated stormwater flow into the water bodies. So in 2015, the city set a goal of managing 100 million gallons annually through green stormwater infrastructure interventions, and promoted the idea that if basically each resident in Seattle was managing 100 or 1,000 gallons annually, that they would be able to meet their goal. So we kind of took this idea and we wanted to see how we could best implement that on our site. And the 3 strategies per resident that they kind of said were reasonable ways of managing 1,000 gallons of stormwater annually was to put in 36 square foot rain gardens, getting a 275 gallon rainwater cistern, or converting 90 square feet of impervious cover into permeable surface. So at the site, we've kind of developed our water strategy both as like a system and then also in more like local block size as well as neighborhoods. So our main goals are to clean and convey water through streetscape improvements, to slow and store water at large permeable sites, and to retain and return the water to the larger water bodies by kind of having like longer retention in the block structure itself. And basically through this, we are able to see that the goal, which I think is on the previous slide, maybe not. That's okay.
For 700 million.
Yes. So, yeah, so kind of using these interventions and to see like just an estimate of what we could get into each of the neighborhoods. We estimate that we can surpass the total number of gallons, which is escaping me. But this is the total gallons based on these interventions that we think that we can manage on site, which is more than enough to manage the increase in population.
Okay, so we've decided to develop these 4 different neighborhoods that we want to serve residents of the surrounding area, and people that live here with a mix of uses, and the idea of the 15-minute city. Within each of these neighborhoods, there's a mix of uses, and each use is shown up pretty much in each one of the neighborhoods.
Yeah, and we want to try out different strategies of the spatial organization of our neighborhood, and we and combine our strategies like the hydrology and this like urban infills and.
Okay, so to develop the landscape typologies for these different neighborhoods, we looked to, because it is the largest city in Cascadia's, in the Cascadia bioregion. So we looked to the experiences that contribute to the region's landscape consciousness. And by imagining how someone might walk through Inner Bay or walk through the different neighborhoods in Inner Bay, and how that might recall the region's landscape at a larger scale, we came up with these we came up with this sequence of landscape typologies that include ridge, meadow, brook, forest, cascade, marsh, and beach. And then from there, these typologies, they come into like a larger landscape framework. And each area has a different experience to it in form that kind of distinguishes the neighborhoods from one another, and also connects this proposal into like a larger idea of landscape.
And Inner Bay, in addition to being positioned well for maritime industry, is also positioned well to provide connection to 2 significant landscape systems at the scale of Seattle, one being a network of green belts and trails that connect to the large heritage open space of Discovery Park, but also to a, again, much larger and very rapidly developing Seattle Central waterfront. Again, thinking about not just the edges of these significant landscapes and systems, but how those edges are actually brought into our proposal, which is the next one. So to expand on this, specifically this waterfront landscape system, there have already been a lot of important key interventions on this waterfront, such as the sort of sculptural landform and circulatory trail Olympic Sculpture Park, the activated beachfront and habitat creation done at Myrtle Edwards Park, and then the design dune system and public landscape of the beach at Expedia Group. All of which are strategies that we seek to continue into the Inner Bay site. However, one typology of landscape that is only visible sort of farther away from Inner Bay and from Seattle is the natural marsh that would have naturally occurred here. And then
So while these and other precedents point to activated soft waterfront edges near Inner Bay, none of them perform in the same way that a coastal marsh would that exists further away, and that would have predominantly existed at Inner Bay's southern edge. And we think Inner Bay is really in need of this sort of nimble landscape that can adapt to the realities of sea level rise. And we're taking the natural system and basically transposing it here to, by reinstating the wetland hydrology and then pulling the existing waterfront conditions into neighborhood, into Interbay neighborhood, basically along this marshy edge. And yeah, perfect. Oh, yeah. And so there's two levels of tapping network, one that really responds to the urban conditions and the city grid, and one that recalls the morphology of the marshes. And just kind of by weaving these together to wed the two, wedding the urban proposal with the natural landscape ecosystem.
Yeah, and moving north through this landscape sequence, we also seek to transform what is currently the Interbay Golf Center, capping a landfill that was decommissioned in the mid-20th century, to create a grand open space that can be shared not only by the south and north ends of the gateway neighborhoods, but also the larger community. We recognize that there are already smaller scale playscapes and open spaces in places like Magnolia Manor, Bayview, and Ella Bailey, but we see this as an opportunity to expand the beloved P-Patch community garden system of Seattle, which is already well over demand and always has a waiting list. And other programmable spaces that are needed of a neighborhood of this many mixed uses and also residences. But lastly, to honor the typology of coastal grassland that is present at nearby Discovery Park as another way of calling back to that Cascadia and specifically Seattle landscape consciousness. And ultimately creating a place where a series of uses meet and both Interbay residents and visitors here for work or play can interact at the interface between this urban fabric and this landscape.
Yeah, now we're moving into the neighborhoods, looking at the spatial structure of each one. Yeah, and talking a little bit about the housing.
So Seattle's population is growing, with that the need for housing. Within these four neighborhoods, currently there only exists 1,000 units in what we're calling our harbor district. We are proposing within all four of our neighborhoods to increase housing to 30,000 units. The goal is to keep these relatively affordable using a mix of housing. We're proposing row housing, residential towers, live work opportunities, and we're looking to implement TIFs and impact fees from the surrounding neighborhoods to help fund this project. So our goal is to bring the community into the edge by creating these four different neighborhoods. Our southernmost neighborhood is the Gateway neighborhood, and it's characterized by super blocks with interior courtyards. The blocks each have a mix of program, retail on the ground with office and residential above. Each super block is a group of 6 blocks, which prioritizes pedestrian and cyclist net through the network of interior courtyards. And each of these groupings of 6 blocks is differentiated through a varied landscape typology, which we'll talk about on the next slide. Connected to Seattle through, this will be connected to Seattle through the proposed transit stop that we're placing on the western edge of this, site at the edge of the plaza. This large plaza is centered by one of our largest buildings, which will house our library and education center. And this place is intended to become a large residential and commercial hub due to the new light rail and increased density of uses.
So the urban landscape typologies of this neighborhood celebrate its position as the rail and commercial hub of Interbay through landscape transition. So the lower lying marsh blocks in the south will capture and filter stormwater within more public courtyards, while the higher northern forest blocks convey water through more private and enclosed courtyard spaces. But these two landscape types converge at the Gateway Light Rail Plaza, forming an edge condition where light rail brings both Interbay residents home and Seattle residents to the neighborhood for work and play.
So this section shows specifically the courtyard spaces within the Interbay blocks. It also shows how we plan to redevelop 15th Street, which is outside of Interbay, but on the edge of our street. And we felt it was important to both activate that with a higher density of residential and office spaces. This development is accompanied by a new streetscape with sidewalks, a reduction of lanes, and protected bike lanes. This is a perspective from the marsh looking into the plaza past our train station.
The next one is the hillside. So with this neighborhood, we really wanted to to stitch it with Magnolia, which is on the right hand side from it. Bring connection from Magnolia through the hillside to the train station and to the other side of Interbay, as well as just like a puzzle piece, bring landscape in and yeah, think about the resiliency and the location next to the marsh and the shore that is going to the climate crisis. Yeah, like responding to climate crisis.
Yeah, and ultimately, because of the more challenging topography of the hillside, it's landscape typologies are more meant to evoke a forest walk and that sort of more mountainous forest experience of Cascadia.
Right.
And yeah, and primary component of that being a canopy walk, which practically speaking is a pedestrian cut through that provides porosity to the neighborhood, but also the enclosed experience of canopy creating a playful space that connects the neighborhood and provides an informal space for play for its residents.
Yeah, this is just the perspective of Marsh Boardwalk and this main green concept. So in Harbor District, we're using different here we're thinking more about the tactic of preservation. The roundhouse, fisherman's terminal, and market. We assume that it would give an interesting character to the place and like just remind us what the Port of Seattle is about because of its importance to the whole Washington state and Seattle. Yeah, as well as preserving some working features in purple and just tying it all together with the urban infill and landscape.
Yeah, and the landscape strategy here ultimately acknowledges the need for this landscape to continue being a working one and thus having certain requirements for access by either vehicles or other important elements of a landscape of freight and live work. So the infrastructure is folded into the streetscape itself, where blue-green bioswales are carving out spaces with circulatory access, but also places for visitors to this district to enjoy the fruits of the labor of this new and existing live work industry that's cultivated here.
Right, this is the section for the pool, the proposed pool, and Port of Seattle, and altogether the report as a strategy to treat water, to store water. Yeah.
So in the Fisherman's Village, we are looking to highlight the existing industry and cultural history of the area. We intend to reuse existing structures and adapt them to residential use to propose live work spaces for those who work and live there. The waterfront is an important economic edge, but we also want to make it an important community edge as we create more residential units here. It will remain highly industrial, but we're planning to implement more pedestrian and bike connections through the pedestrian promenade along the waterfront. And this waterfront will connect this neighborhood to the Fisherman's Terminal, which is an important culturally significant building, and also a new pedestrian plaza. It's going to remain an important economic center with new residential for those who need to work there. This plan highlights in red the proposed pedestrian promenade, which will connect it to the Harbor District. And the section shows where the infill is located for the live work housing. And this is a perspective showing the existing conditions of a street within the Fisherman's Village and our proposed changes, which include higher density, streetscape changes, and public areas.
Master plan.
Yeah. This is good.
All
get together.
And the next one, the final. Yeah, thank you.
a little bit about where you think the most interesting edges are?
The most interesting edges?
Yeah.
Well, I think our kind of idea was that the whole thing as an edge. So I think the interesting parts are the moments where I think the moments where you're sitting in an urban condition and you feel like you're on the edge of like a more like natural landscape. So I think these moments within the marsh where you're kind of walking out onto it and you're just kind of sitting within it. And then the like the landscapes inside of the blocks, where you're kind of experiencing those moments that don't exist in the rest of or in the neighborhoods adjacent to it.
I think
Does that
actually,
make sense?
I think that this image specifically shows our most interesting edge, which we wanted to highlight along the marsh. And you can see it actually really well in our model, the way that the buildings are pulled much higher to give those views of the marsh. And I think it creates this, it also frames the pathways that we have that connect it to the rest of the neighborhoods.
In documenting those significant waterfront landscapes, I think in one part it was to, realize that it's a really critically important promenade and public landscape that keeps evolving along the water here, but it's that also actually to challenge it by saying that this marsh landscape is a really important tool to deal with the reality of sea level rise in this site, but it's also, I think it's a dialectic opportunity that why does this edge look so different from the one that is very welcoming and programmed just south of it, but also armored, right? The presence of the riprap and the driftwood, it's always there. It's a different, I think, sort of language. So it's, creating an edge that has a much different sort of,
I just wasn't a different version of that question, which is, didn't you define for us at the beginning of the presentation what your definition of an edge was? Or what the virtues of an edge were for us?
Yeah, so
what was your characterization of it?
So the driving idea was that in study of ecosystems, there are edge conditions between them that can have a greater diversity of life and sometimes even unique ones. So that thinking about Interbay as an edge that's not only a pass through between existing places, but has its own unique sort of ways of life.
Which to me suggests that there's I don't mean this in a bad way, contaminated program, hybridity or variation that could be extreme, could be unconsidered, right? That you're innovating and inventing in those places by cross-pollinating different DNA, for example, right? I could imagine, so I think the things you're describing are like that first step of, well, I can see you're different over there and I can walk out in you tentatively, but when you do this ecological mix at the boundary, what could happen that could produce a really different kind of result? I think there's an opportunity there to push that even to a more interesting place. Because you still have there's buildings over here and there's landscape over here and there's, yeah, you can walk out in them, but.
And I think that observation kind of works through the rest of your proposal, because here, I get it when you're talking about you have an edge, right? Because to have that, you have to have a clear defined A and then a clear defined B. You need those two things with that contrast to generate the perception of the edge between them. I think some of that gets lost across the rest of your program, because it's clear you have the urban context, right? That's there. But what isn't yet clear to me is that there's a density of the wild sufficient to claim its own identity to then have a mediated edge between that wild and the urban place. You talk about your gardens inside your courtyards, and I know it's beyond the scope of the time that you have, but explaining kind of what the density of the wild that might be occurring there that would generate the edge would kind of help explain a little bit more of your idea and how it works both at this sort of whole site scale, but then how it goes down into those smaller ones. And that may be when you get to this idea of how are you generating something novel in order to support that wild in the city.
And there's an interesting project by Emery McClure where there's housing on the coast of the Gulf near New Orleans, and they've welcomed in the idea that water is going to flow under the building, at some point, and in some parts of the building are going to have to be sacrificed, or some parts are going to have to float, or that just the soil condition and the land condition is not to be fought, but to be accepted as an opportunity. I think those are places where that could really be more interesting. And, you know, we're at this moment in time where we're talking about things like landscape infrastructure. So not just like landscape operating as infrastructure over here. And I love that calculation you guys did, like how much water harvesting and retention and cleaning do we need at each house? Well, let's talk about the entirely different kind of house that that could produce. Like, it's not just capturing the water on the site and remediating it through percolation, but it's like, that's an entirely different kind of way to live if you push it from a design perspective. And so what does that look like when all of this is water infrastructure, right? It doesn't look like blocks anymore, it looks like something else.
I think this is a really good section for that too, right? Because this is your lowermost, southernmost portion. You have the marsh here. What if the marsh, instead of being that left-hand corner, right, it comes all the way up to your forested ridge beneath or through the buildings? Because you're already talking about sea level rise, but that's just your baseline. That's not storm surge, that's not rainfall event on top of it. That's not the compounding effects that really make that dangerous. So there's a good chance in some of those scenarios, you're going to end up with water, with inundation across this southern portion of your site. So is there a way to think about how these function, not just as like that softer edge, but still a harder solution, and allow the water to move through it?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think it was really exciting for us to start to think about, like, we talked about how is it not just like, you know, a marsh in a plaza, but a plaza in a marsh, and to kind of try and, I don't know, push that idea, but definitely needs to be pushed further and explored further.
Well, I starts to see it there. So I would just challenge you to stop thinking like architects and think like ecologists for a moment, because actually edge conditions are not an A and a B. They're an A and a B and a C. The edge is the C, and it fluctuates. And it's dependent upon a lot of conditions: light, slope, moisture, soil type, shifts in the, okay, so you have a lot of variables that I think would work in your favor here. And I think it's the C condition, and your attitude toward it is the whole area of the C condition, in which case you comb back through it now to look at what are the factors that create the edge and the shifts. And the shifts will keep moving. Ecological edges move, especially marsh edges. They're not static at all. So I think that's the piece that's missing for me, is the edge is living. And whether it's like the analogy of like you build in a way that lets the water come under, like the precedent that was just cited, or you start to look, you take a stance about what you need to build to accomplish your density views, etc. And then you study the spatial and ecological conditions that you're creating there to understand the breadth of the edge and how it might change, or how your plantings might be shifting. Those little shifts between upslope to midslope to lower grades, right? They're subtle, but I could see that you could capitalize on those here and end up with very different landscape expressions, but also then coming back and having to tune the buildings to achieve what you want in terms of light or moisture collection. I mean, moisture collection would help you in this, right? Because you could create edges that there'd be nothing natural about them. You're creating the edge.
Right.
And so you have kind of infinite capacity to manipulate this. But I get really nervous when we start talking about natural conditions in a place that you're building to this extent. And so I think you can take the ecological principle and use the tools to work with here. But you realize you're like way beyond the natural systems that exist in this area, right? You're operating at a different level of intention, and you can do it. That's the exciting part.
Yeah, we quite early on and throughout tried to think about like the metaphor of like an ecotown and how that transition is, and like thinking of the two neighborhoods as the A and the B and Inner Bay as the C, and like kind of what happens there. But I definitely think we stopped short of like actually getting to what the transitions
then you
are.
scale in to all of the edges within.
Yeah.
And can I just compliment you on your graphics? I think that there's a cohesion to it and the, as a team graphic, but then also the way they work through explaining your project. It's really good.
And I might piggyback on that because I think, I think in the other schemes that we've seen, the diagramming is stepped up a notch. I think what got me with you guys is the way you presented the framework of nodes. You walked us through the nodes, you walked us through the villages, you walked us through, and all those slides. The disadvantage for us on this side is the screen is so big, you actually have to turn your head to see what's happening the other versus, just looking straight ahead and absorbing it all. So I kept looking in the upper left-hand corner, kept saying framework, which I love that because you're not committing to design. You're saying, what is the framework of the reason for our final version, right? And so, as you're walking through that, it was actually really easy for me to create a diagram or scheme because I was doing it. So now I come back and ask questions. Can you go back to your diagram that talks about the nodes? Because I wasn't, and maybe I was too busy sketching. I didn't hear you talk about the nodes and where they were within the bigger scheme of your plan. And I love, if you look at any, and I'm dating myself, but any of Kevin Lynch's kind of, images of the city, these nodes are really important. And I love that, here, right? Yeah. So you identified key nodes, and I appreciate the walking distances and potential development and all that. But the nodes piece is what got me to think about. You're thinking about these east-west connections in these nodes. Now, if we went to the final plan, did those nodes show up in the plan?
It was
And how did they
mostly
show up?
part of the process, but they
show up.
definitely.
Were they? Even the computer can keep up with all this place.
Maybe here.
So my question is, did you take those nodes and think about them?
Yeah.
Specifically?
Yeah. I said one of the nodes that's there is where the roundhouse is and a large pedestrian plaza that we have. Another one is.
It's more like this. So we want this. It's the only strong connection that we have right now.
Right. Right.
For both of them, so then another one.
But I don't see that node there any different than anything else. So in other words, if you say there's a node, then. Then even if, so at the end of the day, this is a diagram, right? So draw something that makes me think there's a node there of some forces to bridge into that. I just didn't see the nodes show up in your final plan, right?
Yeah.
And I think it was a strong idea, but if you're gonna come up with idea in a diagram, show it in the final plan, it should still be in the back of your mind, right? So I'm not gonna spend too much time on that. But the other thing that and again, sometimes I'm out working with, real projects, and if you go to your south, the gateway, just for an example, that logo we had, and I can appreciate the fact that the inner parts of those courtyards are shown as green. Yeah, that one, right? That.
Sorry, it's very fantastic.
Yeah. So this, I think it's great, but then, I have to turn around and put on my reality hat is, where's the parking? Yeah, I hate to bring parking up, you guys, but that's the big thing. It's a kicker in all these, right? And I keep going, I want to draw that. But then the developer who's developing this project goes, I need 2,000 cars.
What's Seattle's new parking requirement?
See, that should be one of the first things you look at, right? Because in that scheme, I don't know how many cars.
Yeah.
Right.
But still, but there is a requirement.
Yeah,
There's
you actually
actually-
have to.
And so where's that gonna go?
I don't know.
I was gonna say, yeah, this is currently an industrial site and we decided to make our own form of residences and stuff. So we didn't create a new zoning code for this, which didn't involve any parking.
But
So
your
I
question
should have.
relates to foundation.
Yeah.
Which is where those things go to the ground.
Well, I mean, I think that's saying it's gonna go underground.
What we learned from this thing, if I interpreted that correctly, there's probably parking infrastructure built around the transit station. And then as you move, and it's sort of more of a collective strategy for parking.
Sure.
As opposed to every unit has only 2 cars. or
Okay.
Whatever. And I think I'm defending for you.
So if you've got 2 rail stops, I mean, okay, so then you're gonna have some serious parking stuff. central to those things. So I'm just saying, don't forget that, you know, as much as we'd love for cars to go away forever, they're probably not in our lifetime. Even if they're electric or whatever, there's still gonna be pieces of stuff we gotta drive to get from point A to point B. And where does that go?
I think there's probably parking built in here.
Patty.
Yeah.
It's the second floor of every building.
Yeah,
It's the second floor of every building.
So
Because of for like microphones.
Yes.
Patty, did you want to?
Oh, yeah.
You had your hand raised. Do you want to go?
Yes, I hear my name. Can you hear me? Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
I see myself on that screen. Am I huge?
Hey, Patty, you're perfect.
So you guys, I love this presentation. I thought it was so clear. I'm kind of jumping in when you very first started. I was like, oh no, what city are we in? And then you told me, you showed me, it was very kind of systematic, and I think the drawings are really clear and there's a ton of work here. So I think there's a lot to talk about. This is a good slide to be on because I wanted to point out something I've been thinking about. My impressions of Seattle, the few times I've been there, have to do with those huge trees, those, you know, like pine trees that are there right in the middle of the city. And when you're talking about the forest, I got excited thinking about those trees kind of coming in and sort of becoming part of the identity of a new district in here. But I'm curious as to the decisions around the scale of the blocks. And I'm wondering if there could be more push and pull between the needs of these kind of landscape types, if you will, or patches or systems, and the size of the blocks, which seem a little bit coming from the existing context. I think that some of those streets are continuing, which I think is really nice, right? Because you want to stitch to the existing neighborhood. I don't know if you can you see when I annotate? Does it come on there?
Yes.
So anyway, here I go, I'm going to annotate. But these blocks, I think, are the forest blocks, right? So I just wonder, like, would those buildings pull farther apart, you know, give those huge trees more room? Does that define a new kind of living because you're in forest and things spread out more, or they get taller, so you have views into the limbs of the tree and the birds that live there? And so I think those are ways you could start to develop nuance between, you know, the forest courtyard ones and the other ones. I don't remember what kind of landscape this was. And then the last part is maybe thinking about back to the question of the edge. You know, I see this as like marshfront property that is potentially, you know, maybe it's the higher dollar, or it's, you know, where you put people of, you know, more units at lower income and they get these vast views over the landscape. So I think that's another way to differentiate sort of the scale of the greater edge. And then obviously, I think it's been talked about, you know, at the ground, thinking of that marsh, and maybe it had, you know, does it ever have the fingers that come through more, maybe even into the existing neighborhood over here. So those are, I guess, the next scale that, you know, obviously you can only do so much, but thinking of the scales of the blocks and the buildings would be really interesting to really get close in touch with like the actual kinds of landscapes that are there and the animals that are there.
Adam, last comment?
Super quick, okay. The Hill neighborhood I thought was great. You said that's new land that you've created, right? You're infilling on that. And the Gateway is also new land, right? So you're setting the elevation of that. But the harbor and the other one are existing. So how do you combat sea level rise on your existing?
There's not, well, if you go to the slide of the marsh, at least from NOAA, there isn't any anticipated sea level rise on that side.
So like when you did your very first maps and you show like 2100
Like
and
that.
it's flooding?
Yeah, and these
Okay.
are based on, like, I know we've all kind of had
Okay,
different
so it's
numbers.
coming in from the south.
It's fresh water, it's managed by locks.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, that's
So,
great.
so it doesn't go.
Yeah.
So that's great. So hydrology study was awesome. The landscape typologies that resulted in design form were really great. I do agree with Patty that it'd be nice to see the block structure change based on the landscape typology that you used to build that up. And that's it. It's a great job. I mean, there's a ton of information, it's beautiful graphics. So well done.
Not ready.
I don't know if this is. Yeah, just give me 1 second.
No, you're good. I just want
How are you?
No, do you have? Did you have Yes? Yeah. Oh, that's okay. Right, so I downloaded. Is that producing?
Well, whatever you can do quickly, right? Okay. So if you have a 25.
I can put it Oh, here's a question.
Oh, wow. Sorry, Al.
We need that. That seems expensive. Oh, wait, don't break them all.
Coming in there with your zingers, Professor Barr.
Oh, that's.
So here's your marsh that's right underneath all this. Oh, yeah.
One more.
Yeah, I see some of the typology. I think you.
Okay.
Okay, are we ready? All right, ready to go.
Hi all, thanks for being here and being here. So this is our group on our design for Inner Bay. I'm Carolina. I'm a second year Masters of Landscape Architecture students.
Hi, I'm Brittany. I am a third year dual degree student in community and regional planning and also urban design.
I'm a second year student as well. William. Always forget my name.
I'm Medita and I'm in my first semester in MSUD program.
So today we will be presenting our future vision of Interbay. Here we see the results of sea level rise in 100 years without intervention. Our vision is one that is climate resilient and adaptable to equity and diversity in the face of rising sea levels and climate change.
So just a little bit of context for like the Seattle region. These images kind of highlight both the equity challenges and kind of the climatic influences that Seattle's presented with. And so we can see that about 40% of the population of the entire city is considered socioeconomically disadvantaged, which is basically due to like the high cost of living and then also the subsequent like housing affordability crisis. And so the city's like current plan or proposal to address this is to create these mandatory housing affordability zones that will be constructed throughout the city in an attempt to kind of like hold the existing population there and like allow them to remain in their neighborhoods to keep it from gentrifying. However, like while the city grapples with like the housing crisis, it also has to consider like the future in the face of climate change. And so we have this lovely graphic here. Sea level rise is anticipated to increase about 10 feet by 2100, and it will displace, I think, about 7,000 people throughout the entire city. And so we really have to think about like, where are these people going to go, like once this actually happens. Next slide, please. All right, and then kind of zooming into our site at Interbay, it's kind of at a culmination point of all of these kind of different challenges, but then also kind of maintains various assets. And so we can see like the industrial history of the site, which is most evident in the rail lines that kind of cut through the very center of the site. And then also in some small scale industry around the fishing terminal, which is kind of located at the very northern edge of the site. And then in addition to this, we also have the location of like a former brownfield that has been converted into a golf center and kind of an athletic complex with a cap on it to kind of prevent those pollutants from moving around. And it's bordered by 15th Street, which is kind of a main north-south connector between the downtown area and then the Ballard neighborhood, which is just kind of north off of this slide here. And then we have kind of a variety of hike and bike trails that are intermixed throughout the site that really kind of weave in between the rail line and the industry in that lower lying valley area. And then kind of also talking about, connectivity and kind of bridging the different areas of Interbay together. We have Magnolia Bridge kind of on the southern portion of the site, which is one of two connectors that goes from east to west. And so it's very limited in access to that Magnolia neighborhood that is on the left. And so from this, we see that like much of the public transit that moves through the site creates those north-south connections, as seen in like the Boston bicycle networks. But there's almost nothing that reaches from east to west, like we saw in that other image. And the key nodes that we've identified kind of fall along these north-south connections, again, but don't really engage kind of the neighborhoods on either side of Interbay because there's that lack of east-west connection. And it's interesting to kind of look at this just opposed to kind of the Olmsted ring, right, that the Olmsted brothers had kind of planned for this area, a ring of parks that moves around the Interbay site, which really relies heavily on the east-west connection, which is non-existent. And so it's kind of easy to do a comparison between the two. It's interesting to look at those varieties. But then also we have that landfill, now golf course, that kind of sits at the heart of this Olmsted ring. And the existing land use that we kind of have here kind of exemplifies kind of the I guess the majority of single family zoning that is prevalent here, both to Magnolia on the left and then the Queen Anne neighborhood on the right, with like 57% of the area being residential. And then from this, you can see kind of that main commercial corridor running along 15th Street. Again, doesn't really like go east to west, mostly just north to south along the Queen Anne's edge, and also bordering that golf course area. And then the mandatory housing affordability zones that the city plans are going to run along that commercial connector as well. And of course, like we're facing all of these challenges with like housing and affordability, but we also can't forget the role of landscape and like natural systems, right? And so the Interbay, like the hillsides that border it, are slopes that are greater than 15%, which means they're like very prone to landslides. And this, presents a problem when looking to develop. And the hydrology of the site kind of exacerbates the problem a little bit. Water just kind of flows freely, like down into this valley area. And it doesn't really like channel anywhere. It's just kind of moving down the hillsides, which exacerbates that landslide problem even more. And then again, just thinking about sea level rise, like much of the site is going to be underwater in like 80 years by 2100. And so just thinking about like how that interacts with both the edges of the landscape and then the hydrology moving down into it.
And then and then if we go into our proposed hydrology, we're going to be touching on quite a bit later. But essentially, we have a series of capillaries running off of the street. This capillaries into our new proposed site, and specifically wanted to make note of a series of constructed wetlands that we run along the spine here, and also a salt marsh, which also acts similarly to the constructed wetlands with plantings as far as treating that water, and then also using that water as purple pipe, not potable water later on. We'll return to that later. But this will treat roughly all of the runoff from the site, and then also will alleviate about 30% of runoff strain on the neighborhood here.
So kind of with like all of that background information, all of the challenges being faced, like looking to the future, right? We kind of see our vision, like our design for Interbay, as one that kind of weaves in and out of the landscape and stitches together, multiple functions through interlocking corridors, waterways, and terrain, while it's still kind of an experience of building with the land rather than resisting it. And so we kind of seek to accomplish this through 4 focus areas. Stitching and connecting kind of those 2 adjacent neighborhoods of Magnolia and Queen Anne, designing for climate resilience, generating economic diversity, and then ultimately creating a more equitable Interbay. And the objectives within this are applied to kind of 3 zones of landscape that we'll detail for you going forward. We have our canopy area, our salt marsh and constructed wetland, and then our monumental park.
And this equity framework is interwoven into the urban brain through the landscape fabric, which stitches these frameworks into the site and threads magnolia on this side and Queen Anne together horizontally. And then Seattle's surrounding context, Ballard up north, the city center on the south, and of course water vertically. And this active stitching unifies 4 distinct ecology zones, creating unique neighborhoods whose urban forms and landscape are in communication with each other. These neighborhoods are the salt marsh right here, the constructed wetlands, the monumental parks, and the high canopy. And before getting into the personality of these zones, we're going to cover our new proposed context of this site.
The stitches of a vision tries to be respective of the existing context, and we pick up the scale of the existing neighborhoods and the land use and the density to build into the urban fabric that not at the same time creates a smaller districts of function that layer onto each other. All the proposed functions bleed out from the precious landfill land piece, which is the heart of our proposal, on which we'll elaborate later on. The park blends into a parcels of a lively, dense commercial retail ground, which further slowly transforms into more open industrial areas. Towards the south, on east and west, the park blends into a neighborhood of mixed-use mid-rises that integrate themselves into the respective landscape system. Throughout the proposal, we try to address the housing issues in Seattle by incorporating affordable market rate, live-work units along the existing land use. And these are the numbers that we are targeting through our proposals. The proposal leads into the existing built mass to retain most of its major vehicular corridors, except for the Magnolia Bridge on the bottom, which has been moved to create an intimate neighborhood. These nodes are supported by a network of 3 vertical scaffoldings, namely the 20th, 15th, and the central rail line. Together, these weave over the void between the Magnolia and the Queen Anne area to create and integrate micro neighborhoods woven between the scaffoldings. The proposal uses such small pockets of existing blocks of 600 by 200 feet and create smaller neighborhoods which allow activities to permeate between the built mass and meander through the blocks.
So getting into these ecozones personalities, we'll first visit the unique expression of this organization with the salt marsh. Next step. So this is the first stop on sea levels rise, and the marsh is a brackish area where magnolia's drainage and the sea meets. From this plan and diagram, we see that the urban forms here are placed in between these drainage zones, and that allows the buildings to interact with the water's fluctuation, which can be seen in the next slide. So the site will change as water rises, and the position of the buildings and their extended boardwalks provide the opportunity to directly interact with the rise and fall of water. And this middle mound here acts as a buffer for the industrial zone and the residential zone of this area, as well as connects the overall salt marsh zone to the surrounding bay, kind of as a micro style in itself.
So sorry, can you show us where that is overall? That kind of, right?
Yeah,
Is that what
so
that road is?
yeah, that road, this is that road, and that section is up there, right there.
Yep.
Yes. Going along with our overall theme of water, we have the second neighborhood here, which is the constructed wetlands. We can go next. This is an alternate experience of water that is more physical and centered around water plazas. They're also organized around surrounding capillaries that filter into this neighborhood via water capillaries and going into our water dimples of into the sites.
Yeah, and again, this is kind of one of the first places where you start seeing those constructed wetlands show up, which is the deepest areas there. So in addition to the more experiential, interactive capillaries, we have these really large retention ponds, essentially, that are the constructed wetlands that, again, filter the water and the runoff for the area.
So this creates an intimate experience. Yeah, creates an intimate experience of water that people can physically interact with, kind of dipping your feet into the dimples and kind of submerging your body further along as you go into the constructed wetlands.
The built mass in this area majorly comprises of proposed mixed-use activity that tries to enclose an experience under the new Magnolia Bridge, while framing these spaces around the intimate interactive water plaza experiences.
And then next, circling back to that Olmsted Circle, we designed the Monumental Heart Park, which is kind of like the central park of the Interbay site. And it really acts as kind of a congregation area for Seattle and specifically Interbay, through a series of drumlins, which we'll see later. You can see maps on there, and then prairie plantings, because this site is located again on a brownfield site. So the prairie was a decision made to help remediate the site through phytoremediation. Next slide. We can see here that we designed the drumlins so that they interact in two ways with the site. One is that they slot as kind of a microspline running down between the upper canopy area and the wetland area, and they have a vertical alignment with the city grid, and then they have this push and pull horizontally using, again, water, the prairie plantings, and spill outs onto 15th Street, overall kind of move it to that area. And then next slide. Yeah, so then we also designed the site so that we have the drumlin stepping down from the, again, high canopy area to the constructed wetlands area, starting with a drumlin of about 60 feet. And then as it moves down, we get to a drumlin of about 10-foot height. So it is showing kind of the height of the high canopy area going down to the lower height of, again, that constructed wetlands area.
Which you can also see in this physical model in front of you as well. Right.
Yes. The drumlins try to push against the existing urban grain, and they try to create experiences in the different neighborhoods. Towards the boardwalk, the drumlins hold back, and eventually it rises up to create like the significant element. And towards the 15th Street, it sort of overpowers the road network and flows onto the adjoining neighborhoods, and hence creating that is east-west stitch through the.
And then finally, we get to our high canopy neighborhood of the site, which really climbs along the trunks of the trees that surround it and creates this new kind of enclosure that can really be seen in the model here. And the next slide. Again, it's organized around capillaries, where canopy densifies as we get closer to that rail spine. And the next slide will show how that kind of is in section. So here are kind of these tree canopies. This would be kind of in the Queen Anne area, this kind of literal capillary. There's like 10 or 20-foot trees kind of leading into that spine. And then as we get into it, we kind of get that more denser canopy.
The high canopy, along with the east-west connection, encloses several porous plazas on the ground that allows one to experience the alternating magnificence of the green and the gray canopy in the built mass composition.
Ultimately, our vision is one in which landscape and urban form are inextricably connected. Each informs the other, creating unique experiences specific to their location. The landscape and urban form creates a kind of quilts, kind of stitching multiple functions together and building with the land rather than resisting it. Thank you.
What was your title again? Sorry.
Future
It was really just, the future of Interbay.
Yeah.
We get to the very beginning.
You don't have to go back.
Oh, well, yeah, we get to land on this lovely land use plan.
But you started out by talking about equity, right? You had a kind of strong thesis and maybe, I don't know what.
Yeah, we can go back to the thesis. Sure. Oh, wait.
I don't know what a drone is.
It's a.
Looking at you.
Yeah, evidence is glaciers moving across the landscape.
Yeah. So you can make,
Glacial deposit and carbon.
you can make big ones.
Well, so there's a question I wanted to ask about that.
All about tools.
What is the direction in which a drone is normally?
Yeah,
Yeah.
so you know that it's supposed to be like, it's all one direction, but because the drumlin is like reminiscent of its glacial past, but the main point of it was to show the push and pull of the wetland, which is why we kind of misoriented them. Like, we know they wouldn't naturally occur that way, like they are constructed like drumlin mounds.
Are there drumlins in town?
There were, because it used to be like a glacial valley, so as they went past.
And what happened to them?
There's like a whole regrade, what's the thing? Regrade, where they like intentionally flattened Seattle, just to make it more economic to transport goods.
Fill in the water.
Yep.
Okay. Because here's my challenge, is there are 3 or 4 very distinct ideas buried in this concept, and I don't yet see their full integration. And I think the drums are just the most obvious, right? So here, you've called this the monumental heart, but we don't know why. You change the direction by which the drumlins are formed because they're supposed to respond to an ecological process that has nothing to do with drumlin formation. And then you've talked about how it's about equity and diversity, but this thing seems really exclusionary in terms of what can happen here and how various people would get to it and what purpose would it serve. I think how you reconcile those is I haven't figured that part out yet, but I can tell that there are 3, and they're not bad ideas. It's just, I don't know how this resolves them. I actually think this moment right here is the most interesting in your project, because I don't know what's happening when that drummer meets that building, and I kind of love it, and I wish it were like everywhere.
So if you go to the ones that show like the one has the buildings on the left and one doesn't have the buildings on the right. Like, you've got a whole series of those, which I really like those because.
This is the second.
Yeah, oh, you can go back one. I think that's a zoom in version of what I'm on. When the last group was talking about the edge, like this is what I was thinking of, is that like the amorphousness of where one kind of condition meets another kind of condition. And you guys have, when you show this whole series of drawings, you have those. I really think the series on the right is really interesting. And I really think the series on the left is way less interesting. And I think, have you divided it up to say like, this was the architecture and this is the landscape? Like, is that?
It is more that the landscape is what is informing the architecture. So like this, I imagine, or we imagine it as like a central blanket that things were kind of being stitched within, which is why it's divided like that. Like this is kind of the base plan, if you will, that things need to organize around to be.
So where did that irregularity come from?
Yeah, so, and I guess it is a bit confusing because like it's from the existing like the way the water flows, and it's like you imagine the water is flowing along the street, so we aligned these kind of main like outreaches from the wetlands to where the water would like flow down the mountain based off the hardscape, which would be the street.
So this is what that moment was. It's really great to have a metaphor like the stitch to get you started, right? And then there's always a moment when your metaphor totally breaks down. And it's okay, because it took you somewhere, but then you have to start digging in to what's really going to make this work. And what I think is really interesting right now is, I think this idea of detaining water, retaining water, directing it, it's really wonderfully complex, but it's also directional, right? And right now, it's really not clear to me that you understand the directionality of the water, or you're clear about what you're trying to do with it. I think that's most evident in the drumline field. I'm all for monumental landforms. I'm not so much convinced by the use of the drumline form or the way you're using a repeated form to do something with water. I don't really understand that you have a volume of water to make that work. Or like, you know what I'd love to see is a yearly rain cycle diagram, so that I understood that you understood how much water comes out of the sky in Seattle in a normal year, plus how much comes out now that we have these atmospheric rivers dumping amazing amounts of water. And then I'd love to see an analysis of how much, we heard before that there's combined sewers, but I'd love to see sort of your understanding of how much goes into that system and where that system is and what you're doing with the rest. Because then I think it gets, you're in this interesting dance with the infrastructure that exists, right? Which has directionality to it, that isn't necessarily completely the same as the street pattern and the topography. In places, yes, in places, no. Then you have water that's not going into that system. It seems like it's all going into the middle, and then you're either holding it or sending it south. But then in sea level rise, which isn't only about water, I think we really all suffer from all these visualizations that just shows the sea creeping up, right? It's very dynamic. It's also about king tides and storms and surges. So you have two cycles here that are operated through the year or through years with different amounts of flooding and inundation and even different types of water. And then I think you've got, so if you start dancing with those, right? Then this edge and what your landforms are doing are going to be informed differently. And I think it could be amazing. One other piece of this, though, is that if you've ever been around these systems, even rain gardens do this. They're not like polite plaza water features. They're dirty. They start growing different organisms, colonize them. They're really interesting, but it's much more like playing a tidal pool or something like that, right? And but that also I think becomes really interesting for you. It's a proposition about a type of dense urbanity that really does let these typologically driven conditions invade it. And perhaps even causes you to not build in certain places at first or surrender certain places 50 years from now. So I think you're onto something really, really interesting. But and now I think that you've got to kind of back up and really look at how the water is working and where you want it to go. Because right now it is confusing, right?
So, there's a couple things in here that I really appreciate. And that's, I think one of the earlier teams have done this water hydrology diagram, was quickly done. And it was going through buildings and across streets. And, obviously you guys intentionally thought about, hey, water is not going to run wherever it wants to. It's going to be channelized until we can, change the fabric and manipulate it. And so I think the reality of what you've drawn is probably more accurate. At least you're thinking about it in a level of detail that really it would occur. Could you go back to the left side of it's back a few drawings? It's just what's called the salt marsh detail. Second one.
So
You had a blow up with that, I think.
This one.
Yeah, that one. So I find this really interesting. There's a lot to work out, so I get, but why I find it interesting, it reminds me of a plan that I did, and I mentioned earlier, Florida, their storm surge, so they have a different issue than hurricanes, 15-foot storm surges. But what they had, it's a small school called Epic College, named after Epic Drums. But they're right on the ocean front, similar to this, so it's tidally influenced, but they've got a couple of interior ponds that are on campus that are connected. One's connected from a pipe to the ocean, and then the other pond's connected to the further inland pond by another pipe. So they're all connected, they're all influenced by the tides, but they basically have 3 different biological systems because the salinity in each is different, right? The further in it goes, the less salinity it is. So what they find is it's an amazing kind of for their biology department and ecology department to study, because they've got 3 completely different environments with different type of animals living in and around each one of those, which is really fantastic. And it's probably not much bigger than an area like what we've got here. So I think there's a huge opportunity for a couple of reasons. One, you can take water runoff from the high side and filter it before it gets down. And maybe one way that you do that, you know, I did this in the schemes, well, I mentioned it earlier, is suppose for a minute all the water comes in here, then it goes to here, goes to here, goes to here, and then comes out. You know, and so it's connected instead of just going straight in. And so you can terrace them down. And then the other thing, I'm surprised I didn't notice this earlier, is that there is a university nearby. Do you know that?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's talked about that as a particularly
Driver.
yeah, a driver of what, I mean, and I looked them up real quick, there's 3,500 students, it's small private, Seattle Pacific University. But still, they got biology departments, they got ecology departments, right? And so, one of the things I might have thought about is how can that university that's just east of the north side of the site, what's their role in all this? As students and faculty and all that, and I'm thinking they could use this as a part of their, outdoor classroom, right? And the other thing I appreciate is the striation of the landscape. And I also had to Eckert, I said, hey, if we walk away from this campus, 100 years from now, what would it revert to if humans were no longer living here? What would be the natural vegetative lines? And it's similar to what we've done here. And that then started to build 2 lines, and we weren't building up against the edges. And so so that became the diagram concept plan, was the landscape framework of what would naturally exist there. And then that identified our landscape zones and where our buildings did and or did not exist, right? And so I think there's the beginnings of that. It comes out in the next layer of detail we get into. It's very similar to that diagram.
Really quickly, I mean, as someone who's sort of just sitting over here on the edge, as also doing this, I realize that maybe giving you guys all of this A+T block typologies wasn't the best idea. Because, we've seen a lot of kind of placement where perimeter a lot. What I find really interesting about this is not that.
Oh, good.
Like you are really looking for some degree of transparency. I think that's pretty interesting.
I agree, because you can actually see, it takes work to think about this much space, but this particular area that you've worked on has a scale relationship to the neighborhood next to it that none of the other kind of block strategies do. Go back to 1 second, the idea of these drawings on the right, and you don't have to change slides. Just to mention a couple of precedents in case you haven't looked at them. But projects like Fresh Kills and Downs View, right? Those are the early OMA work. Like those are the kinds of planning that I see on the right, emergent planning, where you can allow for phases of things to occur over time where you're not pre-planning and predicting everything that's going to come. So maybe you think about where on this site is predeterminate and where on the site is adaptable and flexible. So that as these things change that you're anticipating, you're designing in the future, you know, you're designing in that lack of predictability that will have to accommodate some of the things that we can't fully predict. So that's one of the things I really like about these drawings on the right, in addition to their recognition of the sort of complicated edge and like the flexibility that they allow for something different to occur over time.
Well, asking a question whether this has, you know, I think you guys would be able to answer this better, but does this have the density that would be able to afford this type of project? I feel like it's too exclusive and too small of an intervention with a residential development for the city to justify. It looks country club and golf course to me. And then I also am concerned about, you took out the bridge, Magnolia Bridge?
We just,
Yeah. So, but then you reiterated over and over again about stitching the two sides together, and I just don't see it. I don't understand how you've strengthened the connections between them. And there was a diagram that showed lots of arrows, right?
Yes, let's go.
So Adam, if you want to give one piece of information,
Yeah.
which no one has mentioned, that bridge may actually be.
Sure, but
like
it's not,
There's actually a public works.
regardless of whether it's gone away or not, I'm not sure I see where those little black arrows cross this site. And then in your final site plan, if you jump to that, your rendered final site plan, full thing, I feel like I don't see as many connections. Back one slide, and then you had probably 7 or 8 connections, and there's some like gray things that go to a railroad that's in the middle of your marsh or something. But I don't see it stitched together as well as you had narrated that it should.
Like the nodes and connections diagram that like we're referencing, I guess we should have made it more clear that some of those are both physical and visual. And so we have, I think, 4 main kind of east-west connectors. And then we also have some visual connectors, like from the salt marsh looking over to the wetland and then vice versa.
And this is a little bit of the problem without not having a title, because a title is just a cheat for a thesis, right? So you've got to have the thesis that drives your project. So I think it was mentioned a minute ago, like the idea that you start with something like a stitch and then you eventually lose it because the metaphor only serves you so far. But with the thesis, it does guide your decision making and it helps us figure out if you're reaching your goals. So like you were saying, connection. I was like, well, I don't think that's your important thing. I mean, even though you mentioned it. So having a priority in your idea structure is really important so that we know you're doing what you want to do first. And then maybe those other things are analysis, but they're not your driving forces.
Yeah. So there's, I just wanted to bring up that 2 things. One is planting along large canopies. There's some research that shows that orthogonally oriented buildings aren't the best way to build if you're trying to encourage large trees. So, and that kind of leads to the other piece that I think you're setting up a system that doesn't necessarily, it kind of challenges an extension of the block pattern and directionality. I mean, I think if you were really to start digging down into how the water is going to flow, you're making assumptions about this east-west striation that I'm really unconvinced will exist. And so it's like, at what point do you allow this system in the middle that you're setting up to say, well, we have to operate by different rules than the block pattern that exists here? I mean, maybe you can accommodate that, but I'm thinking maybe you can't, and then you'd end up with something even more interesting. And then I just had a question. I feel like there were certain maybe studio pieces of information that have driven this, like the need to connect the 2 neighborhoods that maybe are coming out of Seattle planning.
It's probably true.
Goals.
Because of the light rail as a connecting system. So yeah, I think not so much connecting the 2 neighborhoods, as connecting the neighborhoods to the train.
To the train, okay. But that's different than pulling a sort of, weave of streets across between the 2. And I haven't seen anybody yet really say this is where the train is. And these are the connections that are totally relevant to get people to these stations. And so if that is the reason for connecting, then it's not really evident. I don't think it maybe any of the schemes so far.
I did have one quick question, is why, in all the effort to talk about the marsh and the water, I'm assuming that's the rail line that goes right down the middle of the marsh. So what drove that decision versus pulling it on one side or the other in the region?
So the rail is the existing freight rail, so it's not the valid connection out of Central on 15th Street. But we just didn't want, kind of to Mandika's point of like not wanting to remove all existing context, just kind of like bury kind of a freight train underground. Like we wanted that to be an experience as well. And like, what does the train look like? Like, what if that train was a one constant factor through all of these different neighborhoods? And like, you're in the train and you're experiencing all of these different experiences, but also you're in the neighborhood and you experience the train differently in all of these different neighborhoods.
So it's mostly freight, right?
It is, yeah.
And so it would be a dam, basically, or would you build a new
Yeah.
viaduct infrastructure underneath the train, not to get specific with your logistics.
Yeah, I mean, we know that if we retain this water, but this water would be open too, because this is also not gonna be impacted by sea level rise. So we know that that's gonna hold that water, and that's why that's more of like an experiential one that is being filtered and reused.
How much freight travels that?
So it's a lot. Because there's, oh my gosh, I think it's like the port at the top kind of receives like all of these industrial parts for the Boeing plant that's in the south of Seattle, and it all travels by freight through this site.
But a lot of the tracks are, yes, that's absolutely true. There is some kind of environmental problem. But a lot of the tracks are shown in the earth right now. They're not being used.
Right.
So there is the ability, at least in plan, to consolidate territory. You still have the impact of.
Yeah, and we did consolidate, like, the tracks used to be twice this large. So we, or 3 times this large, so we reduced that, but actually, yeah, we didn't really take it on, so.
How are we doing on time?
I wanted to invite Patty, thank you, to maybe give a couple final comments and then we should move on to the next group.
Yeah, I couldn't hear that last bit about the tracks, but I had the same question about the tracks running through the middle of what will often be wet ground. Are you saying it was elevated already?
Yeah, so it should be like just above where the sea level rise will hit. So if sea level rise is 10 feet, it's about 11 feet up. So it's like just shy.
Because I also find it, it's just kind of interesting because it kind of precludes the chances of interconnectivity across what would otherwise be maybe a really cool stretch of water between those neighborhoods that are coming really close together. You know, so at a certain point, you know, who gets priority, I guess, would be the political question. And, you know, if the rail wasn't there, you know, could you start to imagine people own boats and there's a whole kind of like boat culture of visiting or crossing this water body to go shopping, get your groceries and come back or something. I don't know. If the rail is there, and I mean, it's probably not an approachable rail, but then I wonder, I've been looking at these big footprints down here, down on the salt marsh side, and wondering if they need to be there and why they're exactly there and not say, you know, at the end where they're gonna look out, you know, at this end, or could they be all the way over in the middle and they kind of are these different kind of blocks that are sort of more like islands that connect to the rail and maybe they support the rail and they become kind of bridges in another way. So you see what I'm talking about down here, these two buildings?
We really, I guess, wanted to, those are existing buildings that we're then kind of stacking on top of. So the ground floor of these buildings will eventually be like underwater when the sea level rise eventually happens. And then we'll have, you know, like mixed uses on top of it. And so like, since we're retaining those buildings, we didn't really move them, but it would be nice to enhance the views like into our landscape.
Well, that's really helpful because they really stood out and I couldn't understand.
Everything else, yeah.
I think what you're doing here is really beautiful, and just the scale shift there and the salt marsh, like that kind of living looks like a whole new way of living in that landscape, and it makes the edge and the transition and So there's some really nice moments that you guys have thought about. Also on the other edge with the sort of boardwalk idea and thinking of bigger buildings that are kind of situated differently to each other and more oriented to the water. So I think there's some really nice decisions. I also am not sure about the monumental part. I wonder, I see it like there's all this water and I see it like, is that the moment where there's no buildings on that edge? You know, could it be like generous heart? That's the one place where, you know, we just need to be generous to nature and not try to develop on every edge. But that's kind of where the nature comes in. And then the other parts are where the city comes out. Does that make sense? So I'm talking more about these buildings on that edge. And then the form of the park, you know, I guess, I wonder if it could just be more, less formal and maybe it's more about, you know, some other more organic thing like this salt marsh stuff.
But it could like really, they could be like towers, monuments to methane or something. They're on top of the landfill, which we haven't really talked much about at all. But I love that idea that those buildings go, and this whole thing becomes like, you know, renewable energy production or something. You know, nobody's talked about bringing in other sort of infrastructural systems into the heart of this new development, because to keep down resource use, you got to find other ways to feed it.
Yeah, it would have a nice echo of Gasworks Park.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, we should move on to the next group. Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Oh, no, you're next. I left my notes here.
Hi everyone, thanks for joining us today. Our project is called The Scene. I'm Aubrey, I'm studying urban design here at UT.
Hi, I'm Alay. I'm in the first year urban design program.
Hi, I'm Ashwini. I'm in the third semester Master of Landscape Architecture program.
I'm Brent, and I'm LA program.
So Inner Bay has traditionally been a site of really high productivity. Right now it's home to the maritime industry and as well as a lot of small scale manufacturing. However, a lot of the infrastructure that supports these industries has created a barrier in the city, and that's also wreaked a lot of ecological havoc. So we're trying to sort of propose to reverse this reality by reinventing an infrastructure of connection and employing strategies of ecological protection, all while retaining the productive identity of the site. So here you see Inner Bay is located to the north of downtown Seattle between two very wealthy neighborhoods of Magnolia and Queen Anne. We kind of did an analysis of what's here on the site right now. And it's just like a vast expanse of hardscape impervious cover. But it really supports the rail industry, shipping industry, maritime, and a lot of small scale manufacturing. So the way we're sort of approaching this site and this project is through these three filters of production, protection, and connection, which we'll come back to time and again throughout our presentation to kind of show how we're implementing these strategies through both our landscape and urban systems.
So the production infrastructure currently existing and Interbay has like created a massive barrier between the city and between all the neighborhoods, but it is still the piece of land which kind of holds all of them together. So what we are looking at is restitching and kind of connecting all these other neighborhoods, downtown Queen Anne, Magnolia, Barrett, and the existing parks, and kind of these interesting internodal junctions are formed by these connection networks, and we're looking at these junctions to be points of integrated infrastructure where they could be pinch points where multiple kind of systems can combine and kind of overlap on top of each other at those junctions. We are also looking at relooking at Homestead's park plan and overlapping it with the existing green and park spaces of the city. And we kind of see these interesting connections, which again go back to our connection diagram, kind of forming the similar kind of language of connecting the parks and the neighborhoods. And these images kind of just show as what are the connections inside Interbay we want to make with the Central Park and with the blue space as well.
All right, we also would like to establish some remediation. So we'll have a variety of flowers to strengthen production and protection. So through phytoremediation is especially needed in the Central Park system since it's the existing landfill currently. So sea level rise, this is obviously an issue to address. In our design, it shows a proposal of wetlands. And so this is dealing with an 8-foot increase in water with tides and possibly a 100-year scenario. So this is existing salmon. So this is a major part of our project existing condition where we need the salmon population stabilized. Most fish are farmed, but the habitat of wild salmon is in dire need for restoration.
This is looking at the production currently within the state of Washington, specifically food, and we found really high correlation between productive areas and transportation corridors. So it really strengthens the argument for maintaining Inner Bay as a site of production, given the proximity of the industrial rail and the shipping industry. Inner Bay has also been a site historically of production. It was a site of indigenous food gathering before settlers came in, and since white settlers have colonized the area, has traditionally been really focused on the maritime fishing industry. Cut flowers are also really important and growing industry in the Washington area. So we wanted to incorporate this sort of production into Inner Bay to sort of bring a characteristic of Cascadia into our site.
The next set of diagrams are a segue into our design thinking and reiterate we have three primary goals for this site: connection, protection, and production. We looked at connection as a series of grid lines that exist on the site moving along Queen Anne and Magnolia neighborhoods.
Protection happens majorly through the wetlands by mitigating against sea level rise, in the park as remediation for the landfill, and finally in the shorelines protecting the salmon corridors. Production across the site. Production across the site happens in 3 zones. But production along the greenhouse district here, salmon production up north, and cutthroat production at various parts of the site. By overlaying these ideas, we come to our party that fused our design strategies and helped us make informed decisions. At the epicenter of the party is the transit station that merges various urban systems. The dotted lines show the light rail and the industrial way. We then finally have our scene that stitches the various urban systems and landscape systems together. This is our master plan to kind of walk you through very quickly. We have our wetlands here at the bottom, which is sort of slowly accepting sea level rise through a series of terraces. And then a very large, highly productive greenhouse area, which has certain mixed uses of residential programs mixed in, especially along the 15th Street corridor. Here's our central park, which is incorporating not only parts of the greenhouse, but also flowers, which serve bioremediation practices. And then along our sort of liberal and cultural corridor, we have the central district located, which there's the central station. And to the north, we have the Fisherman's Village, which we're proposing as sort of a marketplace and community center with a lot of public waterfront while still maintaining the kind of working nature of that water's edge. Same with the warehouse district, we're proposing to keep almost all the warehouse uses, but densify that sort of ground plane of warehouses, and then adaptively reuse by building a secondary ground with sort of mixed and residential uses on top, which would then have access to the waterfront where we're sort of focusing our salmon habitat rehabilitation. And here's a look at some site analysis we did to sort of choose like which specific buildings we want to preserve. One we focused on was the training ground house, which we're proposing as a community center, and then also maintaining some important amenities such as the fire station. And here's a look at the mobility. This is the existing conditions. You see it's almost entirely dominated by the industrial rail. We're still maintaining the industrial rail, but moving all the shunting yards elsewhere. We're also bringing in the light rail with 2 main stations and proposing really sort of intimate and integrated network of pedestrian and bike structures.
Yeah, so in this hydrology, it shows the brackish river system up north, the saltwater at the south. This is where the wetlands are proposed. And then fresh water coming off of the elevations from the streets into the main interface.
By creating the urban neighborhoods, we were thinking about the density of the existing site, and we were thinking about the density of how we want to arrange the spaces. So we kind of wanted to open up large public spaces for the city. And we could do that by concentrating density at like specific neighborhoods where we can make them more dense and mixed use. Yeah, so we also started looking at the existing land use map and seeing how the central area is kind of entirely industrial with like a wall or like a thick edge of these different programs, and we want to kind of thicken the edge on both sides by kind of doing this diagram, which has all the new kind of mixed use programs, and that will allow us to patch these 2 neighborhoods together by using the land use map. We also started looking at the existing mandatory housing affordability kind of zones, which are again at the edge of both the neighborhoods. So it's basically all these are single family neighborhoods, and this one is the industrial neighborhood. So how do you kind of differentiate between them? So it's by creating these walls. So that is what we wanted to break, that ideology, and that's how we are kind of using the site as a potential area for like a lot of affordable housing by thickening this kind of edge. While studying, one of the studies was using the flat maps, which is on the existing sites. What we did is overlaid a flat map onto some of our grid lines, which we are deciding upon, and we kind of saw very sharp and kind of patterns on the ground, which are created by the existing flat map, and we use them to form the typologies around it. So, for example, this cut on the land is was created by the industrial rail, and we now thought of using that for taking the light rail across the site by cutting into the neighborhoods. Another interesting observation was the fact that the plot sizes over here for the single family neighborhood are like in this direction and they are like really fine. So we wanted to continue and pull the grain from the flat map onto the central neighborhood and create this really fine grained neighborhood in the center, which is again very dense, but it is porous at the bottom, so kind of creating a lot of open spaces. And that's how we kind of overlaid the flat map with the new kind of settlement.
These diagrams then helped us identify our 6 unique but integrated districts across the site. Each district has its own characteristics, but are all tied together with the scene that we saw in our party. Now let us take a closer look at each district.
So this is the greenhouse district. So the vignette shows the greenhouse district at the water's edge. And so it also shows the expanse of greenhouses for production. We wanted to make it substantial as a productive site. This is the section that's also showing the expansive greenhouse as well.
This is one of the process studies we did to kind of come to the form of the greenhouses by starting off with the kind of axes which we want to create, and then how we kind of overlay the formal structure of the greenhouse with taking the width of 30 feet, which is like the standard greenhouse width, and kind of pulling it across to the side in a linear manner and entering like that into the central park, which also creates like a nice kind of junction with the park and the city. So creating these smaller kind of inserts into the park and then creating density around Oya. Yeah, these are some of the diagrams which show like that the pedestrian and vehicular access, creating open spaces along the axes. And having density, so we kind of increase the density on the 15th Avenue road by creating more commercial and mixed-use kind of programs along the road, and and some of the view corridors for the buildings which kind of pop up into the and looking into the wetland. Yeah, we kind of did a brief kind of program metrics or diagram where we have all the programs kind of separated into the different percentages, and for this kind of neighborhood, we really wanted to emphasize on the productive aspect of the greenhouses, and that is why more than 60% of the land is allocated towards production and greenhouses. In this diagram, we are quickly showing like one of the detailed sections of the greenhouse, how do we work inside with these kind of modules repeating over, and one of the views which shows like a narrow alley of the experience of a person walking through a greenhouse system.
Let us now take a closer look at the wetlands. This section shows us the extent of the wetlands and its context with its surrounding ecology. The idea for the wetlands was largely based on the concept of embracing water and letting it into the site. Eventually, the site will flood, but hopefully we can be better prepared by strategically using landscape systems as barriers. We use the existing Seattle street grid to inform the landscape typology and make connections. On drier days, the site will act as an area for recreation and leisure. On wetter days, the site will create unique experiences and movements within the water. The wetland program has a series of terraces that are gridded, but not only do they provide the visitor unique experiences as they walk through the site, but also slow down cold and remediate water as it moves through the site. A few more experiences of the site, and finally the barrier islands at the tip of the piers that show the divert and slow the flow of water and provide habitats.
So this shows the greenhouses continuing into the park, and then also the sunflower remediation in the park. Go back real quick. Sorry. Yeah, you're good. The existing landfill, now that's going to be cut flower, and then methane production site, while the park system is going to be further north. And so here's a section showing that park system.
Yeah, thanks, West. The Sunflower Park is located in the center of our project on the existing landfill, and it ties together 4 different districts. It is a natural extension of the woodlands through Magnolia. It pulls the urban signature from all 4 sides, in the south, like Alex had already showed us, it pulls the contours of the greenhouse, and then some of them are extending in the park as well. And the bridge then adds the connection and breaks the barrier, and then provides the connection between the district there, the urban districts there, and the park.
These are some of the connection diagrams.
Oh, can we go back?
No. Here's it.
All right, so this is the cut flower diagram. This shows the production and process. And then also the methane diagram that's linked to the greenhouses, as one stretch of greenhouse will be taken up by this.
Where's the greenhouse in that bottom diagram?
These are the systems which would exist
Yes,
within one of the greenhouses.
Yeah, so this is kind of going to be integrated into that district.
So are those meant to be buildings or processes within?
More processes in the greenhouse. That's like a
Yes.
small system that's basically.
So I don't have to gas storage tanks. Just the drawing is
Oh,
large.
yes, that's not meant to. So this is a production map. It shows the path of travel for produce. So the site on a global and then state specific of just where cut flowers, produce, and then fish could be produced and transported.
Here we are talking about the central Interbay neighborhood, which is like which we want to be the most kind of dense neighborhood with a cultural street cutting across. So there's like kind of tall, dense residential towers with the cultural street cutting across, which is again like a series of horizontal layers because we are trying to repurpose the existing railway tracks and kind of repurpose them into different programs which are linear cutting across the park with the cultural street. So here is the street, and this is the east-west section of the central kind of district, which kind of high density towers which are next to the cultural street kind of frame that view, and it kind of goes on decreasing as we go towards the neighborhood, like with more kind of humane kind of street sections right next to the neighborhood. Here we are looking again at the process. Integration of the cultural street, the cutting across of the black map with the light rail, pulling across the kind of housing flat map onto the site and kind of creating these fine network of open spaces and buildings. And yeah. So some of the diagrams which shows vehicular pedestrian, the kind of integrated program diagram, open spaces, the sequence of open spaces, and the flat map of the cultural street cutting across, and some of the view corridors and the section of how the kind of typology changes as it comes towards the street and away from the street. We dive into one of the studies where, since we want this neighborhood to have a maximum number of housing, we are kind of providing 4,000 units of housing in just this neighborhood. One of the things we are talking about is the node, and this is the integration of the existing bridge which is running over there, the light rail system which we want to be here, and the railway station and the light rail station which runs under the bridge. It also has like commercial shops which connect both of these neighborhoods. So it's like a really pinch point kind of piece of infrastructure where all these systems come together.
Yeah, and this is sort of an analysis of how our mobility sort of interventions would affect the new residents. Really, any commute to downtown or new working spaces within Seattle can happen in less than 20 minutes and reduce the commute by car. And then this is a look at the warehouse, or excuse me, the Fisherman's Village to the north of the Central District, where we have the cut flowers sort of integrating themselves into some of the old tracks running through near the market. And here you can see to the left, the old roundhouse, which we're proposing as a community center next to the market, with then some mixed use and residential buildings sort of populating next to 15th Street. And we really sort of wanted to extend our cultural street all the way up to the Fisherman's Terminal here at the harbor, and really activate this as a really public and sort of civic use space while still maintaining a lot of the warehouses and bedside warehouses along the waterfront. And here's a look at some of the circulation and program. We're really focusing here more on keeping this as a working waterfront and then sort of civic uses.
Yeah, and the last district we are looking at is the warehouse district, where we kind of want to use the idea of adaptive reuse and kind of retain all of the warehouses which kind of contribute to the economy of the area. And what we are Yeah, so what we are doing is this is the Magnolia neighborhood and this is the industrial trail which is going over. So we are capping the industrial trail over here to kind of create a hemlock park, like a pedestrian park going over which connects Magnolia to this top layer of the industrial district over here. So basically what we are doing is creating a secondary ground plane on top of these neighborhoods, which kind of is a very public kind of plain ground plane, and people can directly go over without disturbing the programs, the industry programs on the bottom. So it's like a space where people can move about and look into the spots below. Like it kind of creates interesting junctions between public, private, what is industrial, what is for the city and all of these. Yeah, again, a diagram which kind of shows these connections. So what we're trying to do is connect these two neighborhoods which are right now disconnected by the railway going over here. So like by creating this hemlock pass, which is like an elevated walkway, it connects the ground plane and the roof structure of this entire thing and kind of creates something that allows people to kind of move through directly on top of the industrial zones in towards the waterfront. Yeah, some of the diagrams which show that pass and the public spaces which go around, and this is the corridor, which is the salmon corridor, which again talks about the protection of the salmon species in that, and we'll be looking at it further down. And this one talks about the programmatic strips, like alternative strips of program of mixed use and commercial running across over the industrial land, which is great, and residential towers coming up, which have like views of the again, like a study of the metrics.
Cool. Yeah, so we're going to focus a little bit more into two of these systems right here. So one being the salmon restoration. So this is using a avian wall to sustain macroinvertebrates for juvenile salmon to feed, and that allows further research on the population numbers. And then lit and shallow waters planted with eelgrass to protect and encourage the vital salmon population. And then this is a look at the Hemlock Way. That's that pass that's going across. And so this is an elevated walkway to gain large tree canopy and pedestrian transportation. And then it allows to serve as an access point to the upper level of the warehouse district.
So just to wrap up, our proposal breaks down barriers created by the existing infrastructure and also focuses on fostering new connections. The project connects Inner Bay to Ballard's downtown through the new north-south light rail and bends the divide between Magnolia, and the waterfront. The ecologically vulnerable nature of this site, we're also wanting to protect that through the slow, safe acceptance of sea level rise, and also sort of the bioremediation processes, as well as the production of the salmon habitat. And finally, the production and transportation of fruits, vegetables, cut flowers, and fish allows Inner Bay to feed both the residents of Seattle, ship exports all over the world, and really empowers Inner Bay to maintain its sort of historic productive identity. Thank you.
So you began with a title slide that said the sea. And I'm assuming you meant that in terms of like getting two textiles together, right? We're stitching things together. Okay. I'm gonna change that.
Please.
Because I propose that you do not think of it as a textile and stitches and that. Think of it like a gold seam, right? It's a seam of precious metals. So one of the things that happened in this part of the country is it settled in the gold rush, which was incredibly disruptive, right? Huge amount of pollutants into the water, huge amount of things in the soil, clear cut mining in order to get at those minerals. But what you're talking about are 21st century gold seeds. You're talking about renewable energy, you're talking about locally done produce, you're talking about sustainable fisheries. Drop the stitching. It's not working for you. It's not coming through as the rest of what you're talking about. But this idea of generating 21st century economic opportunity, that's a much clearer part of what you're talking about. And I think a big part of it is going to be figuring out what is in that landfill. Because everyone wants to keep touching it, but I was told at the beginning it's capped. So if it's capped, that means that there's a limitation on the trees that go on top, the buildings that can be put on it. You cannot puncture that because there's something inside there that persists and is incredibly toxic. So if you're going to be talking about phytoremediating, you're not phytoremediating that soil or phytoremediating the leaching. right? Because you're dealing with leachate, that's groundwater and surface water. So then that gets you back to your idea of how do you bring it all together, is if you're talking about treating these things, how do you bring them to a place where you can concentrate those contaminants to make treating them economically efficient, or phytoextractive, right? If there are minerals in there that can be used because they get hyper-concentrated by the plants, that's another economic opportunity. But I think there's a concept here that's missing. I feel like we just walked through the appendix and I don't yet know what the sales pitch is. Maybe it's a C.
I think that's great though. Like I was worried about the seam too. I was gonna ask you like, well, what's the difference between a seam and a stitch and a this and a that? Because I think you're past the point where that's serving you. And you immediately got past it, right? You immediately said it's production, protection, connection, but those are also relatively generic. And you are doing those things, but I even want you to be more specific. The idea of the 21st century gold seam, which is you then dig into the commentary of a contaminated past and how you reverse that contaminated past into a productive 21st century future, like that's a real thing. That's something to hold on to. Because when I look at this image, I think you guys have a really intuitive sense of the scale of the site. And I love that you walked through those 6 steps of the form making, and you went from 4 to 5 to 6 as if it was a magic wave. It was and then we did this and this and this, right? But that was when the real intuitive nature of those basically block compositions emerged. So I think there's some development of the concept that still needs to happen to help support that decision making. And then there's also something to tap into about the intuitive way you've composed the site, because I look at this and it makes sense to me. Oh yeah, I can see that. I see the multifaceted nature of scales. I see the relationship between public space at for the region versus public space for the neighborhood versus public space for the block. You've got a lot of micro to macro scalar ideas working in connection. I really do think and you've got the protection, right? You've been thinking about sea level rise, you're thinking about wetlands and flood protection. I really think that next step is, okay, how does this neighborhood give back to the sort of larger region by becoming a productive piece of the bigger picture, right? Maybe that's energy production, maybe it's food production, which I think you could get into much more deeply. As you were talking about, it's well, it's aquaponics, or it's, there's these massive new greenhouses that are going up in places like Tennessee and Kentucky and Virginia that are producing, every tomato for the entire East Coast. And there's issues with that. There's questions about that. Do you really want to be producing that much of one or two things in an area which you have to do in a mega greenhouse? What are the impacts of water? Well, you happen to be a place where there's a lot of water. So what does that mean? So I just think there's so much good depth here. There's so many portals to good depth. You've got lots of good ideas, and I think each of them could be expanded to talk about the way they get back to this region.
I appreciate the first kind of 3 simple diagrams that you did as line drawings, and then you overlaid them.
Oh yeah, cheers to a party.
Yeah, right, the word party, thank you. I thought that word was forgotten. But, I find in doing those diagrams like that, it takes me 4 or 5 times to do the diagram, and then I'm like, okay, I got to break that apart into 3 pieces. So you present it like I thought this way, but the reality is you don't, right? You do your diagram, you think, okay, what are the 3 layers? So I appreciated that. I think that the one thing, and of course, again, I put on the hat of reality a little bit, only because I've done some research parts that were actually, in fact, research parts that included manufacturing and distribution. And when you say it, your site plan is believable because some of the buildings are the size and scale of those kind of warehouses. And the challenge that I always put forward to the team I was on was how can we do this and make it more urban? Instead of it just being out of nowhere, these big trucks going to pick stuff up, how can we create a front face to it that could have multiple levels and office space and ground level retail, and then the backside is completely different, right? Because that's where the big trucks got to come in, they got to turn around. So, for example, you know, I could buy the fact that this is warehouse and maybe this is warehouse and you got fronts here and fronts here, but I'm telling you, all this stuff in here is gonna be service and loading, and big access, so you gotta think at a different scale, because if you get an 18-wheeler and distributing stuff, they gotta be able to pull in, back it, you know, turn around, back in. And so there's a big chunk of the interior stuff that you can't just drop another building in there because there's no place, you know, those trucks need 100-foot radius to turn around, right? And that's, so there's that part of it. And then when you start getting the smaller scale in the north, and maybe they're not 18-wheelers, maybe you'll argue they're 30-foot, you know, trucks, but you still gotta get. So there's a secondary diagram that's like pedestrian circulation and vehicular circulation, and I always try to like make them, you do one, then you rotate them, right? Yeah, service access, pedestrian, service access, pedestrian. So again, it's that next level that you probably have to go into from here to get into the reality of what's it mean if these are real true distribution centers. Or are you using the rail as part of that? Well, then you gotta have a branch of the rail pull off.
Yeah.
And be able to, you know, stop, and is it elevated rail so that you can load and unload? It's a whole thing, but again, that's next steps.
Yeah, no, but it's really nice that you got that up, because we were actually thinking about some of the issues, like we just started thinking about that.
Sure.
And like, we had like some parts where we get the elevation.
I'm gonna try to find that section.
Okay. Yeah, but we were just talking about some of these systems where the greenhouses could have their own storage warehouses, which are maybe 2-story. And go back to the next. Yeah. So how we have like kind of the programs over here, and so the blue thin line is the railway line, it comes.
Oh,
in,
yeah,
and
okay,
we have
yeah, I
the
didn't pick up on
storage
that.
houses on the side. So we had started, but it's really nice that you got that up,
Yeah,
because we
and it's
really wanted
beginning.
to actually get into this kind of analysis for different districts as well, and
Sure.
not just this one.
So the second step to that, and again, the next step, one of the steps I had to go through was coming up with a, you know, building typology. And so your greenhouses and your other warehouses, you know, what, if you had to set some standards to it, what would they be? So, you know, you've got the front office space and a big bay in the back versus, you know, office buildings versus other things. And again, you know, for everybody else, I challenge, don't forget about, no, that's probably just, I didn't think about it again. Next time, if there's a university nearby, you know, circle it, and and I saw in your diagram that it's called mixed use, and I'm thinking, no, it's not mixed use, you know, it's an institution of 3,500 students. I know you guys are 50,000, and it doesn't seem significant, but I mean, it's like a Concordia, or it's like a, you know, it's like a St. Ed's, right? And St. Ed's isn't insignificant, and it's right next door, so, you know, don't forget about those places.
Thank you.
My thing with it, just quickly, is I feel like it idealized. I appreciate that you're using the site for industry again, and it's not just make believe something else, like it might actually generate revenue for the city, which I think is great. But it seems to like it's like Pinterest meets Amazon or something. Like nobody's gonna have a brick pathway in a greenhouse with flowers. Like that's not how greenhouses work, right? Like they're gross. There's disgusting runoff, there's fertilizer. So if you're gonna choose to do a greenhouse, and this goes for all the different types of industries that you've chosen, you said wild salmon, but it's like, well, now it's production, so now it's a farmed salmon thing, right? Like is it really wild at this point, you know, in that context? So I don't know, I just wanted there to be less dreamy notions of what it is, and just more like, we understand what a greenhouse operation is, and here's how we're going to prevent the fertilizer from entering into the waterway, or that's what the wetlands are used for. Like some more of the systems-based things that seem to be like greenhouse, and then this is habitat. Like, well, what, you know, you can't just call it habitat. What is it, you know, and what really makes it work? So I applaud you for like not going the traditional route. But I think there's really got to drill down into some of the systems of those choices that you made. And then you left the wharfs, right? Did you lift them? So then they're flooded.
The south or
The south.
harbor up and north?
The south. So harbor doesn't change because of the locks. The southern ones, 8 feet will cover those wharfs, but you chose to leave them in your plan.
Yes, I think so. The idea was that they're already are completely artificial, so that over time
You'll lift
it would
them.
be pretty, or it would be plausible to lift them as needed. The one sort of to the left is also a park program instead of pitting sort of our industrial shipping.
Yeah. I didn't hear, I missed where you said what their future use was going to be, that you were going to modify them so that they could remain in place. Because otherwise they'd be underwater with your assumptions. And then the logistics was a huge thing, right? Like there's, how do you get your flowers to market? You have refrigerators, there's a lot of complicated things that the picture of the brick alley sort of skipped. So.
Yeah, it's a very gentrified version of industry. However, I applaud you for taking on that this has economic importance, that industry does have economic importance to Seattle and the state. And but I think that I keep coming back to the fact that a lot of industry was separately for a lot of good reasons, and so some of the pieces, besides what has been said, are the adjacencies, the assumption that you can put mixed use in some of these places where I think you probably can't, and the adjacency to some housing, so the impact of the scale of the industrialized greenhouses and flower. But I'm also wondering on the south part of the site, whether you're setting up a condition that you'll allow us to rise, but I'm wondering if you couldn't actually start out by spreading the industrial use, especially if it's greenhouses, and you address the issue of the filtering the water that comes out of it, et cetera. If you didn't initially allow that to exist in the places that will not be affected by sea level rise for another 20, 30 years, et cetera, with the assumption that you will surrender that land eventually. And just say the southern part of the site here is initially about production. And if you can do that organically and at a very high level of environmental sensitivity, great. I'm intrigued by, if I understood it right, you're creating a rooftop experience in the north, right? So you're pulling. So I'm just intrigued about that, about the underuse right now of roofs and the advantages that you could get from the height and creating unexpected connections. And I think I'm going to stop there, except for one thing, where I think in your what was it? It was connection, protection, production. So the protection piece, I think, is undercooked, and you could just diagram better, I think, more clearly the areas of the site that exist in a state that is sufficiently, has enough integrity at the moment to protect and enhance. So if it is about creating better habitat for the existing salmon, perhaps it's not about fishing those salmon, but it is about acknowledging their importance to the region and the need for this to be a healthy waterway. So I think you're not really telling that story yet in a way that makes us understand why you're protecting. And if that's the same for it, there's still patches of high integrity salt marsh, which we know are disappearing from our coasts, then, okay, how are you protecting that while then allowing, so it's like a phasing too.
Yeah.
It's like we're protecting, we're enhancing, while we're also doing these other things.
I think our goal here was to allow that water to feed into like this area that are kind of like patties in a sense, so that allows it to change, but that makes sense of like keeping that throughout and then allowing it to slowly happen.
Well, I think even if you did that, you could generate a productive.
Yeah. Utilize.
You could utilize it, and then I think actually the form that you're creating there would make more sense than if you're trying to reestablish, incrementally reestablish salt marshes, because it doesn't make sense for that.
Yeah.
The other thing I'm just thinking about right now is the protection piece. You know, you have this capped landfill in the middle, which has been brought up, it's capped for a reason, and, you know, I think there's another meaning of protection, right? It's like the site has the toxic gas specs, and so what are you really doing to protect people from that? As you build on and around it.
Patty, would you like to make a couple comments and close us out?
Sure. I love this conversation. I think it's a beautiful project also. And that final, are you going back to the final plan? I mean, you guys have drawn this with a really nice sensitivity and nuance. And I love how I can just read how these open corridor landscape systems kind of come down and through to the middle and then back out. The fact that you sort of drew the trails or the kind of tendrils going back out into the neighborhood on either side. It's such a, you know, it's a thing we kind of take for granted in these kinds of drawings, but I think it expresses your intention really well. You know, I'm talking about these, just these things and this thing that comes up through, right? We can see that you're actually like making connections in a really beautiful way. So I think there's a lot here that is very well kind of massaged and reads really nicely. I want to pick up on the conversation about the protection, because I keep thinking back to production also. And I think that question about the Amazon and the, can't remember what you said. One of you guys said, is between the Amazon and a something else. And it's exactly like, I think we need, you know, what's your position on production in terms of the big industry and the local economy, community, you know, sort of like, are we protecting the community and the, you know, through different ways that these at the really micro scale, there might be even like landscape or building typologies or courtyards where small scale economies can happen, whether, you know, not necessarily even informal, but, you know, flower production at a really different unit size might be interesting to think about as a way of protecting the community and generating these little micro economies in the face of like these bigger industries. Because I think the bigger industry is part of the threat. And I can't tell if you're enabling that more or if you're like what your position is towards that, if that makes sense. And then the last part about that is back to the seam thing, which I think Linda or, you know, it's like talked about in the beginning. And I agree with that. And I also love your diagrams. And I think you have the capability to start diagramming this project, not on 1, 2, like bringing something together, but circular, right? Like the idea of a system, like you have the landfill, it's producing methane that produces, you know, how much energy, which feeds low income units to relieve energy burden, right? Or it feeds back into what other system that's there. Or we're going to solar panel all of those warehouses that can generate X amount of energy, which is then going to fund the maintenance of, you know, this other part over here. So just like thinking through and drawing a diagram that has like connections from one piece to the next and thinking about capacities and what capacities you have and then what your different outputs can be. And then starting to think about that together would be the next step, because then you're really working in terms of production, protection, those things. And you can just transition how you diagram it into a less static way, even though those are beautiful and needed. This is like the next step that's really exciting to think about. So very interesting. Thank you.
I have just one comment, if you don't mind. I mean, if one goes back to kind of 1950s neighborhood unit diagrams, what I think is interesting about Seattle is like they've identified these neighborhoods and then they've said there's a village center. So Magnolia has this sort of neighborhood with a village center. Queen Anne has its neighborhood with a village center. Ballard has its neighborhood with a village sort of center. So I actually am kind of intrigued by just this one, like really straightforward. I'm gonna make a main street at the scale of all of these neighborhoods together. Now, whether that main street is conventional vertical mixed use, that's a whole nother question, right? Like, maybe that's the flower market. You know, I think there are all kinds of ways to begin to sort of deal with it. But what I do like is that even though you have all these sort of distinct territories, for me, this sort of squeeze actually kind of works as a way of sort of locking down the center of the project.
So I have a question though, because I've been looking at that and I'm wondering, like, if you project this out, say this is successful, isn't it really going to change the character of the east-west streets?
Yes.
Won't this put tremendous pressure on, especially the center one that ties into the Twin Cities? I mean, I could just see this starting to develop and actually eroding this village idea that exists on either side. I mean, and
Without
maybe
some
that's the
sort of
future and that's where
regulatory
it needs to go.
mechanism, just based on real estate.
Yeah.
You're right. But that moment, I mean, you guys sort of have like the beginning of the drawing. That moment with this moment for me, like, I want you to look more on that drawing. This moment, right? Like, even transparently showing like the movement from the platforms of the train, how I get up to the surface. And like, I think that the intermodal connectivity suggested right there in this project, I think is really, really important. And you have a drawing that's sort of just the beginnings of explaining it. That drawing, I think, kind of needs to be finished.
Yeah,
So just to answer, I was just gonna say, just to answer your question about the link here, this is going to be finished from here to the end there, but this is all going to be industrial, it's going to help shipping the production that happens from this here, so this here is going to be completely industrial, and but this is going to be more about residents. So it's doing two dual things, like.
But what you're also doing, if I read your perspective correctly, is you're taking commuter rail and turning it into urban rail.
Right.
Which is a very different speed and a very different sense of demarcation, you know? So there is there is sort of, that definitely isn't about getting everyone downtown really fast. It's a little sort of more hybrid, it's like Portland, right? I'm gonna go really fast and then I'm gonna slow down right on the surface of the street. And then I'm gonna go really fast.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to see that.
Two more, a couple critics needed to get out.
Actually, we're gonna go.
Yeah. It says live. Oh, yeah, no, we're not done. No, we'll be done at 6. No, everybody needed a break.
Have you watching this? I'm only looking for the know that this is.
It does have a limit. Sometimes we're actually trying to like watching the fun. Sorry, that's pretty well. Leora thinks that everybody else
You know, these.
Yeah.
Alan just playing mean jokes on us by turning off our AC.
Everyone else has to.
It's been good. It's been a good conversation. First group.
Make sure your model's the way you want it.
Under the infrastructure.
Thank you for
I never. Next time.
Yeah.
Our chapter is.
guys ready for next semester?
All right, so everybody's back.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we got 2 more projects to do. 2 more projects to do. For those of you who have 6.
We did all 4 times.
Yeah.
How much is that though?
All right, hello. Our project is for reciprocal urbanism for Interved. I'm Zoe, 3rd semester MLA student.
I'm Julia. I'm also a 3rd semester MLA student.
I'm Mohan, first year urban design student.
I'm usual 1st semester urban design student.
So our project imagines a reciprocal urbanism between fishing industry, culture, and ecology for Interved. We will propose 4 urban districts and 3 landscape zones, where these 3 pillars not only are intertwined, but also make each other stronger. We will begin with some historical context and analysis, followed by an urban design or overview, and end with our landscape plan. Ecology and the fishing industry have heavily shaped Seattle's history of urban development and cultural identity. However, the outcomes thus far have not always been equitable or generative. Before the regradings of Seattle, Interved was a coastal zone of tide flats, salt marsh wetlands, and upland coastal forest. Salmon fishing has historically been, and still is, a backbone of Seattle's culture and economy. The culture of living by the sea was established by indigenous tribes such as the Duwamish and the Snoqualmie, who fished for salmon, collected shellfish, and hunted in the forests of present-day Seattle. Seattle's ongoing legacy of displacement began with the relocation of these tribes to reservations in the 1850s, shortly after the arrival of white settlers. Today, salmon and working-class fishing culture is in danger due to threats imposed by the hardening of the coastline, pollution, and urban developments that prioritize a leisure coast over a working coast. It is beyond the scope of our project today to address returning lands to Native people or reversing engineering decisions that
have led to current environmental problems and inequities, although we hope that this will be part of Seattle's future. Today, we do, however, propose a future vision for Interbay that mitigates the displacement of people and fosters a symbiotic relationship between fishing industry and the environment.
To just set the ground, like we all know that Seattle is a growing city, and year on year, the population of Seattle kind of grows from 1.5% year on year. And what's its relation with Interbay? Like it's around 2.8% of population in Interbay region kind of grows. So, and then like, what does Interbay mean? Like, why is it there? A kind of a comparison with the other industrial areas in Seattle city, like so in Interbay, like Interbay alone contributes around $3,500 million of export in export sector revenue, which kind of gives the reason why we need to kind of consider Interbay and its related attributes. So taking that revenue establishment revenue and relating it with the establishments and the employment, it generates, like it's mostly the employment export sector and then the commercial, which kind of employs all the blue collar people over there, and it accommodates them, and it's the revenue associated with them. So what's the state of housing over there with regard to the employment and the revenue generated, and how is it? How is the scenario over there? It's like in Seattle experiences 13% of homelessness, and when compared to Cascadia region, Vancouver, it's much lesser than Vancouver, but either we need to address it. I found an interesting image, like before the armory was moved, like these are the cabin houses which were there in the Seattle region, and this kind of showed the density, like how it's been right now in Interbay area. So kind of zooming out and looking at the open spaces and aspect how Interbay is being addressed, like the green spaces has been scattered, and we want to kind of create centers in the Interbay region, and this was a conceptual framework when we had this idea of like how to stitch the green spaces and create at the same time weave the urban density. So yeah, so this is a means like zooming in, like we kind of had a conceptual framework of how to connect the green systems, and with the green system, how the infrastructure like bike lanes and pedestrians would be strongly weaved through. And then, so it's the industry which kind of generates the revenue, right? So we kind of map what all industries we are planning to remove, relocate, and then what all we are planning to remove, and what are we going to propose. So this is a map of the proposed and the relocated ones. So and we had an idea of like what's the existing program in Interbay right now, and what could bring the diversity what kind of diversity in programs kind of can add density to the region is this is kind of a conceptual mapping of what all programs could be added to it. Like the south and the north part are mostly in industry, and we are retaining the industries, and what all other programs could be added, like the commercial part in terms of businesses are there. Like we wanted kind of imagine office spaces and other spatially dense programs which could add more value to the land. So this is a existing and a proposed road network and light rail thing. So we had a we kind of mapped the 15-minute radius and the half-a-mile radius, and then like we saw an intersection at the central park, but we felt like the open spaces needs more accessibility in terms of transit, and so we wanted to kind of propose a light rail station at the center of the park, so that the access from other parts of the Magnolia and Pinyon is also possible through that, and then from other parts of the city too.
So here is a framework plan showing how our conceptual strategies merge together to develop the whole area of Interbay. And each urban entity is tied to each other aspect of urban and landscape system. So we are adding new road connections across the four districts we are proposed, and from east to west and end to Magnolia, which could provide more access for people from the surrounding neighborhoods getting into the Interbay area, and also new opportunities to develop the inner area. And we also have the light rail goes from the Ballard and through the whole site into the downtown Seattle. And we remained and replaced some industrial stuff on north and south parts of the site, trying to keep and recall the historical cultural memory and also interact with green systems to create different experience. And also the green system as not only part of the landscape ecological system, but also define and form a space of the through the roads and blocks and form the circulation of bike and pedestrian system. And next slide. So looking at the framework master plan for more details, you can see how our conceptual ideas come together to form the urban space. So yes, here we can see the light rail come from the Ballard across the sea, and then there are 3 stations. One is here, another is here, and the other is here. So they take different people from different nodes and to different part of the city for different purposes, and bringing people to Interbay and also taking people from Interbay to the other part of Seattle. And we also follow the grid of the surrounding neighborhood to have better connection across the east and west. And also we add, originally there are 3 connections. One is here and the other is here and other is here. And we add 2 more connections to reduce the pressure for the original ones. And also from north to south, we also add some new connections to reduce the stress for 15th Avenue and also the 20th Avenue. And we also propose some pedestrian bridges in the center part to add more connections for people on both sides of the railroads, like connecting them from the Central Park and also these public business district. And you can also see the green system flow from the northeast part to the southwest part and interacting with blocks and roads to create a continuous bike and pedestrian trail. So in this way, we are imagining more experience of crossing through the site. And we also have 3 landscape zones, which are all productive landscape that responds to their specific context. Generally in the north, it's respond to the existing friction industry, and in the center responds to the existing path to landfill, and also in the south responds to the flooding and instability, which we'll talk about more later. And as maybe you still remember the conceptual sketch drawing, that here is our central part with all the things linked together. So in this part, as a key moment, we have different layers overlaid together, like the pedestrian bridges, and the rail goes down, and the light rail above, and also across some buildings here. Yeah. Next page. So yes, here are the transit system that we have already mentioned before, and also the different street types of the site. And these are the dimensions for different streets from the primary road is almost about 100 feet, and some one-way road is organized at the northwest part to create more streets that better for walkability. Yeah, and this is the fairground and also the retail address that, as we mentioned before, the northwest part and the southwest part are more have more housing, so the retail is less than these two parts, because these two parts have more public functions like mixed-use buildings or some office buildings and commercial buildings. So these two parts have more retail address. And
this is like, since we mentioned that the conceptually, like how we are planning to work out the density from to scatter from the center part to the ends, like the ends are more of industrial and warehouses, and where the density, the heights of the buildings also reduces, and it's more the central district is more concentrated at the center, and this is kind of a land use how we have worked out, planned all the industries along the north and the south part, and then concentrated our mixed uses and mixed use spaces at the center, and the institutions and near the central park.
And then we going to do a little bit more into 4 urban districts. The first one is the waterfront district that located at the top of the site, the northwest part. And this one, as we can look from the asphalt view, so in this area, the height of the buildings are almost from 5 floors to 7 floors, and it's a medium density. And except for the 3 main connections, the other roads are only one-way roads to have better experience for pedestrians. And the open space here is we have 3 green streets, and we have some small courtyards we have small courtyards served for the each blocks. And we also have some bigger nodes that relates to the whole area. And we figure out some important interface and some important points that at the intersections, which will be the retail edge and commercial functions. And so this is a zoning and section for this area, and we can. Okay, so this is the second part that is about the business district. We are imagining it's more about office building and some mixed use buildings that has the highest density of the whole site. Okay. Yeah, we can see the zoning here. And also this part is more about some civic functions, like we have imagined schools and libraries and museums here, and with some buildings housing. Yeah. And this area has a lowest density, but that this part is the industrial part, and also with some other housing.
Okay, we're proposing 3 productive zones in Inner Bay, which will respond to the environmental risks that the area faces. The 4 main hazards that we have identified are pollution from combined sewage overflow, potential landslides due to steep, unstable slopes, a capped landfill that poses development barriers due to methane generation and leachate risks, and the threat of sea level rise, which shown here is the worst case scenario in 100 years with no intervention. Each zone aims to perform as a productive landscape while maintaining a nuanced treatment of water to slow, hold, and filter it throughout the site. These productive landscapes manifest in 4 ecosystem typologies, both found in the Pacific Northwest today and are grounded in Interbay's historic ecology. The north end of Inner Bay is home to Fisherman's Terminal and an active fishing economy on Salmon Bay. Our proposal for Zone 1 suggests a productive landscape integrated into the urban fabric that strengthens the local economy by protecting salmon, the industry's key species. Our intervention includes a series of green streets and a coastal park that slows, holds, and filters runoff from Magnolia to the west and upper Inner Bay before releasing into Salmon Bay. Our coastal park is designed not only to create a community gathering space on land, but also protect the salmon migration route below the water. The main issues impeding salmon migration are lack of vegetated and rocky habitat, polluted water, and too warm temperatures due to deforestation. Our salmon corridor provides a shallow, shaded, and vegetated passage along the shore of floating wetlands. Additionally, existing piers are reshaped and moved boat traffic further offshore to lessen interference of salmon migration path from the Ballard Locks. Our intention is for a reciprocal relationship between fishing industry and ecology to carry into the neighborhood culture in northern Inner Bay. The center of Bay is home. The center of Inner Bay is home to a capped landfill currently being used as a golf course. Though the landfill has been capped since the mid-1950s, development on the site is challenging due to continued methane generation and inconsistent soil stability. Zone 2 incorporates a productive landscape that remediates Inner Bay's central green space and provides water capture infrastructure along the light rail and 15th Street, 2 arteries that will bring residents and visitors to the park.
Click on the PDF.
We are proposing a landfill gas collection and recovery system paired with a flexible phased landfill remediation plan that will rebuild the soil on the landfill first, establish a grassland matrix, which will eventually provide a base for successional woodland planting. We imagine this ecological transformation as a process that visitors can witness and take part in as the programs of the Central Green change in response to the vegetation and wildlife. Our interventions extend east of the Central Green into surrounding light industry, creating neighborhood parks that can adapt to flooding. West of the park, green infrastructure and 15th Street intertwine, creating a vibrant streetscape with adaptability to support pedestrian, bike, and vehicular traffic, as well as slow, hold, and filter runoff. And this edge creates a juxtaposing landscape of rest against a highly developed, fast-moving artery for the neighborhood. Lastly, the south of Inner Bay is at the highest risk of environmental hazard due to steep slopes meeting the coast, pollution from existing industry, and the future threat of flooding. Therefore, we propose establishing the majority of the area as a productive and recreational landscape with some limited development, such as commercial fishing, aquaculture, and light industry. We propose retaining Pier 91 of the Port of Seattle on the east side and keeping one side of Pier 90 open for cruise ships. Our project creates a salt marsh and a coastal forest ecosystem with a robust network of trails, allowing visitors to witness the landscape at work to protect Inner Bay as a whole. Over time, we see this part of the site as a testing ground for coastal industry and ecology to function reciprocally. We imagine that as our landscape works to treat water, new coastal industries, such as integrated multi-trophic aquaculture, could exist along the port. This type of aquaculture would allow Seattle to raise farmed salmon to supplement the wild caught population and use natural processes to filter contaminants associated with traditional fish farming. Additionally, these industries will be integrated into a multiple lines of defense strategy, including an extended dike, salt marsh restoration, and reinforced seawall. Here we truly see a working coast meeting a working landscape with opportunities for residents to relax and enjoy themselves in their surroundings, moving Inner Bay towards a reciprocal urbanism.
So real quick, I'll get it out of the way. I feel like y'all have two separate presentations.
Yeah.
Right? And so your fonts are different, your slides are different, your meter in which you speak, everything is sort of different. The landscape people, I feel like named the project, the title slide. You two didn't mention it throughout your presentations, and then you came back to it and brought it together. So I mean, you're stuck as a team, you gotta figure out how to work together, kind of is what it is. And then when one of you give, you have to time your presentations, right? Because you have to divide your time evenly. It's clear that you all work together on how you present, but the others didn't allow time for, to be evenly distributed. So you have to, whether you like teamwork or not, it's just, it is what it is, and you have to make sure you take care of that. So. Now nobody else has to talk.
Can we go back to one of your plan images just to remind us of the whole site strategy for the fund? Jump in there. I'm still thinking. No, I wanted to look at it just like come back and kind of two things together.
Well, yeah, I think we're all having that same problem is that there's a sort of idea around reciprocal urbanism that isn't working in the form of the architectural components, that hasn't really filtered and no pun intended, hasn't filtered into the idea of the object planning, whereas it's focused in on the landscape strategies, which makes it entirely not reciprocal, to be ironic. Because when I think about next generation infrastructure, the concepts of symbiosis and interreliance are really important to capitalize on the resources that we have, the dwindling resources we have, and the competition we have in cities for things like building and land. We have to have strategies that do more with less, and we have to be doing a lot more with the spaces and resources we have to meet the challenges that are facing us. So the title captivated me to think about what you were going to talk about in terms of reciprocal land. Clear is the green line. I mean, it sort of reads like a river. And it's the first one where it's been really clear to me that that is a spine through the site, potentially a spine through the site. And it made me want to ask a lot of questions about section. Like I wanted to see a lot of sectional slices going across the site to better understand the topographic relationships and these things that are appearing to be bridges, and how the new ecologies around the old railroad might be a way to create that relationship. We're seeing a lot of like rails to trails projects. There's a lot of places where that space has been recaptured for public space. And what would that mean for a spot like this, while also protecting against like this massive gentrification of this area, because we know it's already at high risk. So I see the clarity of the question without necessarily seeing the answer to the question, or a answer. These aren't really about finding one answer, because they're like I said earlier, other people will come in and intervene and do parts of their framework.
If you had to, in one short sentence, how would you frame the reciprocity? What is that thing for you in this proposal?
I think for us, it was from our initial site read of Interbay, we were really captivated by the fishing culture and really wanted to keep that like cultural tie to industry alive, while also recognizing that the neighborhood was about to go under some like pretty major transformations. So for us, I think it was about a system where the ecology, kind of this new culture for the neighborhood and the existing industries could all work together and bolster each other up.
One of the things I do like about your project just sort of standard kind of space strategies. We've seen a lot of projects today that try to kind of solve the question of public space and connectivity kind of north to south through some sort of large scale single operation. And what's interesting to me about this is the way in which it's more of a net in a way that kind of filters through things. It's more noticeable in the southern part of the country, right? Where you start to see these sort of linear green spaces kind of cut. And the red, you know, yeah, the section's really important. The red sort of connective bridges and all that are a kind of an extension of that set of sort of network-like armature, network-like armature. And then it kind of stops once it gets sort of past where the, I'm guessing the little light rail station area is. And then you get to the north, the blocks, all of that sort of stuff for me become maybe too generic and too sort of typical from somewhere else. And so I think that there's some really interesting parts of the project in the sense of the way in which this net is trying to bind everything together. I'm okay with the generic. And this is why I think I'm okay with the generics. Is that I think your landscape interventions and your opportunities to be radical. So your reciprocity is supposed to function at the scale of like a person's life, right? Their livelihood, their home, their recreation should be in that beneficial exchange between them and their surrounding context. So if you're thinking about those, and if you have your like interventions sort of isolated here, what about here? Where is your reciprocal urbanism functioning in the center of these generic blocks? Is there something radical about that relationship that you're proposing that takes that idea of reciprocity and moves it from sort of some of the obvious places and integrates it more deeply into this new proposed way of living, this symbiotic relationship with the ecological context?
Slide with an image of fibers that were wrapped. Was that? Am I imagining that?
No, you're not.
Just look at it for a minute. Okay.
Can I chime in?
Sure.
So I can't see you guys anymore in the little camera that follows you, but I see the slides. I wanted to, if you go back to that the plan, I had a question about that middle swath. Just that, yeah. So it looks like there's a green, you're filling it in with some new kind of landscape condition at the top. And then when the red bridging or webbing starts, it just turns white in the middle. And I'm wondering, what is that? Or couldn't it continue to be some sort of remediative landscape that runs through there? It doesn't mean people have to be in there, but I'm just wondering why it's empty.
You guys know what she's talking about, the white part below the green part?
Underneath the red stripes, it's basically like a cream color.
Here?
all of that,
Yeah, this whole part, right? This green up here stops.
What is the ground plan with the use of it? Is it still park?
Yes, it should be kind of floodable land.
Yeah, I think, sorry, if I can now skip yeah, it was meant to be where our slope stabilization landscape kind of melds into an area where we can store and filter water as it moves throughout the site. So like soft, basically soft space, permeable ground.
But does it have tracks in it? Are the tracks on the surface or?
Yeah, there are still, or should you want to say?
They're on the surface, right? And then the red bridges take you over. Like that.
Yes.
So are the white spaces basically like uncapped areas that's looking down to where the transportation infrastructure is going to the site?
It sounds like they're not white, that they're just a light green that probably didn't get rendered dark enough, so they're meant to be landscape, a different typology. A water storage and filtration zone of landscape.
Yeah.
But in all those places, the rail line's there, right? So you're gonna flood out that train. They're not gonna be happy about that.
Yeah.
I think the train is sort of the big,
Yeah.
the big barrier that everyone's sort of pretending they're gonna be, it's gonna be easy to deal with, and it's really not.
Yeah, I agree. I think there was another image you had where the port, it was one of these collages where the port was in the background, sort of still there. And I'm trying to, I mean, you guys have done a lot of work and I appreciate the different vignettes and thinking this is a really challenging site because it's so huge and you could spend entire semester, right, on each of these districts. But I haven't really understood yet how what's the role of this port in terms of the problems here. I mean, it sounds like it's a big part of the economy, but then again, there's all of these other environmental issues and they seem in conflict to me, but there hasn't been a project that, you know, says, look, eventually the port needs to go. Like, is it killing life on the planet? You know, maybe like we just simply can't do that anymore. Or what is our strategy to the rail and the port, you know, in terms of the industry, and maybe just more understanding of how those are contributing would help. I mean, I appreciate you guys are saying, look, let's think of a whole nother way of doing this kind of industry, right? Let's make the salmon work here and work in a healthier way. I think those are the key goals. And so just more understanding of the intricacies of the existing industry would really help you solidify this reciprocal idea. Because it goes back to the plan too. Like maybe these big pollution generators or like economic kind of industries get rendered on the plan somehow. And then part of the proposal can be kind of like making them behave, or the landscape that's, you know, they're forced to be a port, but on some different terms or something. It's a little more kind of like what if, but I think we're at a point where it's worth thinking about, you know, like let's not leave them off the hook and then bend over backwards to remediate everything when they're going to continue kind of polluting everything. So it's just it's a question of positioning, I think, that maybe is a thread for, you know, all students today have to face. Just throwing it out there.
Can we go back to that diagram that you did?
The reading steps.
I'm gonna go this way. Good idea.
Okay, let's see. Who did all of you agree to this? Is this somebody's? This is one of those presentations, it's hard to tell how synthetic what you all agreed on. So is this a diagram you guys all embrace?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I'm really glad to hear that because I mean, I think that diagram is really interesting in the way that it almost plays out in your plan. With the suggestion of the grid in the brown, it's slightly spreading at the top and then, so I don't know what you meant by all of the diagram, and I'm reading into it, which is one of the reasons I think diagrams, I guess, really valuable because people see other things than what you might have seen. So I think that this is the first plan, I think somebody else already said this, where there begins to be a very, a site, a gesture of landscape that traverses the whole site and is very close to providing a north-south
landscape expression that then begins, its threads begin to spread out into a bit of a network. And then in the middle is a much more conventional gridded development. So if we could go back to the plan for a minute. So, I'm with everybody else. I think you have to become more clear about what that very pale green zone is doing. That is along the rail, which is a brownfield, right? Rail tracks are. And then clarify how your treatment of that relates to the other landfill, which I applaud you for what you've done. I think it's the most realistic approach to that capped landfill that we've seen all day. But I think you're missing the piece where you use that in the center and now address the rail, accepting that it stays. And it connects to these other landscape types that you're pulling all the way through the site. And you're twisting in with your water, your stormwater collection and filtration. And so I think they're just pieces that you're missing a centerpiece and the other pieces aren't finished yet. But then I think what becomes really interesting to me is how this block structure actually has to deflect at times to really allow this green and blue system to go through it. And you start to do it by carving off, some corners of buildings. So you see it too. It's just, I think there's a much more intentional way that you could address those blocks that begin to say, okay, yes, this is where the green comes through. This is, and it's contributes to the bike path, and it contributes to a series of smaller scale spaces. And there's something very simple in all of that, which I admire. And I think you in a way made it more complicated than it needs to be. I agree with Patty's comment that we have to challenge existing industries or ideas that maybe are destructive, that intentionally or not. But I also feel like there's a way of challenging them very incrementally. And making a statement that every rail line really has to be treated on the verges in ways that allow for remediation, or that every landfill, has to really have an active management process that builds soil. I think you can do it in ways that actually are within the purview of landscape architects and urban designers in ways that, major reorientation or moving of industries is not. Frankly, it's not our call. But we can, in each project, challenge these conditions and incrementally improve them. And I think you could do that. You are doing that in parts of the scheme. So I would, whatever it might take you guys to now work more closely together to pull these pieces together. I think it's got a lot of interesting promise to it that is operating on different principles than we've seen in the other projects today.
So since I'm the diagram guy, I want to go back to the diagram again. Because I really appreciate that. I tell people, diagrams, when they pop up, we all sat here and we got it, right? Instantly. You didn't have to say anything about it. And so I think there's something about all diagrams. You should be able to put them up there and not have to explain them. They should tell the story for you. So I think that's why we gravitated to that. And and sometimes I know these things come into play early on, and then you think about them and work them out. But then sometimes you got to go back and update the diagram based on what you really decide. And quite frankly, I take that diagram and I twist it half a more turn, because at the end of the day, your diagram might look like that, right? So so these wrap that one more time and make the blue, because the blue is kind of the rail piece, and the green, wraps up, finishes out here. So I know it's a literal translation, but if you go back to the final plan, it's like you had to twist it one more time, right? And then it would match kind of your bigger scheme. So it's not, you do the diagrams up front, But at the end of the day, to tell a story to us, at the end of the day, sometimes you have to adjust the diagram to tweak it, and it still carries the same story. But at the end, I was looking for that, and then if you go back to the final plan, it comes back to the green piece in the middle that wasn't rendered green. We kind of lost the twist, right? And if you had rendered it out, this plan thinking about that literally, it could have played out in the end, and we all would think, oh, wow, of course, it goes back to that original diagram, it plays out. I'm not saying it's gotta be literal, but
I think this is the point that highlights the problem of the unclaimed space to me the most. That is such a focal point of both this boulevard and the tip of your large park. And it's not even labeled here. So I think figuring out how to end this, because that sort of forms that knot, that
it
twist.
should have been a darker some color.
Something should be happening here that kind of relates to the whole site, but at the moment, it just feels unclaimed.
Yeah. And I appreciate the legend, and you spend a lot of time doing that, but I'm over 50 and I can't read the rules. Gotta make it bigger, or put them off the side, do arrows or something if you're gonna go through it, make sure they're big enough. To me, you need at least 3 sections that connect all the way across the site. Because that whole central zone with the red bridges and stuff, that's a sectional question. And you haven't shown us that section.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I think we need
Okay, so we're going to be ending with us today, fortunately. And hi, I'm Sanket. I'm from my second semester urban design program here.
I'm Timothy, and I'm in my second year of landscape architecture.
And I'm Priscilla. I'm in my first year in urban design. And my name is Suzanne. I am second year in the LA program.
So we have a project interweaving Interbay, and the premise of establishing the context of Seattle and everything, we've had most of it now. But we just want to add a couple of things to that. This is where Seattle is situated in terms of its immediate context. And looking at Interbay a little in the two neighborhoods, it's around the Magnolia on the left, Queen on the right. We have Elliott Bay and Salmon Bay on the top. A point that we want to highlight is the way Seattle functions with its zoning. So they have the idea of having urban villages and allocations of the land use according to those, and each of those urban villages has an urban center. So in this larger area of Queen Anne, this is sort of the center where they have most of the mixed use and the buildings over here, Magnolia is that. And this sort of prompted potential for connection between these urban centers, where Interbay is sort of in the middle of it, where we are also proposing for Interbay to be a new urban village. So, and forming again larger connections back to uptown, downtown, and Violet as well to this area. And also looking at the existing active network that we have, the light green is sort of the spaces that we currently have in Seattle, and the dark green is the idea of proposed sort of extending outwards from Interbay into the two neighborhoods, again responding to these urban centers, the Discovery Park over there, that's one of the major public spaces, and coming down to the Olympic Sculpture Park as well. So we've looked at the most obvious disconnections of Interbay till now, which is on its either edges of Magnolia and Queen Anne, right? But there is, so we've sort of identified a deeper and a more sort of disconnection between Interbay and through all of its segments. So we're looking at it in terms of 5 segments, and we've built a design agenda to sort of respond these segments and then talk about how we are bringing them all together as well. So the first portion that we have, the intention is also to problematize while also providing an agenda for design. The first portion we have is retained. So we have the fishermen's terminal here in the maritime industry, which is one of the most busiest docks in the country, and we really want to respect that history and retain most of it while introducing soft landscape, public spaces, and pedestrian and biking corridors. The next is revitalize. So we have a neighborhood, sort of a neighborhood here below the industry, where there is some new housing development over here, which are apartments, but most of it, as you can see, are low-lying structures and parking reserves. So we want to see this as an opportunity to revitalize this area while also retaining the new development that we have. The next is repurposing the golf course, which is majorly a monoprogrammatic space, but we want to repurpose it to something that is very much more inclusive as a public space to the people of Seattle. The next is we build, and here we look at the part that provides the most opportunity because, again, most of it, as you see, are these parking deserts that as we have here. There's a storage for the trains and then the rail line, and then some big box retails over here and a couple of industrial. So the last is reclaim, or we can also call it return the land back to the water, and we'll speak about that more. And all of this, like these 5 design agendas come together to the transit infrastructure and the landscape network that we have here. So we spoke about the proposed connection over here, where we are adding a new pedestrian/service bridge to the site. We have the 2 existing bridges. We have the rail line with the light rail station stops. And then we are proposing the idea of this massive green belt that runs to the site that sort of nestles within itself all of these districts. Starting from the industrial district over here, we have the housing district to support that industry because the occupation is increasing by the day. We have the anchor in the middle, which is the golf course as repurposed. The public amenities as an opportunity for culture, mixed use, and wetlands over here. And just in terms of land use, currently what we have here in the context is most of it is housing around 60 to 65% on either side, and the site majorly is industrial and commercial. This is just a conceptual diagram of how we're proposing hybridization through.
So historically, the Interbay area was 57% of wetland of marshland. And so we just wanted to illustrate that on this map over here, but also in conjunction with sea level rise and what that could mean if it's not like the area is remediated and dealt with that in mind. So with that, we go back to that. Sorry. So 57% of this is an infilled marshland. And then the next slide, the 26% of that we want to get back to marshlands. So we want to reintroduce these this ecosystem into the bay, not only because right now it's just like completely hardened coastline, but because this is a really ecologically important environment, and they are being eliminated all over the world. And we need to start respecting these wetlands, even though they are in prime locations. So over here we have our buildings that we are going to remove. We are going to take out a lot of the single-story industrial buildings down on the southern side and keep the industry up there, where it's like really important fishing industry. We are going to keep one pier down here for shipping or for cruises. And then over here, this is just a simple cut fill diagram. We are cutting quite a bit of like hardened landscape out and reintroducing that with an absorbent ground covers. And that not only is in Interbay itself, but also reaching up into the neighborhoods. So right now, only 5% of the coastland or the coast in Interbay is accessible to the public. And we would like to change that and give 25% of that to the public, so people can actually have access to the water, even though they're surrounded by it everywhere.
This is our water flow, and from the north-south direction, you can see there is a S-shape green belt all through the whole project. And the green belt is not just the grass; it consists of the bioswale, the backpath, and the pavement and the mountain. It's just like a multi-culture biosphere. And also here's a train track. And in order to reduce the impact of the train track to the residential zone, so we put this part of the train track go underground the ground to maintain the whole residential zone integrity. And also
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, oh, so sorry. And also from the shape of the mountain and music, we can also design the oval shape as the motive of the whole design. And this is a industrial zone, and we insert the network of the green space in the whole industrial zone. And the second is
Just to add one point to that, we're also converting the edge as a public promenade over there towards the water to increase access to the public as well.
And the second is housing district is just to serve as a worker where who work in the industrial zone. And also this part is a market who also serve to the people live here and work in the industrial zone. And the third one, this part is the most important landscape point in the whole green file. And from this, we design unfilled shelter because they have different high level, so the people here can have a better view to see the mountain and the bridge. And the last part is our neighborhood, and we also design the decks here to solve the problem of flooding. And the deck have the main function of catch water and to slow the water speed. And also the green belt is not the boundary of the neighborhood. It's just like in order to people to experience the landscape, not just watching it. So it's just like the interfinger to intersect to the neighborhood.
And actually go back one more. And in this zone as well, you have water coming in from rain events and water, coming into the, what's that? Coming into the residential zone here. This first layer is on stilts and it does allow for water to penetrate below. And then there's detention ponds that allow it to seep back through and get filtered through this green, green belt woodland area. And as we talked about, there's a handful of different landscape typologies that we're utilizing at the site. The one main one is this massive bioswale that connects from the north end all the way to the south end, which eventually filters through, filters sediment, filters pollutants, and then eventually deposits clean water into our marsh. There's also smaller.
You're talking about the plants right now.
What's that?
Plants.
Thank you, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I'm just talking.
Yeah.
And so there's also. But there's also, yes. And then in that bioswale, including smaller urban swales, there's plants that are plants in multiple zones that allow for wetter or drier conditions contingent on like rainfall events. Okay, and then another typology we're utilizing is the evergreen tree forest, which is kind of bordering the rail and trail system, or sorry, the rail system. And since those trees are constantly have leaves on them or needles on them, then in part sound of a train doesn't escape from the rail as much as it's kind of like a sound barrier thing. And this as the water from soil gets into the salt marsh, we have salt marsh plantings, grasses, and these provide habitats for wildlife, birds, and whatnot. Another interesting thing about these salt marshes is that they retain sediments and kind of create their own land mass in a way, so that they can actually keep up with rising sea levels over time. And another type is this deciduous forest, which allows for kind of seasonal interest and gives a lot of sun cover. I mean, sunshine access during the colder months. And then prairie grasslands in our Central Park areas, which allows for kind of reclaiming what would normally just be a mowed lawn situation in the golf course. And then finally, the urban street trees, which line through multiple kind of street conditions. And these alleys are, this type of tree is planted because the roots are less aggressive and they're able to grow in kind of 4 foot wide or 6 foot wide medium plots without causing damage to utilities. And then they also don't grow so amazing, like ridiculously tall, like the 100, 200 foot evergreens that are common in the like 5 systems together.
So just a few metrics about the design over here. The new land use out of that, the allocation is around 40% housing and 20% commercial, and that's the balance between public spaces, amenities, and retail. We have the building height corresponding there and gradually sort of almost matching to the height that we have surrounding here, but we have some points of reference that come higher in the design. And similar to here, we have the ground floor, most of the floors that match the height of the building that are around there, but then as they descend further, they start getting higher platform points of references. And then the major circulation to the side is through the 2 stations over here, of course, the new bridge that we have, the two existing bridges, and then the grid extends itself from the existing urban grid, and then yeah.
Okay, so the current water diagram over here of the flow of water, there's really not an organized system for any of the like stormwater events that happen in Seattle. And they just kind of go into the interbay like caved areas and find their way into what is saltwater down here and freshwater up there. But there's really no filtration of any kind. And also because it's surrounded by water, like water is a problem and actually like backs up their sewage sometimes. And so there's like sometimes sewage in the streets, and then it just immediately finds its way into the ocean. And so that is something we're definitely thinking about when we're designing this and how to stop that. How do you filter these waters before they get into these larger bodies of water? So we have these bioswales that go up into the neighborhoods and catch those stormwater events, which at times can be up to like 20 gallons a minute. So it can be pretty intense. And then it catches in these smaller neighborhood bioswales, and then through the ground will filter into this one main bioswale that we have going down the center. There's a slit right here to where it goes to the fresh water and then comes down to the salt water. And as it reaches down into this marshland, there's only a few different ways that it can enter into this area instead of just everywhere.
So I'll just start off with this lower section. This is the neighborhood up to the east of our main site, just down here. And as water comes down, it's stopped by these bioswales and held and slowly percolates down, and it's filtered through the groundwater system and eventually makes it into our site. There's a hill here, but it does go around, it is swelled around, and it makes it into this ultimately to our larger central swale. And that here, central does come all the way down into our marsh, salt marsh.
Right. And by slowing down these waters, it will stop any of that sediment from getting into the ocean. So it will filter the water before it hits. So this is just a zoom in on the bioswale, the large bioswale, and how it is right next to the landfill. And so there is an amphitheater in our park that we wanted to, that functions also as kind of a reinforcement of the edge of that landfill. So there is no contamination from the landfill into the bioswale. And then this is a, just looking at the estuary. So it's like the bioswale enters in to this estuary, and then it really, it's just like slow moving water and a lot of grasses that are very matted roots. So it really holds that, holds the earth, and it also filters through those roots. And then it will intermix with the salt water as it comes out. And actually, this really nice little boardwalk that comes out right here. So people like you can't actually walk on the grassland, but we wanted people to be able to be in them, and you can access that through our train station right here. So kind of a way to be integrated to that. And here is a high tide, low tide in that marshland area.
Did you say train station?
I did. I guess that's our first mention of.
Yeah.
That is our train station. It's right here. It's kind of it overhangs over the water.
We'll come to that.
Yes. So this is just high tide, low tide, and the difference in those the edges of those dikes and islands.
What's the tidal interval?
Tidal interval.
8 feet.
8 feet.
It can get up to
And,
12
yeah, with
at
storm
times.
surges and and anticipating climate change and sea rises, I mean, that 12 foot might be more the norm. Yes, here's a view from one of these grass covered dike areas. It's not accessible to people, but there's these trails, these biking and hiking trails that go above, so people can kind of get out almost into the water in a way above these. And there's views of downtown, there's fishing, and it's home to these plants and it's home to these animals.
It's a community for animals of all sexes, but also animals that filter water as well. So they are helping with this cleansing process of making sure that we're not contaminating our oceans. Okay. And this is just kind of a rundown of as the marshland gets deeper and the different animals that would be around in those areas.
Okay, we're just gonna sift through the rest of it, just moving towards volumetric spatial conditions and three-dimensionality of the site. Can you go back a second?
Yeah.
So here we just have like, by referencing back to the old diagrams, we have the existing sort of buildings that we're removing in the golf course. And this is the proposal how it looks right now. You can see sort of a 4 districts of natural housing, cultural use, and weapons and like over here. Just to really emphasize on the systems that get them all together. So we have the rail that is sort of bordering with the woodlands that we just spoke about. We have this meandering bike path that sort of comes in places closer to the rail, but then it goes farther from it to sort of create again variety of spatial experiences for people over here. And we have moving in terms of landscape typologies from woodlands to grasslands over here, and then we have fair flexibility in the park for people to enjoy and use it as they wish to. We have a community center over here and a school that connects itself to the pedestrian bridge to sort of increase the efficiency of access for people in the neighborhood, but as people here as well who can come by foot directly to it. The bike path splits itself into over the dikes and islands, and then we have views towards downtown from over here, one of those we just saw a minute ago. This is that station that we were just talking about. We're integrating both of them with sort of the bridge to provide the easy access. We also have networks of bus underneath.
There is a section of the horizontal section from here from the neighborhood, and this color represents different function, and it is also divided into 3 groups: the residential group, the commercial group, and the office group. Because the residential part is more near to the water, so it have a better view of the landscape, and also the commercial part is in the middle and have a more convenient to serve for the 2 parts. And then next, we can see the detailed information about how the relationship between the people and the buildings, like the skilled housing and the sidewalks and the landscape and so on. And then here is the vertical section of the neighborhood. And all this is the residential building. And the next, we want to make the public space more interesting, so we put the grass and the bike space, and also the returnable water here to let people experience more.
I promise just a few more slides. And so just as how we conceptualize the massing and the urban green over here, we have 4 characteristics: introducing walkability through pedestrian paths and biking paths over here, penetrating through the ecological axis, having a variation between building
heights responding to, again, creating points of references across the site and tilting the ground floor to combat the possible stormwater surge or flooding over here. The way it comes together is this just like again the emphasizing of the green belt extends itself and creeps into the neighborhood. And then these forms of these micro landscape and courtyard conditions over here. And then the grid, again, extending from the existing, we have 300 feet wide blocks and then a few of 600 wide just to increase the frontage towards Main Street with commercial and retail. You have intimate scale blocks in the middle and then longer blocks towards the edge to increase housing accessibility. And yeah, this is again station, the boardwalk. We also have a maritime museum over here along with the marina and the station. So this is like a huge transit opportunity and that we got. This is the bus transit that we created connecting back to the city below the bridge. And this is the, yeah, to the next.
Where's the rail?
So only proportion from there to here, the rail is under this. So it's sort of creating a seawall, but treating it as a green belt, but then having rail stuck under your.
You can kind of see
It
it
comes
in our
out.
model.
Oh yeah, it comes out back on this side. It goes down over there.
So it's a berm and then it's a.
Yeah,
through the
yeah,
berm.
yeah, because we're raising the whole thing at 15 feet. So from the existing level that we have already on the site, so it's raised and then that's how like eventually we get the rail stuff in at the level that it is currently. But we're like, yeah, that's it. Oh, thank you. And this is the housing district that we have, and most of it, like these are the buildings that we are retailing that are existing, which are new, and we are adding again more affordable housing over here. Again, the idea of green belt sort of getting into the neighborhood as an access, the bike path, and there's the market that you were talking about. Removing the parking deserts and adding a few parking garage structures over here. And just vignettes of how spaces will look in reality and the connection of the rail station to the bridge, public plaza, pedestrian access, bike parking, green belt. And yeah, this is the future housing and where we have courtyards, this is the idea of wanting to create a bridge with public activities. This is possibly Timothy.
We're not sure.
And we're not sure. Okay.
Yeah.
And thank you.
Okay.
Just had one quick question for clarification. You mentioned that the houses were on stilts. On
Yeah.
that one lower edge. You don't have to go there, it's just a conversation. So you lowered the rail line or did you cap the rail line?
So the rail line is currently at the level of land that it is, but we have raised the berm by 15 feet, which is the new ground for the house.
Right, but so you created a dike and then put your houses on stilts. So I was just curious, like, is it gonna flood over the height of the dike and then into it, right? So if you, I don't think you can bury the rail line because it has a super shallow slope.
Yeah.
Can't really go down
Exactly.
steeply, come back up.
Yeah.
I just don't know that the houses really need to be on stilts if you then bermed above the rail, because you created a dam. Right, so it may not actually flood.
There was some thought about in the future, when if the water line goes a lot higher than anticipated, then it could be.
And then I was asking Maggie about that too. So we talked about, you know, the sea level rise, but then we didn't take into account the tidal fluctuation as well, right? So if it's going up 8 feet and then another however many feet based on tides.
So we're just looking at it as a contingency at the edge because there's huge public access to it, and we really want to not hamper it through these climatic.
It's also a help against very heavy rain events.
Yeah.
So fresh water could stay in those detention ponds under the houses.
Actually, an interesting intersection of the bioswale, the train and the neighborhood, they all kind of converge at the same time. And you can't, the bioswale goes underneath the train at that point, so it's a little bridge right before the train dips underneath it.
Can you say a little bit more about what this?
Great.
You know, it's a bridge, obviously. It's not just a bridge, right? What is it?
It's a gathering space. There's it's mostly pedestrian, but there could be food carts or areas for classrooms since there's a school part of it. Areas for music events.
Just cars right across it?
No.
No.
So it's kind of a sideline.
Right. It's a
It's
Yeah.
the landlord.
Yeah, so we're looking at it as an opportunity of creating social resiliency through infrastructure and how these things can become like huge moments that people can cherish and be proud of.
It doesn't have the single line.
No, or just service, like truck, it is, but it does not, because the two connections we have on either side right now are fairly enough for people to go across the neighborhood. But you really wanted to make this a more social response.
So it's like the size of the 6th Street viaduct in LA. Maybe bigger.
It looks
It's
big.
like a $200 million project.
It's about 100. There's speed, have a scooter on there.
My, not about your project necessarily, but my sense is that all of you guys talk for too long. Barely. And you lost us, right? You lost us. So that's just overall, I think if you gotta tell us what you want us to remember, like right up front, it's the focus that you want us to focus on. Because it wasn't use the analogy of like the stain in your closet. Someone earlier.
It was,
You can talk
gentleman
about
who was
your
sitting next to me.
shirts,
Oh,
you
no,
can
no,
talk about your shoes, and your
Yeah.
stuff, yeah. Because now the bridge is like, that's a whole different thing. I really liked your first 4 categories, because when you started out like a class project, what's the thing that's gonna distinguish this project from every other project? Right, that's what I'm always looking for in a project. We've all got the same site, the conditions are all the same, but we're looking for your take on those conditions and how you want to respond. And how do you use the word position? Like, what is your position as designers for the future of this site and any projects you do, right? If you're beginning to practice staking your claim through a thesis and a position, we want to be able to tell how your positions differ from other people's positions. And that's what you're honing as well. So when you started with those 4 ideas, I was like, great, just talk to me about those 4 ideas really clearly. Because I don't think you're well, maybe I kind of spaced out by then. Like the land use relationship, when you started talking about that, I was like, I don't know if that supports your 4 ideas, but I just wanted to hear really clearly what those 4 ideas were. And I got it at the bottom, right, in the wetland. I see really clearly how that's, attacking those ideas really specifically with landform. But that's sort of the easiest place to make it happen. I appreciate the adjustments you're doing sort of the south of the piers, but then I want to see how it controls the rest of the narrative.
The main thing was the fact. Rebuild, repurpose.
But then it's just before. And then when you walk through it and you do your little picture, you go 4 pictures.
Oh, that's right. Oh. I can see that.
I was waiting for the fit.
I can see that.
I think the one thing that stuck in my mind was the discussion about the reality of the water that's running off these hills, and the fact that, I guess I didn't put 2 and 2 together, this is fresh water up here, and you have salt water, I guess I just assumed, so. But the idea that the water, at some point, the highest point is going to throw that way. This way. Kind of cool. So thinking about this whole piece, like, we spent a lot of time thinking about that. But, is there a way to do a version of that up here? Integrated into this, kind of redesign of this. That's still what you want to have. Conversation about right. And so should we drink water thing, like, maybe even more so, because it's fresh water.
Right. We want to keep the industry, it's such an important part of it, but the water did definitely.
And I don't want to be interested in taking the same idea in nobody really rethought it.
Nobody quantified the amount of water we're talking about. And I find it really problematic that everybody in some way found an exaggerated response to dealing with the water. Nobody can tell us how much water it is. And that isn't really big. Not gonna be, and I actually like a lot of, not all, but a lot of your basic climate. But what I think everybody today has had is missed real opportunities by not curious. And I think it would have allowed you to, a few things, like the fact that light rails are great, can't dive underground and back up quickly, because it just can't do those grades. It takes a lot for any other track to do that. So there's a few things here that just can't work.
Which means we're really not able to read it in all of your drawings, and we all think it's going down, yeah.
It actually was easiest for me to decipher that area while making the model. I was like, oh, this can't, like, how does this intersect? So the model was really
So it'd be great if the model was even clearer, right? Not everybody goes to model, we all come walk down the road, oh, this is what the rail does, but like, you know, the rail, I don't know, it jumps here.
Well.
I mean, sections, lines, like, along the way.
Yeah.
Although I did appreciate the section that showed, you know, the building showing a little bigger with retail. I mean, that was the first time I saw a section across there that actually explained how the buildings kind of
I don't want to keep, but I did think about that. I think there's, and this is, you must be on it, but in working on your ideas, I think you went to a smaller scale to resolve these form, placement, densities. Let's zoom back up. After that, that really gives you the opportunity to say, how that doesn't work, or I need to simplify, or even if it's just about telling your story, you can tell your story in half the time it took if you walked us through all the big ideas first, and then more carefully and convincingly did it so that we would believe in them, right? And because there's still a few places here to believe, but let's just let that go. Come back out, and it was what was said earlier. It's like that's when you adjust the diagram, right? And that's when you go back in and test again, and then you pull back out, and you maybe adjust the diagram again, and that allows you to make some changes that begin to give you a lot more credibility. So it's cool that doesn't matter as much, but it does matter there a lot. And that's when you get to work with all the civil engineers and structural engineers and everybody there. Yeah, you do. And like I don't believe that will work because of the title and the for one thing, and because of the you know, you haven't convinced us about there's the correct flow, and use that in places where, you know, it looks like as water flows through here, it's got to go probably back up belts for a while to come back down. And so there's just subtle things in here that would let you do this. You thought about it, and you can think about it without the engineers too. Then it all will just become more convincing. So I'll just stop by saying I really like the strength of this concept of this green space that comes through here, along which you begin to organize the civic, the institutional. I don't, the pedestrian bridge that you've been underlined some of the things that you're doing. You can do it without such a massive right. I look at that. I mean, it's that part is actually very beautiful the way it's set. Yeah. And then I think you have to get in touch with yourself. I know in the Boston Harbor and China store the tidal wheelgrass, etc. It's incompatible with it's incompatible with the gradients. It would not have been here, right? So there's just like pieces like that would you would have to. There are opportunities in that, right? It allows you to go down.
I appreciate how your set of images and drawings and then the model probably is the most comprehensive walkthrough we've had this afternoon. And I do appreciate that it was very clear where we were in the map. You had section cuts across. There was no point where I wasn't clear where we were in the project. I may not have understood what was happening all the time, but I knew where my questions were. And so I appreciate that. That is a big job. And I think to the point about some of the natural systems and understanding how they work, particularly in ecology and regions you're not familiar with, there's the shortcuts, Where does this type of braiding naturally happen in an estuary system? what are the conditions required in order for that to occur? What are the geometries that are a result of that? That's a quick way to get to those answers without having access to those engineers, because nature is solving that problem for you already. It's giving you the answer. You just need to understand what questions it's solving. And this idea of what happens up here, you're saying you don't want to do the weapons, I think that's fine. But once you get a handle on how that braiding is functioning, there's a switch in material, there's a switch in grade, there's a switch in context that may allow you to bring those loops. Right, because one of the things about this is it's a very changeable system. So as those loops migrate, how can you move back into the neighborhood? And how can you do the same here, where you may not be making a weapon that does it, but the geometry, that patterning still holds true, where it feels visually connected, even if it isn't exactly the same material.
You know, to me, one of the differences between what one needs to do in terms of cleaning water and stuff like that over here. There's a lot of pollution that's just in there. Right? You know, like you're not just cleaning water that might be running off into this beautiful canal. You actually are trying to clean all the oils and all the other stuff that's coming off clothes. Like that's a really dirty body of water. And so I wonder whether wetlands are there for whatever you're using. It might actually be doing something different, like maybe they're actually right, or they're part of some sort of filtration,
Floating max, you know, one comment on yours, you're interweaving, right? You're interweaving, doesn't work with a west. That's an orthogonal relationship is what we're talking about weaving. I don't know that that would happen. But just something to think about, whether that's really the title that's best describing what you're doing.
Based on this earlier
Yeah.
conversation, I thought we'd get called out on that.
I'm quite sure that the chest
Well, it's like a diagram, right? You start with the title, and at the end of the day, you look back, and I think we should change the title. Right?
Yeah.
You have to be stuck with it.
Patty, do you have comments before we shift to a closing comment situation?
Sure. Just I'll be really quick. I mean, in some ways, this is a great project to probably segue to any of the closing comments because it helps me see like all the projects have had such a clear framework. So I just wanted to say that like the framework is really clear. And I feel like this is an interesting point to talk about the format of this studio. I think it's been really cool to see the combination of the landscape architecture students and the planning students and urban designers. And I keep wondering in this one feels heavily weighted landscape strategies, design strategies. And at the same time, you're drawing the buildings with a lot of nuance and they're not just extruded footprints. They're really thought about in terms of some are on stilts, some have kind of other kind of articulations where they're high and low. But I keep wondering if we could think of these neighborhood districts in the same way that we're thinking of the landscapes. Like I've learned a lot about the landscape conditions in the Pacific Northwest, right? The evergreens and the saltwater marshes and all of these typologies. But I really haven't learned about the, the kind of middle housing typologies or wood frame construction, or, it's probably all single family and you probably have a mandate for a lot more density. So in some ways you are inventing new building typologies. And I think there's some really interesting forms you're making, but I wonder how it fits into the existing, context of typologies in terms of buildings, and whether or not you could think on the ecological principles, patches, corridors, edges, think those same ways about the kind of neighborhood patches. So like what are the characteristics of the different neighborhood patches? And I think your drawings are beautiful. And I think there's like one more that you could totally experiment with, which would be, instead of all the buildings always white and the landscape ground articulated, which we need, and my students do the same thing, invert it. What if we had to articulate the buildings and the landscapes white, just as and not as land use, not as kind of like regulatory stuff, as character and identity. And then it would be really interesting to start to code with hatches and colors and different things, different kinds of characters of the neighborhoods. And maybe there's something that threads from the existing neighborhoods around here, or the denser parts of the city, or something else. Because I feel like the landscape, it's a collaboration and it really shows. But how do we, I don't know, bring that other part into the same level?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you all for, oh, yes. Thank you all for really great sort of conversations today. I want to invite our critics, if you'd like to make a closing comment before we do some housekeeping with students. Welcome board. We're just move on to our next stop.
I'm such a fan of interdisciplinary work. I mean, I applaud you guys because I know it's new. It's new for you guys. And we have another year, 2 years, year and a half of experimenting with this, right?
Yes.
You're continuing with this concept. So, this is how we're gonna get out of the preconceived status quo notions we have of infrastructure and relationships between disciplines by learning how to work together and practicing it while you're in school. So I think that's a really advantageous experience for you all to have, right? You guys and oftentimes these first really big projects are so hard. I mean, I'm sure all of you who just went through it are like, oh my God, you started out thinking you were never going to do it. Like, just where do I begin and how do I even get started? So give yourself a lot of credit for how far you've come from that like moment of crisis and shock at the very beginning. And recognize that you now have you have this skill now. Next time you walk into this situation, you're like, I know I've done this once. I know how to start tackling this. And I would maybe encourage you all to, I think it came up a couple of times, to think really deeply about that early stage of analysis. And I read through your bibliography for the course too. I know there's some readings on the agency of mapping, right? So go back and maybe think about how to represent those initial, not just the research, but the analysis, synthesis, and the knowledge, right? To formulate your own questions so you make it easy for whoever you're sharing it with to understand what you care about and where your positions are. And that takes some of the burden off you. Not only to talk about it, but it like is a rationalization in a good way. Like it's grounded in the knowledge that you know of the place. So great work. Thank you all for sharing it with us today.
So I'll say that I think the lesson that probably all are going to come away from this is, learn how to tell a story. In order that makes sense that we can on our side understand it quickly. So I think that the one thing that I've learned over my lots of years of doing this is that just because I do a diagram doesn't mean I have to fill it, right? We do diagrams to inform ourselves and inform a decision. And you find some diagrams are helpful and some aren't. But just because you did one doesn't mean you got to put it on the screen. So pick the ones that are key. Try to keep them simple. And then if you have to layer them, or you build one straight apart. Public. And if it helps tell the story, then show it. If it's background information, then don't show it. They don't have to overspeak everything, right? So yeah, I think my comment is to think about those analytics and drawings up front and make sure they're clean and simple to tell from the story. And that way that will help figure out what's the cleanest spaces way to tell that story. But great job. Great job.
I don't have anything to say, nothing good. I was encouraged by the graphics, I think are really great, and it's a lot of fun. I feel like this is the first semester in landscape, in the landscape program where, like, I'm sure you've heard the word diagram like a million times, right? But it's really useful skill set that I've developed, and I think you all have done it well, and working with your planning students and urban design folks, I think help in that way as well. Like they probably came to the table with the ability to diagram, and I hope that you learn from them, so we pick their brain on how to do it. So I'm encouraged for next semester studio. Cat's out now. I know you can do something, so you can't whine about that. Good.
And I'll say, to back that up, it's important, particularly when you're presenting something this large and so dense, and you're covering so much ground. We're coming to it cold. We don't have the semester's worth of experience looking at your project and walking through your ideas. Leave us breadcrumbs, right? Because we're going to get lost. Give us the keywords, give us the labels, tell us where we are. Hold our hand as we go through your project so that we can jump back in. If we're lost thinking about something, we'll come back to an image that you're talking about that has no text on it whatsoever. And it's sort of the same thing we looked at 5 minutes ago, but we don't know why it's different. So then we have to get caught back up. So there's just this lag in the uptake. Give us those breadcrumbs. Because the trick is they will help you. That when you're walking through those diagrams and you're thinking about what's important, you can follow that trail that you left yourself as well. Because otherwise it can get too long, we can get lost. Questions about where the train is going will come up time and time again. Because nobody understands it's not going down grid until it's over. The other thing I would add, I had a second thing and I forgot. I forgot to mention
I would like that. So operational component might be going and making digital presentations, and therefore not having to pay for all the plots. Gives you the license to stretch your presentation out.
We could
You could have done that, or we could have you could have approached it like you were entering a competition or something, in which there's much more density in terms of building the slides, each slide there. And so you could have started combining a lot of this information together, some of it's smaller, some of it's bigger, some of it's whatever. There's a kind of compaction that it's too easy with PDFs to just like add more.
That was my second one. Thank you. And a lot of those things, like even down to the plant species, I'm gonna be the one to say this, and I know it. Sometimes we don't need to know what the plant species is. Sometimes we just don't, because at this scale, that may not matter. But I think that like the deciduous versus the evergreen, perfect. That's enough to tell us the performance of that particular vegetation you're interested in, and then we can move on. But where it becomes important, you can jump back and say, actually, this is Douglas Fir, right? That's when you can come and tell us. And it's the same for street sections. It's the same for all of those minor details that would typically go in an appendix, right? That's not something you need to spend your time or our time going over when it's like, yes, there's a street section. Yes, you separated your bike lane. Okay. If it isn't pertinent to the concept you want us to understand about how you're portraying the site, we don't necessarily need to spend the time on it in the presentation.
My comments would be about methodology, working together and working on a complex project. I taught at this scale for a while. Actually, but then I went from doing projects like this to a few years ago, we worked on a coastal, tidal river project. The team of about 30 people, we were the only designers, everyone else works from different social science or science disciplines. We didn't even mean the same thing when we said the word model. So we really didn't speak the same language. And so we really had to develop a way to make a framework so that we could talk with each other, but also so we could be able to say, what do we need to know? What do we already know that we can share? Why does it matter? And where do we go next? And we made a lot of diagrams that just diagram our process. And I think it's actually a really good thing to do, because this is about teaching a way to think. even though, you know, we hammered on things like title miracles or this or that, projects at this scale really help me to think in a very organized way around very, very complex questions. And at those moments, like we all do it, we revert to what we know. Or, you know, like I know how to do this piece, I love wetlands, so I'm going to do the wetland. And that's not really what it being asked to do. You're being asked to learn a way of thinking that allows you to establish priorities, to stay on purpose, to adapt and change. None of this doesn't work. It's what I was talking about the last presentation, that you zoom in and you work at a smaller scale to figure out what you need to do and you zoom out and what you've learned. So at each point there's an assessment. And if you're working in a team, then you share that. But it's hard to learn that discipline. But once you get into working that way, it's actually very free. Because you're not just stuck, you know, sort of wandering idiosyncratically through, you know, the fact that you love all kinds of things. But you know, this is tough, and I think your next project I hope will be harder.
It's to the very specific. It's a huge difference.
Well, that's hard too. So you know, congratulations, and I hope you're all so thankful.
We had our moments.
Well, thank you, everyone. But I really enjoyed it.